It is the Rick and Bubba Good Time Gang, leaning on 8 minutes past the hour. Lord of the Jacket, he's got TV handled. Super P, he has got show prep and phones handled this hour. They're your interns getting their degree in common sense today. If you'd like to weigh in on the conversation, give us a holla. It is the Good Time Gang. We're live and ready to go. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us after the top of the hour, next hour. All right, well, let's get everybody in here and get to going. We got a full hour ready to go for you. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Bullet Head Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
So that's your new thing.
Every now and then I'll throw it in there. I love it. I love it when some people send us emails about Coach Bullet Head, and that's what they'll say, like you know, saving the possum and stuff like that.
What's funny is, so Braden, y'all know Braden shaved his head. And Coach DeSanto had not seen him until this week, and we got another bullet head in the family.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Bullet Head Junior.
So I thought, hey Justin, you don't have to do this too. Okay, I get here enough of it at the office.
Keep it going, Justin.
Yeah,
keep it going. We're not going to stop until people see you on campus going Bullet Head.
Okay.
Right, Greg? Isn't that what we discussed?
That's right.
How are y'all?
Good. We are ready to go. I have, for some reason, and we've discussed this, I don't know how, developed different allergies as I've gotten older.
Sure.
And I don't know what's going on.
Allergies?
I guess I got to go to some allergy specialist and figure out what the heck it is. I don't know.
Well, here's what's going to happen.
I don't know, Greg.
Every time I walk here, my nose starts running.
Is it here? Is it this
Greg and I
place?
just talked about it 5 minutes ago, and it didn't hit me today when I walked in the door. That's when it usually hits me.
Yeah.
It hit me when I sat here for about 5 minutes, but it eventually hit me.
Good night. I don't know what's
and
on.
it may just be that it's just what I do, and it just takes time to develop. I don't know.
I love all the allergy people, because you can say a certain time of the month in the year of how you're struggling with something, and they'll go, "Oh, I'll tell you what it is. It's this and this, and that's blooming, and you got that," because they've lived it their whole life.
Well, here's what's going to happen if you go.
They can just get it down to the day.
If you go to a specialist, they're going to give you a test.
Sure.
Okay.
You're going to scrape
At this point,
absolutely.
You're the heck with it.
I just want to know what's up, so I can at least have a battle with it.
Well, and
not know what the heck is up.
They'll do all the little
what do you do?
pricks and scrapes and do all that on your back, and
just get you some kind of medicine. Take it every day.
Do you not take anything like Allegras or
something like that?
Yeah, he already does that. He already does that.
But you want to know what the allergies are doing to Allegra right now?
What?
Kicking his tail.
Yeah.
You talking about kicking his fanny?
Something.
Well,
he had something.
It's a punchline and a punchline sound effect. That's what it's doing right there.
Well, what they're going to do is they're going to
Allegra?
say, you're a good candidate.
How you doing, Allegra?
Have you ever tried any nose spray?
Hey, Allegra.
You ever took a tissue and just shoved it up your nostril and left it?
Greg, we're trying to be serious about this. Okay,
Yeah,
if you're not going to be serious about it, stay out of it. Okay.
All right, so
you're 50-something years old by now.
You can do allergy shots
Greg
every
got
day.
a lot of life to live, buddy.
Yeah,
I
but
just want to know what's going on.
By now. You've been dealing with it.
No, I am handling it. It's just frustrating.
Hey,
it's
you
very
could.
frustrating.
Now, what they are going to do, because I did this like a few years ago. I went and got tested because I wasn't sure.
Hey, Allegra.
And they said that I was a candidate to go ahead to start doing allergy shots.
I don't want all that.
Oh, good
well, that's what's going to happen. That's if you want to make a change.
He went
that's
from
the
his legally
solution.
blind to now he's allergy shot.
I'm just saying.
He's never going to let that legally blind thing go. You know that.
And I wouldn't do the hassle of allergy shots.
I guess
it's
I'm
too
not.
much.
All right,
man.
I'm not going anywhere.
I mean, are you miserable?
Yeah, that's why I brought it up, Greg.
You're not. I mean, I don't see you harking that much.
Yeah, I say miserable. It's just a nagging. It's like it's like a
have
bip.
Have you rotated through the different over the counter stuff? Like what have you taken?
I don't know, some of the stuff. So JC and Reese, when they were younger, I had some endorsement, and they were able to get checked, and they got checked. And they were like allergic to trees and grass and all that crap.
I'm sure we're all
which they stay eat up because they play sports and they're all always on it.
Not eat
so
grass.
it's like whatever. And then I talked about whenever I turned a certain age and I don't know what happened, maybe upper 40s. After cutting the grass, all of a sudden I started having the sniffles and the allergies and all that kind of stuff. And I've dealt with that over the years, but it seems like now it's even more than that.
You were that guy with the mask on the lawnmower?
No. Well, I did do it one time, and I felt like I lost my man card. I had a respirator on.
It isn't that. It's just I feel like I'm suffocating.
Yeah.
It's hot,
Yeah.
I'd rather have a little snot action.
Yeah. But anyway, I hate.
I'm sorry.
I really am mad. I even brought
buddy,
it up.
I'm so sorry.
I guess I could
take
just
it
sniff in the
seriously.
mic like we all do.
He
the
won't
whole
take
damn
your
show.
health serious.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry.
I know. All right.
Sniffle every now and then.
I have
Every now and
taken.
then. I do that, Greg.
Zyrtec and Allegra, and they both just make me drowsy. And so
Really?
I try to
There's
take
another one. Zyrtec,
Yeah.
Allegra, and there's another one. Something.
Singular, maybe? No.
Singulair's more for the
Asthma.
yeah. So I don't know.
I don't remember what that other one is.
Do you remember, Greg? This is where you'll make fun of me here. Do you remember I went through that period for about half a year where I couldn't get a deep
Yeah,
breath?
no, I do remember that.
Oh, look.
I'd be a little more concerned about that.
Right, and that's he is so clueless.
I mean that I get.
He so I go to the doctor and I'm like, hey, I got shortness of breath. Well, they all freak out because they're like, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
is that your heart? I mean, what's up?
Lung capacity.
You know, and so they're like, well, we got to have a scan of your lungs.
Yeah.
And so, but that came back clear.
Yeah.
And he said, I think you've got inflammation of the lungs because of allergies. So you need to let's take some Singular for a little bit, see if that calms it down.
Okay.
And it did. You remember, it went away. Of course, you didn't ask about it, but it did.
I do remember that.
And so that's kind of when it started. That's kind of when it all started.
Yeah. Right.
I just needed to kind of fill up.
Flonase spray, nose spray.
Is that over the counter now?
Yes, and it's helped me a lot.
You don't know. You stay out.
No,
of it.
Now,
yeah,
hey,
Lisa-
listen.
Lisa uses
they
it.
Oh,
like,
you
hey,
make fun of her too?
Yeah.
they like it. It's expensive.
Oh yeah, and it's in that little bitty bottle in that
Yes.
giant box. Have you ever wondered why the box is so big?
And the box is hard to get open, by the way.
yeah,
Very
but
hard to get open.
Why they got that giant box?
Oh,
with it? It's got
really?
a little,
Is
it's
it?
really weird.
But that's a
Hey.
game changer. That works.
like it.
That works, but it's expensive.
Okay.
Well, he's out.
Can't
no.
put a price tag on your health. But
Yeah. Well, that's just. I mean,
How
if
much
we
is
just
a runny nose
if we
worth?
just on here talking about life, that's just
Yeah.
what I was dealing with. Really hate I brought it up, but I tell you, I'm going to look into that.
What about Zizal?
I think that's the
Yeah,
other one.
that's
That's the other one. That's the one I, couldn't
pulled
remember.
up over the counter.
That's the
allergy.
one I couldn't remember.
So you got Claritin,
Zizal.
Zyrtec, Zizal, and
Now-
then Flonase is. the
And I don't
nose
know what
spray.
this one's about, but they told the kids who aren't kids anymore, but when they started taking all the allergy medicine seasonally, they'll like take a break from, October, November, and then pick it back up in February because it's not that bad during that time. Switch it up some because your body gets used to one type.
Yeah.
Switch it up because they all do just a little bit different. But you don't have to give me that face, Greg.
No, you're
I mean, you're buying Flonase. All right.
No,
so I don't
that's
want,
Lisa's.
but for Lisa.
Yeah.
So I haven't even
for
done
me.
that.
Try it. Works.
Have you tried it?
I don't need it
Yes, you do. You sniff all the time.
when I'm here, but when I leave here, I'm good.
So you do really and truly think it's here? We kind of joke
Maybe
around,
it's mental, but yeah.
Really, you walk
don't
in
know.
this place?
I tend to get a runny nose. when I do.
But you sniffed when you were at the other. Are you just allergic to work?
That's it.
Okay.
That may be it.
Rick and Bubba. Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUN for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUN for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Our friends at Simply Safe were recently named Best Home Security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. So they're probably resting on their laurels, right? Definitely not. They're always innovating, like their new 2-in-1 smoke and CO detector. It's hazard detection. It distinguishes between fire and cooking smoke, so you get fewer false alarms. Get 20% off at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off your new system, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG. It's the kickoff hour. Super P on the phones, ready to go, pulling show prep. Lord of the Jacket, he's got TV candled for you. Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join us right after top of the hour. All right, so just a little heads up to you, Helmsy. Greg's in the mode where he's going to make fun of everything, even if he doesn't need to, which we love that about him. But today it's heightened.
Nothing is off limits today.
Nothing.
Not
you could
one
say,
thing.
"Hey man, how you doing?" So just a heads up, everybody. So we were hitting a couple of different things, and we could make fun of this because he's bringing this one to the table if you want to about ketchup.
Oh yeah.
Greg, go ahead.
The debate.
Yeah. Oh, you got a debate? Why are you debating?
There's a debate between people, and I'll ask y'all what y'all do.
Okay.
Ketchup goes in the refrigerator or in the cupboard? Which one?
Well, once
After
we
you've
open it
opened
up,
it and it started.
it normally goes to the refrigerator.
Yeah. Same here.
Us
Always
too, but my parents do not. They put it in the cabinet, and it's always kind of bothered me.
Yeah. But if you'll think back, most restaurants is
yeah.
out.
I don't think that that we do that so it stays good. I think we just, I don't know why we do that.
Why
It
do
just
we put it in
does.
there?
Well, this is
I kind
from
of
the
like ketchup cold a little
This
bit.
is from Heinz of the UK, which I'm sure the same rule applies here.
Okay.
They tweeted, somehow somebody started the debate on
Good debate, by the way.
Okay.
And they tweeted, ketchup goes in the fridge.
Oh.
That's from Heinz.
Okay.
Okay, needed this.
Take
that, Mac Daddy. Mac Daddy, how you like your ketchup?
And there was a poll that showed 54.5% keep it in the fridge versus 45.5 for the cupboard. So it's really close.
Well, it is.
I don't think it's going to hurt you one way or the other. But then one user replied and said Heinz don't even know where their product should be stored. And
That's
then,
funny.
But there's, like I said, they said that Heinz come out one more time. It said there's only one correct answer, and we're happy to share that Heinz tomato ketchup lovers across the UK, our ketchup has to be in the fridge.
But it doesn't say why.
It doesn't
just
say
says,
like it's
okay.
unhealthy, I don't think. Maybe they just like the presentation better.
Yeah.
It keeps it thick.
Yeah. Okay.
I've just always, I don't know why, you get ketchup packets at the restaurants, when they're on the fast food, and they're not.
Or in the little red squirt bottle.
They're
That just sits on the
they
table.
sit on the table.
Yeah.
Or if you call and go,
But
hey,
did
I
they
need
get
some
it?
ketchup,
Did
they
they
bring you.
Yeah.
I've seen it say, you know how you'll see it sit over there with like the pepper sauce and all that, in the restaurant, and they put them out.
I just wonder if they put them
Well, they'll
overnight.
be on tables.
Overnight, do they do it? Which
I don't
wouldn't
know.
make sense if you leave them out all day, I guess. I don't know.
Because we've never really done it because we think, hey, we're preserving it. I think it's just been we prefer that.
Yeah, I've just
but,
always done it and never knew why.
Yeah,
Same with mustard.
same kind of thing here.
Same with mustard.
Yeah. Really, all the condiments. And how about mayonnaise?
Yeah, it's got eggs in it. You better put it in the fridge.
Yeah. We're all condiments are in the fridge. At
I
our
think
house.
so.
How
But
about
Heinz
that?
UK has officially come out.
Heinz
and
UK
said
come out and said it goes in the fridge.
it goes in the fridge. So there you go, Mac Daddy.
But it
Eat
looks
that.
like the poll that it's about 50-50 nearly on.
I'd like to also tell Mac Daddy that he's got his hunt. He does hunt.
He likes
He
hunts.
hunt. What?
Yeah.
What's wrong with him?
I don't know. When it comes to
I
ketchup,
can
he's
eat
completely
hunts,
off.
But I'm a Heinz guy. I'm not a huge ketchup person.
Yeah.
I like it in small doses. I'm more of a barbecue sauce guy. I'll put that on fries and burgers. And,
Really?
Oh yeah.
Y'all have introduced me
I
to
love
that.
barbecue
I told y'all,
sauce.
you run anything through
And I like
barbecue
all
sauce.
brands. There's no specific brand. I like them all.
You just like it.
I like barbecue sauce. I just like it.
You know, somebody brought us some the other day. I took a bottle home. There was like 6 bottles of
Yeah.
it, and it was awesome.
Yeah.
And
What was that? It
I don't
was
know.
good.
Some kind of, I don't remember.
I don't remember. We
It
get
was
all
good.
kinds of good stuff.
I kind of failed the staff a little bit because I didn't. Gummit, it wasn't where I see all my stuff. But Terry had made some more spiral dogs in the air fryer from the request of JC and Reese last night.
Yeah.
And I meant to bring about 4 or 5 in because I wanted y'all to taste them because I know y'all were boo birds on that.
I
And it
wasn't a boo
And it
bird.
wasn't that I
looked
chose
good.
that over the grill. If you'll remember,
it
the
was
grill was not available.
It
so
looked good to me.
we went into it with low expectations, but they were crispy.
Liked
Which
it.
I know
That's
y'all
what
like that.
I like a little overcooked, and
Yeah,
it had a
me
little
too.
overcooked look to
Yeah.
it. In fact, I wanted one really bad.
All
when
right, so
saw
I
it.
want to apologize to y'all for that, but I'll try to remember
like
next time.
I really
Because she even said
I
in a little
wanted one.
Ziploc, hey, they'll be in the fridge now.
Thanks, buddy.
You know, I'm like, okay, got it.
Any protein balls with it?
No, but they deviled eggs and protein balls have been in the
Man.
fridge.
That's a good day there.
Yes, sir.
What you talking about?
All right, we got some questions from you, the audience, and we're going to run through those. But speaking of eating and all that, and restaurants and ketchup, did you see this one? Minnesota man was arrested after apparently an outburst inside a restaurant where he allegedly began throwing Skittles at people inside the establishment.
So my question: so it's a restaurant, right? So they don't serve Skittles. So he brought his own Skittles.
I guess so.
I wonder, and you got to have a good many if you're throwing them at people to the point where they go, "Hey, this guy's throwing Skittles at everybody."
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You got to have a lot of Skittles.
Yeah.
To get that kind of attention.
Yeah.
This happened on June 23rd, a couple of days ago.
How are you on Skittles?
I don't go to them much.
I don't go to them, but
not
if they're out,
bad.
I'll grab them.
There it is. I don't really seek them out,
Yeah.
but if there's some laying there, I go, I can take a little handful of that.
Yeah. For some reason, I feel like I need to grab the red or the purple.
But I remember when the kids were younger and we would work in the concession stand at Little League Ball. Kids love them Skittles.
Yeah, my kids
and there's
like
different flavors, colors, and they
Yes.
and I mean we sold Skittles like crazy.
Oh, Taste of the Rainbow?
Oh yeah, pretty good.
It looks like this happened. 19-year-old Tristan is his
Have
name.
you seen him?
Yeah, so he's
How about
tatted
that?
up
Got
and
a
everything.
face tattoo. He looks
Yeah.
like he's 10.
Right.
He
Got
needs.
his
You know what he
forehead.
needs? That tattooed face whipped Somebody punch it right in that tattooed face. And eat that Skittle.
So he wasn't even in there just hanging out. He apparently entered the restaurant
to throw Skittles,
began yelling and throwing Skittles at employees and customers.
He'd have got it.
According to the statement, one of the victims told officers it was hit in the back with a Skittle. Caused a stinging pain in her back area because I guess he was throwing it with a little bit of.
But calm down.
I know.
You're okay. You're going to be fine.
When the officers got there,
Skittle.
Skittles were all over the ground, as well as a bag of near the garbage can. Police located him, and when they went to arrest him, he wrapped his leg around one of the officers like a dog, and kept trying to trip everybody.
I'm going to step out here. This guy's a little off.
Yeah. Tried to break free a couple of times, and now everybody's laying on Skittles trying to get him.
What about when you put that on your record? You were arrested for throwing Skittles at people. Into jail. You know, what are you in here for? I was throwing Skittles at people.
So here's what he's been charged with. Obstruction of legal process, interfere with peace officer, 5th degree assault, disorderly conduct, 5th degree possession of Schedule 1, 2, 3, 4 drugs, not small amount of marijuana or whatever. I guess he had a little something on him too, which we all assume.
That explains a lot. Look at his picture.
All right, so
I dare him to throw a Skittle at me.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. You're in a restaurant and some dude comes in and starts throwing Skittles with everybody. Well, what do you do?
You got to defend yourself.
Yeah.
You start throwing.
You
stuff
start
back.
throwing them back and hitting them back, and all of a
something.
sudden you're like in a snowball fight with Skittles.
Or get that ketchup that they've left sitting out on the table and throw it.
Oh, true. Squirt, throw.
Yeah.
Squirt, throw.
Yeah. Or do you just stand up and dot that I? And
Well,
get over it?
that's what I was wondering. Do you go, all right, we're getting physical and I'm dotting I's?
Yeah, I just
Or are
wanted
you
to
in
go-
a Skittle war with him and now
No.
you start firing back?
I'm done with the Skittles, and I go up.
Maybe you're a better shot, though. You start hitting him all up in the face,
Well,
and he's like,
true.
pee, 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 I'm out.
Well, that one lady, her back was stung.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Summer is calling our name, and this year you can actually get the free time to enjoy it like we will with HelloFresh. Figuring out what's for dinner, not the top of anyone's summer activity wish list, but with delicious HelloFresh recipes delivered right to your door, pre-portioned and ready to cook, you can skip the planning and shopping and get back to what you were doing, which is whatever you want. And it tastes so fresh. In fact, HelloFresh's ingredients are picked at peak ripeness and travel from the farm to your doorstep in just 7 days. Plus, It's 25% less expensive than takeout, and HelloFresh isn't just for dinner. They have finger food, snack board, kid-friendly s'mores bundles, new summer selections available from HelloFresh Market. They're a hit at parties. How about this? It'll be a cinch to serve them, so why not take it easy this summer with America's #1 meal kit? Sign up today for 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Or find that link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button.
Did you know that Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association now has a new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama?
That's awesome, Bubba. As we all know, there's so much to do in that area of this great state. So what's it all about?
Well, on Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, they have conversations with a whole lot of interesting people about all the cool things and fun that you can do and see in North Alabama.
Well, Bubba, I definitely need to check out this podcast.
Yes, you do. And I'd recommend everyone checking it out. All you have to do is go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen, or you can go wherever you listen to podcasts. And make sure you subscribe so you never miss an episode. And of course, support our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourism.
Sounds great, Bubba. And again, it's called The Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. And you can also hear it on Apple Podcasts or Spotify if you're on those platforms.
You sure can. We're subscribing right now.
Folks, to learn more about how you can subscribe, go to northalabama.org/podcast or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Indulge me for a minute. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this testimonial from a customer. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is the second time my doctor has practically danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thanks, Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable of Field of Greens was medically selected for specific health benefits. Some support vital organs like the heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others, metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're busy, don't get enough exercise, or you eat too much fast food, take Field of Greens. Look, Field of Greens can't promise your doc's going to dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. We trust it's helping our health, so let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA, and get 15% off. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com. There is a link under the sponsors button. That's fieldofgreens.com, the code BUBBA.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on
25 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG, our number. Super P is on the phones, Lord of the Jacket. He's got TV handled. And Greg is hollering off mic.
I know. I said old Super P got him a cap on
right.
today.
Yeah.
I like that hat.
And Helmsy's got it zipped all the way up to his neck. Look at him.
This is that coaching shirt I can't figure out if I like or not.
I'll tell you off air what that looks like.
Yeah. I tell you what, though, you got it zipped all the way up.
Well, it's a weird one.
Mhm.
So if you come down here.
Yeah, now you're showing it off.
Then
now you're Bubba.
That looks stupid to me.
What? Well, how about wearing a T-shirt under? How about that?
Well, this is not made to wear a T-shirt.
Well,
under,
light
though.
one, little thin one.
I don't have many.
Just
of
go
those.
ahead, just zip it all the way up. You got a little bit
And
left.
so this is about where I wear it, and it's it helps the neck when you're out in the sun.
Does it pinch your neck at all when you
No.
zip it all the way up? Doesn't grab skin?
No.
Okay. You said you had a lot of questions.
Oh, do
that
I
have
ever?
been
I'd
piled
like to
up
get
from
through
the
some of
audience.
these because I mean I've got
Good luck with
guys,
that.
so many. I've got questions from the audience that I haven't got to from January.
Oh boy, January.
You just got that.
Have you ever been in a car that flipped over?
No, I haven't.
no, I have
Thank
not.
goodness.
Thank goodness I
have not.
haven't.
I haven't either.
No.
I don't even think I've been close to flipping.
Came close
I had
one
a lot
time.
of crashes. I had just
Up to
mojo.
now, just knock on wood. Say up to
Sorry
this
about that.
point in my life.
Sorry, up
say
to this
that.
point, I've been fortunate enough.
Up to today.
And I know that I need to continue to pay attention. No, but I have not.
Okay.
But now I did come up one time and my friends had flipped upside down.
Yeah.
Well, that's not what I asked.
No,
but okay.
that's as
Good
close
story,
as I've
Greg.
been on. But my point is that they were okay. But
Well,
a
we're glad
car
of that.
upside down, when you see that, that's a bad
You know,
thing.
Speedy,
is.
2 weeks ago I was going down 280 and I saw one flipped over.
Oh boy.
They weren't your friends, though.
No, they
Okay.
weren't. Well, I don't know.
So shut
They
up.
may have been, Greg. I don't know.
Hey, you know what?
They're my friends. You called 911, I'm sure.
Have either one of y'all ever had a hot tub at your house?
No.
No.
Me either.
Have not.
Speedy said he broke wind in the bathtub one time. As close as he got. As close
Why
as
do
he
we
got.
think about doing that? Because it bubbles up. That's why you thought.
You like that?
What about this?
They're my friends.
All right.
Hey, watch out. Greg's coming in. Okay, go ahead.
Would you rather?
Oh.
Would you rather sit in the Alabama woods from midnight to sunrise with no weapon, or go neck deep in the ocean at midnight for 30 minutes?
Woods.
Yeah, I'm going woods. And I apologize if you said this. What time of year? Was it say summer?
I
or-
didn't
Don't matter.
say-
I'm going woods.
yeah, I'm going to go
Oh,
with
not
woods
even
no matter
close.
what.
It doesn't matter the
Because
season.
I've sat in
Yeah.
the woods from like 4 to, what's a few
Oh,
more
buddy,
hours.
we all know
Ain't like
you-
we ain't done that.
Right.
But no weapon, Greg.
I don't care.
That's
So
what
I
I'm
ain't
saying.
getting in that ocean at night.
But
No.
you only got 30 minutes versus about
30 long.
No,
long
I
30
think
minutes.
I'm going to the woods. I know
Okay,
we got
woods,
ticks
I'm gonna
and
get a
snakes,
nap.
but I
I'm
mean,
gonna sleep.
oh,
I think I'm going woods too.
Yeah, I'm covering up in pine straw and sleeping.
are you really?
Yep, that's what I'm doing. It'll be over with before I know it.
Strange
I
question.
mean, we're not naked. We got clothes on, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Where'd you get this?
I
Ain't
was
naked in the
just-
frame.
I was just thinking about it.
Nobody said anything about being.
I just
naked.
wanted to make sure.
Naked
Just
in
wanted to
frame.
make sure. Why am I cold? I was wanting to know.
Yeah, no, that was.
You know, just what do I got with me?
Ooh, what time of year's got a lot to do
Yeah,
with
it
it.
does.
too.
Strange question here, but I know there's a system. Everybody's got a different system. How do you enter the shower? Do you get
Greg, for some reason, goes in head first. I don't know
Do
why.
you-
I dive in there.
do you turn the water on
Mm-hmm.
and let it warm up?
Yes.
Yes. Who doesn't do that?
Guys,
Okay, I'm
I
sorry.
didn't
Stand in
ask
the cold
the
water
question.
till it warms
What
up.
are you doing? I turned it on, sit there and freeze.
I
Listen,
flip it on, go brush my teeth, and come back.
that's exactly
Yeah,
what I
I
do,
pee.
Greg.
And it's warm. Do you get out of the shower to take a leak, or do you take a leak in the shower?
No, I turn the shower on.
Be
and go
honest.
Take a
Be
leak.
honest right now. Who pees in the shower?
I do not.
I
do
I'm
not.
not gonna say I
think
never
there was that
have,
one time in
probably,
college
but
I did,
I
but-
don't plan on it.
Yeah. I do not.
I would take care of that before I got it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you-
Yeah. That's normally what I'm doing while the water's getting warm.
All right. So do you enter? They want to know this. Do you enter the shower head way or the back backside?
No. Well,
My only way you can go in mine is you can go in the showers right.
yes, that's kind of me.
You turn
so,
right, and
But
then
if
you-
you were going to go in the conventional, just I'm stepping over, it's a tub kind of thing. I guess I'd go in the back.
Yeah, yeah. if it's
And then
one-
walk into the water.
True.
Right.
Yep. Absolutely.
Interesting one here too. Have you ever bought something, worn it, and returned it?
Like on purpose.
Yeah, I guess.
Like,
No,
hey, I
that
just
was
need
your
this for
plan, or
today.
you wore it and said,
no,
"Oh,
they
I
don't
hadn't
really
done that.
clarify.
No, I hadn't done that.
I haven't done that either.
No.
I haven't either.
Now, if I put something on and like it didn't, there was a flaw in it.
You know,
or
women
something.
will do this. They'll buy a dress in
Oh,
a
to
minute.
an
They'll wear
event?
it to an event, and then they'll take it back.
Yeah, no, I'm not
completely
doing
wrong.
that.
By the way,
You did that with that pack of underwear you had that.
That's
time.
right. I remember them. I put them back in the pack and took them back.
Yeah. All right,
Here you go. Them didn't fit.
Here's one that I
They
used.
look like they've been worn.
No, man. They're not folded the way they were with the little tape that held them together.
Their waistbands been stretched. I don't know.
Used to do this all the time. I can't remember the last time I've done this. Do you use the squeegee at the gas station?
Yes.
I have, but
Not a lot. but I
Right.
have.
They halfway take care of them now, and
Yeah,
I feel like
they're
I don't. And so I don't use them.
Great
I used to
point.
use them all the
Yeah.
time.
They let them get a little skanky now.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, that's gone away. It's almost like
They
they're all
don't- they don't-
empty. Either that, or it looks like they hadn't changed the
That's
water
it.
in 2
Yeah.
decades.
The upkeep on them is, I guess we don't require
Yeah.
people who work there to.
Yeah. When mosquitoes that's where
You're
they're
right.
housed. That's,
But if it's done correctly and it's not gross, I will use it. 'Cause
Yeah.
let me tell you what I hate. I hate for something to get on my windshield right at eye level, like a little dead bug or something like that. It drives me crazy.
let's just be honest here. We're being honest with each other. Have you ever used it if you've spilled
the gas?
spilled gas
I have.
all over your
I have.
car and you've washed the gas off?
Yes,
hadn't done that.
I have done that.
Okay.
Remember that time you saw that little person cleaning his?
Great.
Yes.
Why do
And
you
you
always-
tried to film it?
Yes. For you. For you. And,
But
and
that's
for
what he
him,
was
too.
doing, wasn't it? When he
Yeah.
cleaned his windshield?
He was trying. Bless his heart.
And you got busted by his wife.
Well, I didn't know his wife was
Well,
sitting
you
there.
couldn't see the
Well,
glare on the window.
well, it was really sunny.
Really?
Really?
That's what she said.
It's okay, honey.
Well, I can't believe it.
Then you
For some reason,
you screamed, "Oh, I'll show you!"
Yes, I deleted it. I was like, "No, what are you talking about?"
Huh?
It's just.
What you talking about?
Hey, I put a delete. No, look. I blame y'all.
Blame
Seemed like a
us.
nice man, though.
Sure.
What?
Well, he didn't get mad or anything. I mean,
Yeah, he handled it
like
well.
it's all right, honey.
If you tell your wife to add this to the grocery list, do you call it hamburger meat or ground beef? If you
Hamburger
say,
meat.
"Hey, grab some,"
Hamburger meat, 100%.
Yeah.
I do too.
Hamburger meat.
That actually it was a question from the
And I want the
audience, by
lean.
way.
I don't want that.
I don't know if we
want that
just
with a lot of fat in it that makes a giant flame in your face.
Boy, that's tough, isn't it?
Golly. Give me the good
Yeah,
stuff.
I'm going hamburger meat too.
What is the most courageous thing you have ever done?
Oh, good night.
Speedy's got a bunch of those.
I
I don't have
know.
any. I don't know.
I guess I'm not a very courageous person.
I'm trying to
I mean, if
think.
I was put in a situation, I'd probably
Yeah, I'd
try to
say that.
help.
You
but-
probably have done that. You just can't think
Yeah.
of them.
But I don't know what
Courageous?
That's what
Cour-
that's what they
courageous
asked.
thing?
Courageous. What's the most courageous thing you've ever done? See, when I hear courageous, I think running into a burning building when
Yeah,
nobody
Speedy's
else,
done
when
that.
everybody else is coming out. You know, that's what I think.
I'm going to let Speedy just cover me as much as he's done.
No.
I'll claim some.
Well,
of that.
that was that one time I let you ride with me somewhere. That was courageous.
That was very
Yeah.
courageous.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No. Yeah. There's been a few things that, and I
You
don't
have.
look
I
for. I don't
have.
look for them. It's just
No.
I happen to be there.
Yeah, you
And
got
it's just
some
like, well,
aura
there
about
it is. What do? You can't walk away
You
from
gotta be
that.
courageous.
Yeah. So that's a person right there. They need help.
Interesting question here. What
You've
is
done some courageous things, both of you.
Probably not.
Well, I don't know. I just think
I just hadn't had
to
a lot
get
of
on the
opportunities.
courageous scale. I think it's got. We've dumbed down everything, and to be on that courageous scale, you just got to really be up there for me. I got high standards when it comes to courage.
Okay.
That time about the house that was on fire, you do realize that I'd come from Torque that day.
I
And
know,
I was
because you
done.
called me before
Yeah.
I got home. So
I
you
was
ain't
done.
You ain't going to believe this.
I was so. You remember how we felt walking out?
Oh,
there?
yeah.
I mean, Helmsy, you took a medicine ball home.
Yeah. He got mad and quit 3 times.
Y'all never let me
Still
live
can't
that
believe
down.
it. Well, I can't believe it because they Lewis and them, they really thought that he wasn't going to bring it back.
What killed me, it used to make him mad.
Yeah.
Is what was funny.
Yeah.
That day they were making us do them ball slams and he got mad about
Boy,
it.
that for some reason got me.
Remember, he quit like 3 times. And
Yeah.
then one time gave us a speech about don't letting me quit again.
Yeah.
And then he quit like a week later.
Right. we had to, for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, we had to carry these big.
It was like CrossFit type.
Yeah,
thing.
and this one was with the 20-pound one.
It was
I
tough.
think, and you had for some stupid reason carry it halfway out in the parking
Yeah.
lot and bring it back.
Running.
Made me mad.
And
Well, you
Helmsy
went
passed
by
his
your car, you just got in.
Helmsy, who I guess works out with his keys in his pocket, was carrying and passed his car and said, "Well, I'm out." Popped the trunk, put the medicine
Took
ball.
the medicine ball with him and everything. And
Took
remember the
off.
panic it caused inside?
Yes,
You just thought that
everybody
was the only
like,
medicine ball
it's
they
like
had.
Helmsy just took a ball and went home.
What, I can't believe he carried that. We got other classes.
Hey,
But like,
hey,
so
hey,
y'all
hey,
are dependent on this one.
It
medicine.
was the
And
perfect.
we had to calm everybody down. We're going to get your ball back.
Yeah.
All right?
See, I didn't really because you called me and were like, "Helms, they're pretty upset that you took their ball," and I'm like, "Calm down." I mean,
I'm
I'm
coming
coming back.
Right.
I just was done. for
Apparently, they
today.
only had 2 20-pounders, and they really
Yeah.
needed that one back.
Evidently. You were in some nice workout.
Good night.
Different question here. Don't know why that. What's the ice situation at your house? So like you
I don't have a.
you got a standard ice maker in the freezer.
The old half moon ice
Yeah,
maker.
that's what we've got too. I mean, you can turn it to crushed, and then you got the little crushed
I
thing.
like to buy
but we
that.
don't have an ice machine at our
No,
house.
no, do not.
You ever go to Sonic and buy a bag of ice? They
No.
got them little.
Didn't
little,
know they did
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Say that again.
Sonic. They got the little bitty. Looks
Yes,
like little
you can
beads.
buy a bag
Yeah,
of
oh,
ice?
Yeah. They'll bring a big, huge bag of ice out.
You
there.
can go. All right, I need a bag of
Yes,
ice.
and they'll bring it to
Are
you.
you serious?
And it's the little bitty, the good ones.
How do you know that?
Because I've done it.
Who told you?
I don't remember.
Is that like on the secret menu or something?
No, well, it's not on the menu.
Yeah, what I mean is it.
But they come out with big bags with Sonic on them, full of ice.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
There's gonna be
Try it.
there's gonna be Sonics all over the place. I'm gonna do that today.
Yeah, they
Well,
got
probably
it.
not.
It's not
But
very
at
expensive.
least I know. All right.
Yeah, but that's really good.
I didn't know you could do that.
You know,
I'll
I'm talking
save
about the
that
little bitty.
I
those
do
like
know.
Pellets, the
I know
pellets.
exactly what you're
Yeah,
talking about.
love that. My favorite ice.
Yeah.
Is it
those
like
Sonic.
they have it like? Do you buy the ice? and
Milo's
buy it,
has it
bring it out
too.
of a bag.
Milo's has it, but I don't know if they sell it in bags. I didn't know Sonic did this.
Yes, sir.
It's a game changer.
That is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
You got one more?
I'm gonna let's go to
No?
break.
Okay.
Well, because this one will take. I really want to get to this one when we come back. Not back now,
be
but
able to
like
think
back
about
from
it.
vacation.
Okay.
I want us to really think about some of these.
Okay.
But that knocked a bunch of them off the list.
Did not know that about ice and Sonic.
I didn't either.
Will they turn you? Have they ever turned you down, Greg?
No. I mean, that's.
Do all of them do this, or is this just?
I don't know. The one in Jacksonville does.
You just know the people. Hey, that's
No.
Greg. Give him some
Yeah.
ice.
No, I just ordered it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't wait for what's next, even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Pixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines, such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
DQ presents... Picture this. You're getting together with all your best friends. Now picture all your best friends are actually the delicious ingredients of the new cake batter cookie dough blizzard. That's DQ soft serve, cake batter flavor, confetti cookie dough pieces, and DQ signature sprinkles. Oh, hey, it sounds like you got some pretty sweet friends. And that's worth cueing the confetti. Cookie dough! The flavor party isn't gonna last forever, so hurry in and get your cake batter fix today. Only at DQ. Happy tastes good.
Wake up, people. You are optimizing every waking hour of your life. From carpooling kids, to work, to friends, and everything in between. You have to get sleep, and a bed that can perform as well as you do. Meet the next generation Sleep Number Smart Bed. It effortlessly adjusts to your shape, position, and movements, learning how you sleep, so you learn to sleep better, night after night. Sleep next level, only from Sleep Number.
The Queen Sleep Number 360 C2 Smart Bed is now only $899, plus special financing. Ends Monday. See store for details.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/FREE. ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, we're rolling back 8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We got a lot going on here today, but we're glad that you are with us. Super P is on the phones, pulling show prep, doing a good job of that. And look at old Lord of the Jacket. He's in there switching it up for all of YouTubers and those of you that get the video portion of the show. And we thank him for being here today as well. Adler, Rick, Bubba, all join us right after top of the hour.
What are y'all planning to do with your 4th of July week? Are y'all going anywhere, doing anything? What y'all doing?
No.
Just hanging out with the fam?
Yeah.
Just around the house, a little staycation kind of thing?
Yeah.
I mean, I know we're splitting up some best ofs and all that, so we'll be in and out, but.
Yeah. A lot of, punch list honeydews, stuff. I think we're going to go up to Huntsville once or twice. Yeah, that's about it. How about
that's
you?
Kind of our world. We're going to, I'll probably go to Gadsden a couple times and see the parents and maybe do a little river stuff and honeydews. Amanda's want me to install 2 doors in the, it's a long story.
What if every time y'all went to the river, you had to do the river dance?
Oh, that'd be awesome.
What would that look like, Greg?
You've seen the river dance.
Yeah, well,
I know, but I want you to do it.
Thank you.
I'd like you to show me.
When their feet go.
Yes.
Do they do the face?
I wish
with it?
that Speedy was like an expert at the river dance.
Really?
Yeah. Well, you could. It's in your genes.
Yeah, you can.
I bet you
throw
Duke
down.
can do it.
Mm-hmm.
Which that just reminded me. So he just went back to Germany.
He did.
You kind of hid
never
that.
came by.
You kind of hid that from us.
He's back.
I don't know why. I just now thought of that.
Yeah.
He went. Last report we had, he was headed to the Gulf Coast.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see him again?
I did not.
Okay.
No, I did not.
Wow.
Some family did. I did not. I think, only came in for like half a day, and
So you
and
hid
then the
that.
next day he left. So and I forget what was going on, but we've communicated. But I didn't see him again. But they had a great time
Back to
in
Germany.
the States. Yeah.
Yep.
They it was really cool catching up with him. And so it was a lot of fun. He uses the WhatsApp. What's up?
Yeah,
app,
that's
whatever.
WhatsApp.
Yeah,
we use that with our team. All the international stuff.
And so we can communicate now through
that's good.
texting and stuff. So that's good.
All right.
Huh?
I wish that he came back.
I'll have.
No, you
I did.
just remembered it. It's July almost.
I know. Look, my memory.
That was in May.
Well,
I'll have pressure.
I trusted you, and I shouldn't have.
I'll have pressure at some point to go see fireworks that I don't want to see, but I'll end
Yeah.
up going anyway, and I'll
Fireworks.
Yeah. The family, sometimes that will pop up because Helena, I mean, a lot of cities do, but they do a really good job. We can see the fireworks from our house if you get in position. Of course, every year the trees get taller, so you lose a little bit of it. But, I don't know what it says about us. I just don't want to fight it all.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I don't either.
But so we'll have to. The pressure will be, hey, let's take Little River to, to the
he'll be
fireworks.
scared.
Oh yeah.
I saw
get on Pops' shoulders.
Saw a headline today.
Yeah.
On this subject.
I'm reading the headlines.
Well, no, I was walking by. It was on TV. My bad.
I'm in the know.
And they claimed that I didn't hear details, so I don't even know why I'm bringing it up. But we're on the subject.
Okay.
That a lot of the big cities and stuff are going away from fireworks and going to drones and lasers.
Which I like. I think that's cool.
The drone thing.
Does it have to do with something about?
That's what I didn't go any
Is it
further.
saving the earth?
If it's saving the earth,
Is
I
it
don't
saving
know.
Earth or saving
not.
money?
One of the
Because
other.
You would think that
fireworks
would
are
be
pretty
And
expensive.
you know
You'd think
me,
drones would be expensive too.
Right.
Fireworks shows don't do a whole lot for me.
No,
I'm on the record for
Ooh,
that. I mean, I've seen. I've been watching the same fireworks show since I was a kid.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a tradition. I kind of hate to see it go away.
Yeah,
Even
it
if
is.
I don't go.
It is America. You know what I mean? I mean, when you think of that, you think,
Yeah.
oh, let's go to the local fireworks.
And the
show.
drone thing is, I mean, that's amazing and all, but I don't know.
I'm still not. I don't want to do that either.
Yeah.
Like if the family came to me and said, "Hey, instead of fireworks, we're going to watch a bunch of drones do a laser show," I'm still not fired up
Let me
about that
tell you,
either.
When I was growing up,
True.
though, on the 4th of July at Oxford Lake,
Hmm.
if you weren't there to see the fireworks show, well, you were just, I don't know what you were thinking. You had to be there.
Really?
Yes. And it was a big show. Went bad one time and shot it on the ground and blew up a bunch of people, but it didn't. Nobody got hurt, but it actually went off.
Good story,
It
Greg.
went off in the crowd.
Really?
Yeah, right there at the lake. Everybody's running everywhere.
I do like fire. Now I do
Now,
like.
guys, this was like in the early '80s. So
Yeah,
let's don't,
I do like getting on a boat and watching fireworks.
Oh, now
Now,
that,
I do like doing that.
yeah, that
now,
sounds
when
fun.
we go
That
to
is
mom
good.
and dad's and they're doing something off the Coosa River Bridge, and we're all
Yeah.
out there in our boats, and that's now a little dangerous coming back.
A lot of people out
A lot of people out there, and
dark.
a lot of drunks.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
But
Toe slam up.
Yep.
From the flow
up. I don't know if we ought to do this update because it's not.
What you got over there,
it's
buddy?
not. It's not
Huh?
great.
It's not great.
No, it's
What does
not.
that
It's
mean?
it's sad. It's about
Oh,
Ryan
sad.
Mallett.
Oh, I read that yesterday.
Yeah.
There's an update from investigators. There was a lot of red flags down. There has been on the Gulf Coast. Matter of fact, we did a story that Pensacola Beach has been named the 2023 most dangerous beach in America, and it's because of all the deaths from Fort Morgan all the way down to Sandestin or Panama City. It's just been how many did they say? 11? And we didn't know if Ryan made 12 or not. Yeah. But the update was, and a caller said it yesterday during the main show, is that it was yellow flags when he drowned, and they did confirm that, and they were trying to swim out to a sandbar, him and I guess 6 other people, and it was about 150 feet offshore. And according to investigators, he was one of 6 people that the lifeguards were trying to help get back in that were struggling. And it was just a yellow flag indicating medium hazard, moderate surf.
So it wasn't one of those when
And
you're not supposed to.
It
go
was
in the
not
water.
a red flag rip current. Now, it
got
doesn't
in
mean
mind.
he didn't get caught in anything, but
Or maybe
that's
just the
what
fact that it was a little rough. Maybe you had to swim twice as hard, and it just wore out.
Yeah, and that's what they said. They said that the lifeguards helped a number of people get back in that were all struggling.
Yeah.
And then unfortunately found him. So there's a little bit of an update there. Sad news, but a quick update from investigators on the Gulf Coast. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us. Super P, as well as Lord of the Jacket, your interns today getting their degree in common sense. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
San Francisco was lovely the time we were there.
Oh, yeah, it's beautiful. No doubt.
And you know, I'm sure it would be a great trip. But again,
wow, what a trip!
Yeah, you're talking about quite a trek, and it's just hard to get there. And like I say, you got, if the teams were from, Texas or Kansas or something, it wouldn't be near the trip. But you have both of them having to go across country. And Rick, I was just on StubHub looking. Now, last year, if you remember, when you had Alabama and Georgia, they're playing in Atlanta, which is very centrally located to both schools.
Oh, yeah.
You had ticket prices, the very minimum $1,700.
Yeah.
And that was upper deck, nosebleed. Right now, I'm on StubHub this morning. You can buy all you want for $128.
Wow.
I mean, you can buy them by the handfuls.
Yep.
And like I said, Hobie had an offer basically for $50 a ticket.
Yeah, and he was the problem too is that the flights are not inexpensive.
No,
and
hotels are not.
And like he said,
eating out there is not.
Now Hobie said if he was going to go, it'd still be $650 a piece, but he would have to leave from Nashville. He said if you left on a more of a direct flight, it's $1,400 a piece. And and people talking about, well, I'm gonna pay $2,800 to go see a matchup that I've already seen 4 times now. This will be the 4th, and we go all the time. If you're an Alabama fan, you go. let's don't do California. Let's wait and see what next year is. Yeah, I mean, you really can do that.
When they came up with this scenario,
I believe it's sad.
Weren't we doing the sports show when they first came up with this scenario about the 4 teams? Because we talked about it, said, well, how you going to, as far as crowds to games, trying to go to 2 games, try to decide which one it is. But in the end, like we were discussing earlier, it's about the TV money. It's not about.
That's right.
And that is
the TV money is where the money.
That's
is.
but it's worth it.
Yeah, it is.
It's like selling music versus doing a concert.
Yeah. Look, everything has pluses and minuses. So, but this is one of the downsides of going to 8 teams because you're talking about another game. You're going to have to travel across the country somewhere.
Well, that's the reason why in the beginning people said if you want to do a real playoff, you're going to have to do
home and home.
Home and home. You know, if you've got the best record,
like other playoffs do.
Yeah, and then put the national
highest seeded team gets to host. That gives you, something to shoot for during the season. You're rewarded for a good season,
and then you do the national championship game, rotate it around to a central location.
Yeah.
Or
but
neutral location.
if you're just a football fan who lives not far from there, it'd be a great game to go see it.
A lot of people do that. I'm sure.
But do y'all not think so? You add how many ever games, and even though it's at home, you still having to go to those games. That's money you're still. And then when the big one is somewhere else, you still running the same problem.
Yeah. Other than the fact you don't end up going, I've got to go to Miami, then I got to go to California.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going over to Tuscaloosa. And then
so you'd do the semifinals at home too,
probably. Yeah, I would.
I would. That's why
because of that. Because
I would for sure.
Because of that reason you're talking.
The other divisions that do playoffs, that's what they do.
And no one.
The only neutral location is the final.
Yeah. And this is a worst case scenario for the college football playoff. These 2 teams being there every year.
Yep.
Yeah. Share the love, and you got people. The place is packed.
Oh no! If you had 2 teams there that never have been or haven't been very often, and know this could be it in their lifetime, that's different.
Yeah.
But when you got fan bases that go, well, we go every year.
Yeah. This you can't predict.
Yeah, I can speak to that. You have to go when you can go.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun. We sure are thankful that you're with us. This baby will start with the national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. We are ready for another hour on another day as we push our way to the 4th of July holiday all over America next week. Today, the last live show as far as Team Rick and Bubba all being together. Rick and Bubba Best Of show tomorrow. Rick and Bubba replay on 4th of July. All the other days have Rick and Bubba Best Of shows hosted by various members of the Good Time Gang. It'll either be Speedy, Greg, or Helmsy. They've given you the kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler has the YouTube experience for you. Super P and Lord of the Jacket bang out a degree in common sense. That is absolutely a superpower today, and it is a lost art. Just the old walking around chewing gum since that has kind of, it's a vaporizer. We are missing one. There he is, the silver-tongued one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year. The inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates, welcome in to the Rick and Bubba experience, where today we're proudly proclaiming short week! Short week! Short week!
On those Hollywood nights, those Hollywood hills, she was looking so right. There's old Bob Seger again this week. We needed 2 Bob Segers this week. Two nice glasses, Bubba.
Thank you.
Bubba, how are you?
I am, Rick, fairly well.
Yes.
Considering I've got, several little battles I'm battling today.
Oh, yeah.
And one of them, you noticed my reading glasses.
Yeah.
I've had an old pair that I've had like for years, and they're kind of beat up, scratched up. The problem is I don't know what magnification they are.
Right.
Oh. And I have misplaced them, so I've been going through all the backups, and I can't really get dialed in. I don't know.
Borrow your Aunt Gladys's?
These
He's a little leopard.
These are hip in the front, but kind of wild on the side, you know.
The ones you had on, I noticed yesterday you had some that had a red.
Yeah.
And I let it go, thought it matched your shirt, thought you're looking good, and I thought, well, he's trying a new look. But we can't let that one go.
He got the Warbies on.
Greg, hang on just a minute. Sally Jesse Raphael? Yeah, Bubba's got them. I see them.
I might give you some of those Al Roper, them big blue ones.
Yeah.
So you're
so good.
Yeah, Sally, we got them.
This is what I don't understand. This is what I don't understand. I've got some at different magnification levels, but none of them are as clear as those other ones. So
Or sharp.
How's that one right there? How those feel?
Well, these are actually.
How's them Warby Parkers?
You know what? That's what that looks like.
What's magnification of those?
Well, Well, I'd have to have
It's gonna
other
be. Why
glasses.
does it have
I
the
think-
blue?
I think these are 1.5.
Yeah.
It's like
and I
you
think
made
my
glasses.
others was 1.25.
I got to tell you, I think the blue is the least of the problem with those glasses.
That's
the
good.
style is the issue.
teal.
But it's
Yeah,
like he
is
took
that
two
teal
glasses
on
and made one.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's kind of odd mix.
You know what it looks like? How our bicycles used to look. Remember
Yeah,
how
we
you take
piece them together?
pieces from other bicycles?
Oh yeah.
Boy, Bubba, that aged you so quick. You just put on 10 years. You know it. But we
But
got.
can you see? In those?
You know what? Not really good.
Okay.
Is it blurry or is
Then
it?
there's no reason to put them on.
It's real clear if I get back.
It ain't worth it, buddy.
Yeah.
I think they look good.
Yeah.
See there?
They're perfect.
Okay, great.
That's it. They're gone.
There they go.
He threw them all.
That's right.
That's it.
See there?
Never likes them.
Oh my goodness.
So,
my goodness,
so
my
I've
goodness.
got that going on.
Yeah.
I've got a splinter in my finger. I can't get out.
Oh,
Got a
And-
splinter in my finger.
And my car. And I need y'all's input on this. The car. The Wagoneer that I love, Jeep Wagoneer.
Oh, yeah.
I come in yesterday and it says, "Hey, need to update software." Okay, so you push yes. Well, I get in it today and it's back on Celsius, kilometers,
No.
all that stuff. And
no.
I was looking all over trying to figure out how to, and I
you
can't
can't
find
even-
just change it back.
Can we settle
I'm
down
like,
on the
why
high
did
tech of the
why
cars?
did it go back to that?
Can we settle down on the high tech of the cars?
So I'm trying to drive to work, looking at kilometers and the Celsius temperature.
That's hilarious.
Through glasses that are not focused,
What a
holding
day.
the steering wheel while my hand's hurting because I have a splinter in it. But other than that, I'm fine.
What a day.
Yeah.
What a day.
At least I don't have to try to catch an airplane, go halfway around the
Yeah,
world.
yeah,
True.
yeah.
Boy, we got a story. There's a lot of flights being
Are they?
canceled today.
Yeah.
It looks
I-
like.
a lot of delays. People like sleeping at the
Great.
airport.
I can weigh in on that. Had a absolute. And at no point did I think I could have something. So don't. It's not that. It really, because you heard me yesterday. What did I say yesterday? I said I have right now the feeling of impending doom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
you
I
did.
said anything, if I can get to where my wife is before I pass on this earth, then the airline would have said, well, at least we finally got you there. Because when you go travel now and you fly airplanes now, you just say, well, I hope I get there one day. And if they get you there one day, you're like, well, I guess they met my extremely low, expectations.
Yeah.
And you have to be kind of a camper survivalist too.
Oh yeah.
To learn how to camp in airports.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Surviving in a terminal for days on end, and knowing how to do that and eat and survive. I mean, it's almost like being inside camping.
Yeah, I knew things were getting loose a little bit last night when I told a person, and I used the word customer service very loosely. I said, "Do you realize how close the word Delta and Devil are? I mean, it's just a few letters. It's just a few letters."
Not much different.
And I knew then that I needed to maybe calm down a little bit.
Dial it back.
Yeah, but we'll talk about that. It's not a pretty story, but it was.
I'm like you.
It was a stressful night for old Burge.
I was amazed that they said today is the peak travel day for the 4th of July.
Yeah,
Somebody wants to get there to enjoy the weekend.
Yeah, but like I said, the international. If I could just get out of here, the 4th of July stuff goes away. It's.
You mean they don't celebrate that in other places?
They really don't. No, no. The French couldn't care less about it.
The Brits probably not big on it.
The English really hate it.
Yeah.
Which that's going to lead to an issue for me today, apparently.
Rick and Bubba.
Adler joins us again today. some stress yesterday.
You look stressed on our monitor there.
Yeah. You were, you came back and you were telling us, hey, we're back at work, and you had a joyous break, and before I know it, you're kind of stressing, saying that your first day back at work did not start well, more personally than professionally.
It was tough, guys. Yesterday was a hard day. My car actually died on New Year's Day.
Oh, wow.
So that's
How do I
kind of
kick the year off?
Kind of tough. Yeah, it's kind of tough. So
let me guess, it's probably the one that's paid for.
It is.
Correct.
Of course it is.
So that's good.
It always is.
Joy.
And so I got that towed, and that was at the mechanics, and they weren't open, of course, and they didn't get a chance to look at it until yesterday morning. So we had one car in the Adler household. Luckily, my wife, who teaches high school English, she didn't have to go back to school until today. So yesterday, I was like, all right, I'll take the car. But as I'm, there's a load-in process, and there's a lot of craziness. I'm wearing 2 backpacks. I'm trying to get out the door. It's the first day back to the show. This is yesterday morning, trying to get back. And it was just kind of a hectic morning. And I get a call from Erin when she wakes up at like 7:30, and she's like, have you seen the cat this morning?
Now explain your pet lineup, just so everybody understands what you got.
Mulder is the OG, and that's Mulder is. It's like,
now what is OG?
It's for original gangster. I think that means original gangster.
It does.
So my wife has had this cat since she was 19, since she was a teenager. Since she was a teenager, guys.
There's Mulder.
And
I
was like, no, I saw Kevin and Mulder on the couch this morning.
And who's Kevin?
And Kevin's my dog. Okay, yeah,
right. Not a brother that needs to get his life together.
No. And it's
or
not
some
Franklin.
weird guy lives in your house.
Not Franklin either. That's just Franklin's the weird German Shepherd dog that we have that has the legs and the ears of a basset hound. So he looks really weird.
There's that.
Strange dog.
So that's the house that we've
like
got.
storms.
Got any regular pets?
No, we do not.
Right.
No, not a single one. So Mulder is my wife's. She's had Mulder for 12 years, I guess, or something like that. That's a long time.
Cat
way longer than she's known me. Way longer. The cat comes before me in this picture.
Her first love.
And I'm like, the cat was there this morning, or whatever.
Clearly.
And I'm running through my mind because I'm just not used to this vehicle. I pulled, it took me a while to get into the car.
How about 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show? So there'll be no Rick and Bubba University coming up this weekend, but you can go back and catch Rick and Bubba Universities that you may have missed over time. I will not give this person's name because they wouldn't want me to, but we joke around about this kind of stuff on the show a lot. Talking about our last Rick and Bubba University with Trent Dilfer. This was a text from a friend of mine yesterday, and is my man crush on Trent Dilfer a normal thing? I just listened to Rick and Bubba University, the podcast.
Oh, no.
And I sent back, I said, I wouldn't call it normal, but I understand. So anyway, so go out and catch all the episodes you may have missed, and it's out there. Also, yesterday's Bible study, that archive is available. We won't have a study next Wednesday because Bubba and I will be on vacation on July the 5th. But if you missed yesterday's, it's now available on all the normal places, the YouTube channel, and also on our podcast channel. So we did Revelation 14, 6 through 13 yesterday. And it was another great day of studying the Bible and worship here in the studio. It was great. We loved it. So, Bubba, we got some old business first. I'll tell you about my travel plans, how they've taken a turn. But let's update a couple of stories, and unfortunately, this one's not a happy one.
No, we were talking about Ryan Mallett's drowning in Destin. Very unfortunate. But an update to that story today, in the investigators, and the investigation is still underway,
but they do say there was no rip currents present when he drowned. Now, we had tied that into a, abnormally large number of people drowning lately with rip currents. But they're saying that was not the case with this. Flag conditions were yellow. A yellow flag indicates medium hazard, moderate surf, and or currents. And there were no rip currents present in the area in which they responded to Ryan Mallett.
Yeah, I had the people that I told you that told me about it first before it was even in the news. They began to text, and so a lot of you did yesterday, going, "Hey guys, just so y'all know, we have had red flags down here, but we didn't have red flags that day."
A guy called and said that.
Yeah, it was yellow flags, and so they were saying, "Look, we don't know what happened, but we really don't think rip current was involved." And
out there and got in a bind.
And I did have the guy say he was beyond the second sandbar, and got in some sort of duress trying to get his way back, which they say. I mean, that can happen too. You know?
Lifeguards came in and helped. There were other people with him. They were all getting in a bind.
Yeah, they even released some of the footage from some of the officers that responded to this yesterday.
Yeah.
But it said Mallett began struggling while attempting to swim to a second sandbar about 150 feet offshore, according to investigators.
So it sounds like just something with, once you get to where you can't touch, it's all treading and swimming at that point. And with waves, I don't know what the surf was like, but I've been out there before. When you're trying to swim in the Gulf of Mexico or the ocean, it's just a different swim. It's not like trying to ease across a pool or ease across a lake. It's a different thing. So anyway, sad news. No matter what happened, it's sad in it. And there have been a number of drownings down on the Gulf of Mexico lately, some of them tied to rip currents, and then some looks like just tied to life in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah. Sadly. So be careful if you're out there over the holidays. Be very, very careful.
Yeah. So keep an eye out on that. And so we also have an update. I saw you talking about on this Wheel of Fortune thing, much lighter. That so Vanna White is going to now hire a lawyer in an effort to get a raise because Ryan Seacrest has been named the new host.
I saw the headline. It makes no sense to me.
Right?
Are we supposed to act like Vanna hasn't had an agent or a lawyer all this time? I mean, does she want a raise? Maybe that's the story.
I think that is the story.
But I don't know why you would put in there she's gone and hired a lawyer.
Well, maybe, like we said, she hired a better lawyer.
Yeah, that may be what it was. Yeah, but with Seacrest coming in, and I think he will hip up the Wheel of Fortune. I think for the Wheel of Fortune, this was a great hire. I'm not sure it's a great gig for Ryan Seacrest, but it's a great hire on Wheel of Fortune.
I don't know how much leverage Vanna's going to have because, like you said, we're getting a whole new look. It's probably not the greatest time to be negotiating. They may look in and go, look, you're lucky we're even letting you stay.
Now, she hasn't had a pay raise in 18 years. According to
again, maybe she should have changed lawyers or representatives a long time ago.
Yeah. So anyway, she says, it says now that I think you guys were talking about this, but I didn't hear the details, that she makes $3 million a year. Sajak was knocking $15 million down, and none of that has to do with male and female. That has to do with hosting versus I'm turning letters.
Yeah, right. The roles of the show.
Yeah, and then don't forget this. Then she got, because of the new technology, she didn't even have to turn them.
No,
she just touched them.
Yeah.
So the
and
touching,
they probably could have done that without somebody touching it.
Touching letters for $3 million a year is a great gig.
Sign me up.
That is a phenomenal gig. And don't forget, and all I do is do that for a part of the year.
Yeah,
because we put them in we put them in the bank, and then I go home for the rest of the year.
Well, she was part of the show. She was part of the team. I'm not saying she didn't deserve
everybody
it.
likes Vanna. I'm not anti-Vanna. Good for her. She's like a mascot.
Do you think this is this the timing with all this? Is this a good time, or do you think this might have been a good time for her to retire too, or is this a gig too good to retire from?
Well, apparently, either Vanna loves this gig so much, or she has not managed her fortunes well, because it can't be. I mean, there can't be anything else. I mean,
I think it's a sweet gig. I get paid pretty good money, and we got us a new host. It looks like we're kind of
great gig.
Things are going to look different, and so while that's taking place, I'm going to see if I can't get a little bit more too.
We don't even know how to spell, and we can walk over to the illuminated square and touch it.
Sure, yeah.
You know it. They even light it up for you, Bubba. You don't even know how to spell it.
Can you look like Vanna as you do it? That's
Well,
the key.
you know, my calves are pretty good.
Yeah.
They are. Really.
But, and I won't know if
That's all I'm bringing.
I don't know if household name is maybe a stretch, but her name, Vanna White.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a big name.
No, that's what I mean by that.
Just name alone and all that.
She's like a logo.
She has leverage.
Yeah,
so.
she's like a logo. I mean, you hear Vanna White, and that's a recognizable name. I mean, she brings value. No question about that. She deserves every dime she's gotten for either touch. You know, when she spun the letters, she should have been paid a little more than touching probably. But anyway, so good for her if she can use this to say, hey, you know, we can't have too much change. I think that would be my play if I was her agent.
Yeah.
Look, we are changing the dynamic. Ryan Seacrest is hip and cool, but I wouldn't change everything.
You need some common.
She'll stabilize this move. She'll stabilize this move.
That's
right.
Yeah,
commonality to bridge to the new host.
That's right.
She's a big deal, guys. She was name dropped in Nelly's Ride With Me, so pretty big deal.
Thank you for that obscure point.
Sitting next to Vanna White.
Oh yeah.
That's
yeah.
Pretty good.
I wasn't hip to the groove to that.
I knew. Yeah.
She did a few movies too earlier in her career. Remember that?
I don't.
Not really.
Like Smoking Gun? Was
she was trying to cross over and do some.
Wasn't
other
she some sort of
I think
Greek mythology figure?
Venus.
Something?
She was like a statue.
Goddess of
Love.
Love.
That's right.
Wasn't that a TV series?
I think it was.
What was that
on?
on?
Who knows?
But I think they decided early that probably wasn't her best role. That she did what she did on the wheel was her
right
where she needed.
And
to
I
be.
thought I don't remember this. I don't remember this
Goddess of Love.
I don't remember this Greek goddess spelling all the time. Why she keep spelling?
Is there any rumors of what Ryan is going to sign for?
I bet. See, if Sajak got 15 mil, I bet Seacrest got more.
Oh yeah.
I bet you they are going to make it.
He's another one ought to be doing all right.
Yeah. And maybe she's saying, "Look, I've been here the whole time. I know I'm not host, but if he's going to get paid that."
Well, if I'm Seacrest, though, I go, how bad do y'all want me on the wheel?
Yeah, oh, for sure.
Because I ain't got to do it. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
I remember looking over my shoulder because we have a storm door. We have two doors. We have a real door and then like a storm door. And I remember hearing like something. What was that? That was weird.
Yeah.
Yes. But I look back and there's nothing there. And I'm trying to get in the car. I'm trying to go. That was the cat bolting.
Wanting freedom
at 5 a.m.
They're free roaming.
And so Aaron's texting me. I'm like, no, the cat's in the house still. Because this has happened before. He was up in the couch.
Hoping.
Oh, hoping so bad. He's in the couch. He's just up at the couch, ruining my couch. Sure. Time goes on. Time keeps going.
I still don't find Mulder.
With every Aaron has not. And I go, no. I was like, he was so asleep this morning. There's no way he left. Aaron then texts me, well, he ain't in this house. Is what the text that I gave.
An English teacher said ain't.
Thank you.
You know it's serious.
She doesn't say ain't, guys. She doesn't say ain't.
Okay.
That's like using your middle name.
Yeah.
Yes,
and so
it is.
Could be with Nope.
And so now I realize what's happened, and I'm like, okay, this is bad. This is bad.
Good.
So I leave. We do the show. I have to, I work through the show, do the post show, all that junk, and I'm like, guys, I gotta go. I gotta go help try to find this cat. And I pull up into the house. I'm like, he's gonna be here. And it's so obvious it's an empty house. When that feeling is just like there's not a cat in this house.
Right.
And Aaron's starting to my first apartment. I had Mulder in my very first apartment.
Oh, wow.
She's going through all the memories, and I'm starting to feel
As if this is
bad.
it.
Like the way we were.
And then Aaron's mom comes over because we're now going to canvass
now
the
here comes
neighborhood.
the mother-in-law.
We're going to canvass the neighborhood,
Who
guys.
gave her the cat?
And when Aaron's
her mom has joined the hunt.
Yes.
Oh, no.
So Aaron's mom
what a
gets
day.
here,
What
and
a
it's
day.
me. And it's Aaron and Aaron's mom. And it's very obvious
And they keep looking at you.
whose fault this is.
Yeah.
Who's on the good side of the fence and who's on the bad side of the fence.
Right.
So this is like 11 now. I'm now walking through the neighborhood shaking a bag of treats saying, Mulder.
Rick, picture it.
Mulder.
That's one of those wake-up moments.
Now,
That's one of those moments you look at your life and you examine it.
How did I get here?
Moldy. It's
Hey, let me tell you
I
this.
never pet you in the house, but for some reason you'll come to my voice.
Yeah.
Oh.
That kind of thing.
Are you saying moldy?
Well,
Short
so
from
Mulder.
from
Baby
the X-Files, there's Mulder and
I
Scully
got
from
that,
the
but I mean,
X-Files.
when you're calling him, you're trying to be a little
I'm trying
pet
to be
name.
sweet, yeah. And
Listen,
y'all,
if Boulder don't know where he lives,
this is an inside cat. This cat never goes outside
Does he have
ever.
claws?
The claws?
He does have claws.
Okay.
So we had a little bit of hope there, but he has to have this special food, and if he doesn't get this special food, he gets crystals in his kidneys, and he will die very quickly.
Crystals in
a
his
slow,
kidneys?
painful death. Yes.
how do you? That's a whole
It's a
nother-
special
we'll talk about
diet.
that.
It's a
Oh.
special diet.
High maintenance.
So there's a
Mulder.
lot of things going on. There's a lot of dogs in this neighborhood. A lot of dogs. And also, when you're walking around shaking a bag of treats, for some reason, all the gray squirrels in the whole neighborhood come out. I'm like, oh, Mulder. Oh, no, that's a gray squirrel. It's like I'm deer hunting. You guys know how
Oh,
it is.
yeah. You hear it bouncing around.
And Mulder's also a gray cat, so like you get your hopes up. You see
Moldy.
movement on the horizon of a lawn.
Moldy.
Moldy.
Damn it, Moldy. Mighty Moldy.
And so I do that many times throughout the day. Aaron's mom leaves, and
she finally gave up.
She's like, well, we're gonna keep positive thoughts, and I'm like, thank you. You were positive, and I'm like, all right, thank you for being positive, for bringing my wife up a little bit. But, y'all, my wife is devastated.
Sure
at this
she
point.
is, absolutely.
With every hour, it's now been 7 hours.
We don't understand.
So there's no sign.
There's no sign. No sign.
None.
At what point while you're looking and she's getting frustrated, will she stop and go, were you not just looking?
Oh, Greg, a lot.
How did you not see him? You heard that a lot.
It happened a lot.
How many
Greg.
times?
Yes,
You
a lot
like-
of times.
Did it get on a rotator?
Yes.
Like you could
There's
tell. You could
anger, sadness, anger, sadness, anger, sadness,
How
anger.
could you not be looking?
Adler, you obviously are not.
you heard something.
You're not very
You didn't
close.
admit to that, did you?
You never liked Boulder.
Well, it was just in the moment. I like Mulder.
Radio deals. It is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So we'll talk about drama has already come to the attempt to get to France. I'll share that coming up here momentarily. Somebody help Daddy. But anyway, never been so thankful for blood pressure medicine in my whole life. Yeah, well, it's Saturday night, the moon was bright, son. All right, so one thing as I was putting all of my toiletries and my shaving stuff and my beard stuff and toothpaste and all that in my little carry, one thing I went to the cupboard and I reached in there and grabbed packets of Relief Factor and I just crammed them in there. I'm like, I got to have all the Relief Factor I can stand. So Relief Factor's going with Big Papa, and hopefully if you're like me and you use it, you know why. Tommy has emailed us out of Tennessee. He writes this, Bubba. He said, I started having lower back pain at work about 10 years ago. My wife has tried to get me to do yoga, but I didn't want my friends to make fun of me. I've seen a chiropractor on and off and when the pain gets real bad, but I've also continued to have some level of pain even after the chiropractor tries to align me. Thanks to you, I'm now pain-free, which I never could have imagined. This product is amazing. I wish I had ordered it. I get this a lot, don't you? I wish I had ordered it sooner because I've heard you guys talking about it for years now. See what being you're a little skeptic. I'm too skeptical. Well, at least try it. But now Tommy's tried it, and he's got the relief he could have had 2 years ago. So it's all natural, the body's inflammatory response, 4 botanicals. You can take it every day. I do. I take it just for maintenance. And then I'll drop in another packet if maybe I'm trying to do a little better and I made a move I shouldn't have made. ReliefFactor.com, or maybe you've been working down at the farm, or you've been doing something, take a third pack. ReliefFactor.com, $19.95 for 3 weeks. Inside the 3 weeks, you'll know if it's working for you. That's ReliefFactor.com. You also can go to RickandBubba.com and find it right there under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, remember, it looks likely, it's not for sure, but it looks likely that we may face a decision as Americans coming up in 2024. And one guy will say to us, let me do for America what I have done for California. And, California is so bad that people are even saying now the weather isn't worth it anymore. And one of the things that people complain about over and over again is the unbelievable cost of living. The taxes and the cost of everything is overbearing. And, Buddy, does this story put it into perspective?
Well, Rick, to give you a little bit of perspective on this, if you earn $100,000 in San Francisco, 6 figures, you're now considered low income.
Unbelievable.
Because of the soaring cost of living in that city.
They're doing a great job.
According to the state, a low-income household makes $104,400 in San Francisco.
Good night.
It's incredible.
Housing is 50% of net pay after tax, with rent averaging over $3,000 a month.
Unbelievable. I've heard some of these figures. I can't even believe them. Unbelievable. I mean, I want you to think about this. One of my kids right now is in Birmingham in an apartment. It's nothing fancy, but it's also not ugly. It's not awful.
Yeah.
$750 a month. Okay, $3,000.
According to, well, we already have well documented the crime problem in San Francisco and the homelessness chaos, but now we're going to have to add income trouble to the city. And again, how in the world you can make that money and be considered low income is just mind-boggling.
If everything costs what it costs, it's all relative. Now, see, look at this cycle they can't get out of now. Okay, I'm Joe businessman. I'm trying to hire people. Well, I'm thinking to myself, all right, so the people that I'm going to give the lowest income to will make over $100,000 a year. That's now considered poverty. Okay, low income. Wow. So now, in order for me to make that work, what do I have to do? I got to raise the price of everything I do.
Yep.
So now the price goes up, which then requires people to make more money.
Which is the same.
You see how this just? Well, you're just on a death cycle.
Yep. And Rick, that's the same argument and the same thing that happens when we have these artificial raising of the minimum wage.
Exactly.
And that's what's helped to build and bring a lot of this on.
You're right.
The reckless government spending. And, I mean, look at it. So, the cure for high prices is usually high prices. So at some point, people will go, it ain't worth it, and they will go somewhere else. That will help to ease the problem.
One thing that all Americans need to learn.
You can't tax your way out of this, by the way.
Yeah.
That taxing is part of the problem.
And well, you have to learn this, and I've used this example because it's the simplest one. Okay, when artists come into an arena or people come into a conference, and it's being hosted by a public arena, that public arena goes to everybody out in the lobby and says, "Whatever y'all sell out here, we take 15%." Do you know what every single table out in the lobby with shirts and hats and resources, you know what everybody does? They raise their price 15%.
At least.
And they give that to the house, so they leave with what they needed to begin with. So when taxes, we're going to get these corporate businesses. All of that is passed on to you and me. They just simply raise the price to the level that covers the new taxes they've been given, and now we pay for it. So you get taxed. And I don't know why some of y'all can't figure that out. You get taxed. You don't want the businesses that provide the products we need to get squeezed by the government, because the government is squeezing us through them. And I don't know why.
Squeezed.
I don't know why you can't figure that out. It's not that complicated. No. I mean, I can figure it out. I mean, does that tell you? Oh my gosh, it must not be too complicated.
Every time they go to the microphone and say they're going to raise the rate on corporations to pay their fair share, you better get a hold of your wallet, because it's coming right to you.
When the government goes out to all those that provide utilities and squeezes them with this green garbage, that's a theory at best, and they get the green squeeze, guess what they do? All of our utilities go up to cover the cost of doing that.
Yeah, there's no magic. There's no magic out there. Somebody's got to pay for it. No free lunch. You've always heard that. That's so true.
Well, I told you when I went to that deal about the house that we're looking to build in the next few years at the farm, and when I went to pick out appliances and everything, I asked the guy, and their product's an outstanding product, the Sub-Zero refrigerators and all that.
Yeah.
And I said, now y'all getting squeezed by the government, that usually means we're going to get an inferior product that's going to cost more. And his face, I wish you'd have seen his face.
Wow.
I said, so is the Sub-Zero now not as good as it was, and now it's going to cost me more? He goes, it will cost more. That is true. I said, well, there you go. I said, it's not going to be as good, is it? Well, we've really researched, these new requirements to try to not, lower the quality of what we're known for, which means yes. Mm-hmm. So you get an inferior product that costs more. Yeah. And so all of this is just stupidity on a level that makes you just want to ram your head in the wall.
And it's a group stupidity. Everybody's running over the cliff together.
I'll have another, sir.
Rick, and on the other coast, this is noteworthy today. John Fetterman, the senator from Pennsylvania, who has had terrible medical problems. Most of us don't think he should have even run for the office.
Oh, my goodness.
Now hits a new low in job approval with Pennsylvanians. Only 39% approve of the job he's doing versus 57% who disapprove. That puts him in line with President Biden in his home state. You just elected the guy. How can you be unhappy?
Have you seen that train wreck?
Well, did you see it before you voted for him?
No, because I hated Dr. Oz because he'd become a Republican.
So
and I couldn't let him get away with it. I had to punish him, even though this guy's got a hoodie and can't put together a coherent sentence.
I mean, a lot of us are sitting here going, what's the deal? You voted, the people spoke, and now the people are unhappy. Mm-hmm. Well, guess what? You got 5 years more to deal with it. Actually, 5.5, almost 6.
It's like
he just went in a few months ago.
It's like you having a football team, and y'all got a chance to pick a better quarterback, and you pick a quarterback that everybody knows cannot run, cannot throw, okay, and all of a sudden the game starts. You go, well, my goodness, he can't run or throw. And everybody's like, well, you knew that. You picked him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's...
and listen to this, too. This is not a poll that is skewed against Democrats.
No.
The governor of Pennsylvania, who is also a Democrat, has a 57% approval rating. That is right opposite of what Fetterman and Biden is.
Yeah. If Fetterman can't finish his term, does the governor appoint someone?
Different states do it different ways. I think... it would just depend how Pennsylvania's set up to do it. I know in our state the governor usually does that.
And would they write out the rest of that term or
Yes.
have a special election?
You can do it either way. They could write out the whole term, or the governor could call a special election, which costs to do.
Yeah.
But some people, many times, had rather you do that than just appoint somebody.
Yeah.
But you can do it either way.
Yeah. So
we had that in our state.
Yeah.
All right, we come back. Super P's on the phones. 866 We Be Big.
Shocking news. John Fetterman, highly disapproved of in Pennsylvania.
There's a shocker.
Film at 11.
That's mind-boggling.
Time for a vacation.
Yeah, it is. All right, all 10 lines are available. You want to chat about any of this or whatever's on your mind, let's do that now. Super P takes your phone calls. We'll chat with you when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You just said you don't pet him in the house.
Yeah. No,
you don't
or
like
talk
him.
to him. Much.
You're not that close.
I like the cat.
In Aaron's mind,
You
this
milked him, didn't you? You sick son of a gun.
this was a plot to get rid of him.
No.
When we come back, we're going to find out what happened.
So,
oh, my goodness.
y'all,
Hang on.
we're now trying to attract the cat back to the house.
Moldy.
So I get the litter box.
No, you didn't.
What? So I took the litter box.
You're walking in your neighborhood with a litter box?
No,
You took a dump in it?
I took a litter box and I put litter around my house.
Watch Daddy use the bathroom, Mulder.
I thought the cat's scent would bring it back to itself or something. I don't know.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When we went to the break, Eddie Van Adler, your TV producer for Blaze TV here at the old Rick and Bubba Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. He came back to work yesterday like we all did. Not a good start to his new year. On his way to get out of the house, car broke down, moved into his wife's car. She didn't have to go back to work. When he did, she's a teacher, and somehow in the process, he let her beloved cat, she's had since she was 18, 19 years old, Mulder, out of the house. When we left Adler, he had been all over the neighborhood jiggling treats. His mother-in-law had shown up. His wife has gone from sadness to anger. The book of blame is out.
His mother-in-law told his wife, I don't know why you married him.
Right. And then we go to the break, he's put kitty litter around the house, somehow thinking that will bring Mulder back. I don't know what that thought process was.
Try.
Yeah. He's not exactly
He's shooting trays.
Yeah.
What's the time issue with the food, the special food?
Aaron says that he gets crystals in his kidneys in 3 days. So
Now, what is a special food?
I've never heard of a crystal.
He's got like urinary tract problems or something like that. So you gotta just give him.
Shouldn't he drink more water?
Drink more water and eat special food. It has to be this expensive food from the diet.
By the way, I'm
From the vet.
I'm googling life expectancy of cats.
So some of them live like 19.
Well, they got 9 lives.
20 years old. There you go.
Right.
So
he used one of them up.
Now he didn't need to die of unnatural causes, or you'll have to pay a price for that.
Yes.
So you haven't found him yet. What time of day are we getting now?
So it's around 12:30 or so, and I am scattering cat poop around my house.
What?
That's what I'm doing. I literally took a litter box and I'm taking cat poop because I'm like, all
That's
right,
a
we got to
location
draw.
check.
We got to draw this cat back to this house.
How did it come to this?
He's not around. He's not under the shed. He's not in the carport. He's not in the crawl space. This cat is not anywhere around this house. And this cat is not a smart cat. I wouldn't. Well, he's not a stupid cat. He's not.
He didn't like the cat, y'all.
Well, he's not a outside smart cat. That's what I mean. He's smart on
vulnerable.
the inside. He's vulnerable.
Let me ask
he
you
doesn't know
this.
about cars. He doesn't know about dogs.
And quick update now. Whose fault is this?
We all know it's my fault.
Got it. Keep going.
By the way, typical cat lifespan of an indoor cat, which Mulder would meet that criteria, right?
Yes.
It is not uncommon for an indoor cat to live to at least 20.
20?
Yeah.
20?
10 to 15 is just the general average.
20?
Wow.
17,
Indoor a little longer.
17 is
wow.
But go ahead.
So you've got a lot left of this
I
cat.
know. There's a lot of time left on this cat.
And he looks pretty
How
healthy.
old is he now?
If you keep him kidneys from
He's like
crystallizing.
10, he's like 10 or 10 to 12, somewhere in there.
He looks pretty
Okay,
healthy.
that's like 56 in human.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, he looks
Which is real young, we all know.
in the
He's in good health.
in the
and eat
pictures
well.
you showed us that are now, of course, stained with your wife's tears.
Right.
He looks pretty healthy.
He's
Other
a
than-
healthy cat. Yeah.
As long as
Except
he-
for this kidney.
As long as he has,
Except for
as
the
long as he
crystal.
has a special diet, if not, he'll die in 3 days.
Right.
So as I'm
So it's really not healthy.
so as I'm scattering cat poop around my house and putting little food dishes here and there, trying to bring this cat back,
Right.
the mechanic calls me. They got a chance to look at the car.
Oh.
Mike, my mechanic. Hey, Chris, you got a second?
I love the band he had too.
Mike and the Mechanics.
Yeah, they were fantastic.
Oh, that was great, by the way.
They never got time to practice.
And I'm scattering cat poop around my house. No, I'm not. I'm not busy, Mike. What's going on, buddy? Well, I got some bad news about the Honda.
Right in the crotch. That's his voice.
Are you holding cat litter at this time?
I've got cat poop in my hands.
Suddenly
guys.
the cat's not that important.
And well, I was just like, no, what's up, Mike? Well, unfortunately, the engine's out on that one.
Oh.
Need a new engine.
New engine.
Need a new engine.
Hey,
the whole
just
thing?
an engine. Thanks, Mike. I'm looking for a cat right now, buddy.
The only thing that could have been worse.
Honey, good news. We haven't found the cat yet, but. Phone calls right now at 866 We Be Big Super P. Taking those for you, so fire up and let's chat. All right, so I will update you things as I predicted. I have turned upside down on my travels today, which is kind of the norm these days, not really the exception, sadly. It's almost like people who use CPAPs. I know fewer people that are on a CPAP than are not. So there's more people on CPAP in my life than not, and there's more people that have travel troubles than not now. It's all the same thing.
It's tough out there, Rick.
It's rough out there, but if you want to join us, you can. 866 We Be Big. Are you kidding me with this? Santa? He says his name is Santa. All right, if you want to join us, lines are available. Super P is there. Santa, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, y'all doing some study.
The North Pole does not have very good cell service.
No.
Santa, can you get us off whatever you got us on and try to talk to us on the phone?
Yep.
All right, there you
How's
go.
that?
That's perfect.
Better.
Okay, sorry. No, I was doing some study for an upcoming sermon with the patriotic 4th of July coming up, and the Bible was talking about the freedom and that God would take away their freedom and use enemies to bring them back as punishment, to bring them back because they were disobedient.
A lot of that in Scripture,
Well,
yes, yeah.
Yes. So I think a lot of people have always interpreted that because it was usually either the ites, Canaanites, Philistines, whoever, all the different ones. And so I thought, well, yeah, we looked at Russia, we looked at China, there's all those movies. You know what? I think it's honestly coming from internal, and it's basically the Democratic Party. I mean, it's not just a party, because there's certain people, lots of people in lots of parties, but they have worked at taking away our freedom, and that I think is getting worse and going to get worse. And I honestly start to think that's part of God's punishment on America.
Yeah, I think a good analogy on this one is when you remember when the Hebrews were told by God, "I will be your king. You'll have a theocracy, and I will be the king." And they said, "Nah, we want to have we want kings like all the other nations." And he said, "Okay, well if you choose that." And he told Samuel, "Hey, don't get upset. They're not rejecting you. They're rejecting me." Okay. And then he told them exactly what an earthly king would do to them, and they still chose it. And so I think, because remember, in our situation, unlike the Hebrews, we find ourselves in a republic, and so we are able to have a say in who governs us. But when you look at the government, as we've already said, anything that the government controls will reflect the current state of the government, and the current state of the government will reflect the current state of the people. And so this is something that we have chosen for ourselves.
Bad call.
And as you said, God said, I mean, we go. I don't know if you've heard Wednesday's lesson yet. When it gets down to the Great Tribulation, He gives them one more shot, and He says, "Here are the choices before you." And the angel says, "Fear God, glorify God, worship God. If not, eternal damnation, because the age of grace is about to be turned off." And then the beast, the Antichrist, says, you need to worship me, you need to glorify me, and you need to fear me, because I'm gonna kill you if you decide to reject me. And that's these choices that are in front of us. And so throughout history, we've made really bad choices. Let's go to Andrew in Mobile, Alabama. Andrew, go ahead.
I drove trucks for a couple of years, and I went through San Francisco, and it was the worst thing I've ever seen as far as homelessness. Not like in the state of Alabama. And also, if you're coming down to the beach this weekend, it's green flags and get surfed. That's all.
Thank you, Andrew. Little energy drop there.
Rick won't think Harry carried.
Yeah, little energy drop. Did you feel it drop?
I did.
Covered a lot of topics.
But you make a good point. How you worked in green flags from homelessness
Just
in San Francisco,
case.
but I love it. Garrett, speaking of the beach, Fort Walton. Garrett, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
So I was just going to make a comment to the.
Hey, can you get us off the whatever you got us on and talk into the phone? No, well, we lost you completely. Let's go to Alan. Alan, welcome to Rick and Bubba, 104.7 WZZK, Birmingham, Alabama.
Good morning.
Hey, Alan, go ahead.
Y'all were talking about the color purple yesterday. Have you heard of the purple paint law?
No.
In Alabama?
No.
Yes.
I haven't. Have you?
Yes.
What is it?
It is no trespassing.
Well, we were talking about paint.
Huh?
Was it purple? Purple paint law?
Well,
yeah. If you paint trees,
it's probably.
Go ahead, sir.
It's the smartest law they've ever come out of Montgomery with. Currently, if you have somebody trespassing on your property, you have to hold them, call the cops, get them to come out. The owner has to be present when they write a no trespass warning, and you have to catch them a second time in order to do anything about it. Now, the purple paint law applies to anybody that trespasses on your property. You don't have to put up no trespassing signs anymore. You paint a stripe on trees 100 feet apart if it's forestry. If it's open land, you can do it every 1,000 feet. You paint it 2 inches wide, 8 inches long, no lower than 2 feet, no higher than 5 feet.
Good night.
And a policeman can arrest somebody coming on or off your property, whether you are there or not. And it's a felony misdemeanor.
So other than all the I think I'd have an easier time setting the flag up the right way. But
I think I'd put no trespassing.
You basically paint a purple stripe on a tree at about eye levels, what he's saying, and it has to be every 100 feet if it's forestry. But it's the same thing as like a no trespassing sign. But there are some stiffer penalties now that they have adopted this as a standard.
But wouldn't it be better just to say if you have a sign, the same stiffer penalties as opposed to painting?
Why
does painting make it more severe?
What if you don't know about the purple and you walk in and you went past it?
Well, you're still in trouble because.
What about being in trouble if you trespass on somebody's land? Period.
Nice.
Well, like he said, a lot of the laws are, they're a little hard to they're kind of vague, if you will, and hard to do. The purple paint law was a set of laws that it didn't start here. It's been in other places, and our state has adapted that protocol and passed it into law a few years ago.
Okay. Let's go to Hopeville. Justin, go ahead.
Don't pass a tree with purple on it, bottom line.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. You're on, buddy.
Last night I was on TV, and I don't know if y'all caught this commercial.
You were on TV?
Well, not me. I'm sorry. I'm watching it.
Oh, you're watching it. Okay.
Oh, so there was a commercial, and it started off a little odd, but I started paying attention, and basically it's a full-length commercial, 30 seconds or so, it's a website called Dear White Parents, and the whole commercial is basically introducing or showing parents talking to their teenagers about white privilege.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, there's
you got to watch him honkies.
Yeah, you got to watch him honkies.
Yeah, you do.
Hey, us honkies been problematic for a long time.
Sir.
Watch him. Honkies have showed up. Watch
causing
out.
problems.
Watch out. Of course, the infrastructure will be outstanding, but so we'll be back at the top of the hour. 866 we be big.
Back off, Whitey.
Back off, Whitey. You root of all evil. You root of all evil. Yeah, keep thinking that. I got news for all of us. We are the problem as individuals. I am the problem. I am the problem. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We get a new engine, the car will be fine.
Hey, the only thing that could have been worse is if Mike would have said, "We found a cat in the motor." And now you need a new engine. That would have been the ultimate.
Oh, no.
I thought that's where it was
There was
going.
a cat wrapped up in the
fan belt.
I tell you what's wrong with the engine.
There's a cat in it.
Healthy little thing.
At
least it was.
Crystallized. Yeah, right. Your belts are like severed by like crystals of some kind.
All right.
I'm kidding. All right.
Burgess.
All right.
The tie between the cat and the car is that both of them are my fault.
Correct. The car too?
The car too.
Of course it is.
The car is a very old Honda, and I got the oil change not that long ago, and I kind of just forgot to check the oil.
It's hard to tear a Honda up. It's hard to tear a Honda up.
Dry.
You let it run dry.
I let the run. I
thought you had alarms go off.
Well, it is a 2000. It has 267,000 miles on it.
Oh, good Lord.
It's good. You drove it to the moon.
I wanted 200. Excuse me, 273,000 miles on it. I wanted to get 300 so bad on that thing. Plus, it was awesome having no car payment. Guys. You guys all know how it is.
Yeah, but that car has done its duty.
It has.
But
man,
if you want to stretch it out, though, you need to check.
You need to keep checking.
Yeah. I'm an idiot, Greg.
Right.
I know that.
I don't see how it would let you run with no oil in it.
It won't.
It won't. It died. It literally died in my driveway.
Turns out it won't. I mean, there's all kind of alarms and things that go off when it gets low.
By the way, now there's a playoff. Who lived longer, the car or the cat?
Did you hear the valves rattling at all?
Guys, it happened so quick. It happened so quick. That's exactly what happened. The pistons and the valves are just bam, bam, bam.
Watch your mouth. I know you mad.
Your rods are bent, and you got you're done.
Yeah, but
your valves.
You cracked the head.
All
What you did.
right, we're about to go top of the hour.
All right, sorry. Okay, so we get through the whole day. We search the neighborhood many times. The rain gets worse.
Oh gosh.
Oh, it's raining.
Night falls. Night falls.
All night falls.
Inside
and
cat
the rain keeps coming. And the thought hits me. No, it was Aaron. Aaron goes, "What if we like set up a trap?" And I was like, "Oh my gosh, a trap! I have a trap in the attic." I go up in the attic. I get a trap. I put some really. I had to go to the grocery store. I got some Fancy Feast. You know, the fancy stuff.
The good stuff.
Put that in there, and I put like.
Is that good for his kidneys?
I don't. Well, at
this point.
Right. Smells good.
Aaron is now sitting by the window, looking through the rain pouring glass window, looking at the trap.
Oh my gosh!
I'm trying to watch, like, oh man, this is a really good Anthony Bourdain, isn't it?
Trying to have a normal night.
I had no idea Armenia was so culturally diverse. And she's looking through the window. She is
You couldn't get away from that window if your life depended on it.
She's not watching the television. And the rain is pouring, so I just went and sat next to her by the window, rubbing her back.
Now
and
you're
now Aaron's
So
going
she said,
through
"Get
her
your
phone.
hands off of it."
Get my hand off me,
No,
you cat car killer.
The words were said, I cannot take affection at this moment.
Oh, see, I
those
knew.
words were said.
Look, did I know?
You knew, Bubba.
Talk to the hand. It gets on their nerves. It doesn't help them. It gets on their nerves.
It got so, and now Aaron's like, all right, you gotta go to work at work tomorrow. You gotta print up some posters. Like, have you seen this cat? So now she's going through all her pictures of her and her cat, and we're looking at the pictures of, oh, here's my first apartment, all this stuff, whatever.
Crying.
We go to sleep. We sleep all night. Cold, wet, rainy night.
Oh yeah, real cold for you.
I get up in my flip-flops and underwear. I go check the trap, and there's Mulder, wet.
It worked.
Soaking wet. I trapped the cat at 4 o'clock this morning. I bring the trap back into the house, open the trap, the cat runs around. Aaron, we got Mulder back.
Oh,
we couldn't believe it.
Are you sure it's Mulder?
It's definitely Mulder.
Did you go get
He
a
was
fake
soaking
cat?
wet,
Plant?
but it's a real cat.
Keep it or coaster. And that is when we play you something that an artist has sent to us that wish they could get some airtime and get some consideration from the people. And we received something, and this actually involves one of our affiliates. And that, do you want to
Yeah.
Can you set this up?
I can.
I have not heard all of this, Rick, so I really don't know a lot about it. But it's a tie-in to the national championship game.
It is.
Right.
It
Yeah,
is a
usually-
parody.
Yeah, you spawn you get teams excited, and their fans will put together songs, or if an artist, I remember one vividly.
Remember that Coach Nick when somebody says that?
Yes. But I remember vividly. Don't assume that the artist is a fan of the team. Assume the artist thinks the fans of this team will like things.
Yes. Right.
Yes, I remember.
So,
yes, sir.
So it's what I like about Tua.
Figuring out what's for. It is 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, thank you for being with us. So, as we start a brand new hour, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler are all here. Super P's got your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And also, Lord of the Jacket here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Well. So I am scheduled to head off to go see my lovely bride in beautiful southern France and have such a wonderful time. We've looked at it. We've planned it. We spent thousands of dollars. And of course, we have been completely turned upside down. She hasn't. I've enjoyed her sending me her pictures of the towelette, the 3-course meal with real china and stuff on Turkish Airlines as she heads from Israel to France. She's got it just like she likes it. She's on a airline that actually makes traveling a wonderful experience and great comfort, and you're just pampered like there's no tomorrow. But then I'm over here in America, where basically we've turned commercial air travel into the moving of livestock, and you're treated like you're just some meaningless animal that we're trying to get to slaughter. So anyway, she'll be in France in a little while probably. Hub's gonna have a little tougher trip. So
wait a minute.
There's nothing worse than that terrible alert that everything you've planned for months and months and months has now been thrown in the trash can, and they basically say, take that Tubbs and cram it.
What happened?
So a few minutes ago, I just glanced at the TV and I saw travel and chaos in the same sentence on the headline.
Big Papa's right in the middle of the chaos. So I don't know. I do have time to get where I'm going, even though at the end of the show, I'm starting to wonder if I shouldn't leave earlier because of all that, because there's no telling how long it'll take me to get through and get on the plane. But anyway, so last night, on behalf of all of us, I once again tried so hard to understand. I think the thing that gets me is just how careless it all is.
Yeah.
So I'm packed. I'm all ready to go. By the way, Adler, I'll send you this. I even went by the Rick and Bubba store. Let me delete that ticket. Don't need that anymore. Let me send it. Let me send this to Adler. I went by, of all the things y'all told me, and I did use that wrinkle stuff.
Okay.
But I went by.
That's surprising.
That is surprising.
Yeah.
I used it on a couple of shirts, and it worked. And it worked. This shirt I did it on.
Okay.
That I'm wearing now. I'll send this to you, Adler. I actually went by the Rick and Bubba store and got one of those shirt folding thingies.
Okay.
And let me tell you something. That shirt folding thingy is a game changer. And
Does it flop it in different ways?
The little flopping thing.
Oh,
a little
flopper.
Thing. Yeah, had a little bit of a lesson that I didn't listen to like I should have, but I figured it out.
Do you put the shirt on it upside down to begin with, and then fold it to the back? Okay.
Flip.
Yep.
We're gone. So you'll see that it worked beautifully. But
what is the flipper made out of? Is it plastic?
Flippity plastic. Actually,
so it makes kind of a noise.
I actually have it in the truck if you want to.
Oh, I'd like to see it.
Yeah, it's in the truck right now. It's going. Yeah.
All right. When you left us yesterday, and here it is. Here's your folding. Good job.
Look at that.
That is nice. Well, and that material's hard to fold.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
That's why I put.
You got your pajama shirt really good.
Thank you, Greg.
Greg, your brother's down. Right?
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
No. Y'all know us, and Bubba's the same way. When I'm down, just kick me in the ribs.
Right.
You know,
whatever.
Take one like this since 4:30.
Take one, Greg. Kick me in the ribs.
Yeah.
Just drop an atomic elbow on me.
The people's. Right. So when you left us,
I don't even want to have a moment of any. I want to be punished to just.
You wanted to be. Remember, this is when you said one time in the station van, roll over you and then roll back.
Yeah, don't make me suffer. Take me out.
So when you left us yesterday, you had your itinerary. You knew what you were doing.
I had everything just like you liked.
And then you came in this morning and said, "Oh boy, you'll have no idea what I went through yesterday." So at some point yesterday, the itinerary changed.
Oh, it didn't.
You got a call.
It didn't change. All hell broke loose.
So
here's the thing.
Oh no!
The change would have been mild.
What I have done today is I went in my office and all my itinerary that I had in a nice folder, even with French trip written on it, I just threw it in the garbage. Because it's of no use to me now. By the way, and me checking in ahead of time, all that waste of time, never get that back. So anyway, now here's the beauty of it. I am 1 hour from going to bed. I have everything packed.
Oh, boy.
I have everything ready to go.
Got that shirt folder?
Got my shirt folder. Got everything folded. Zip, zip, zip. Everything's by the door. Just simply get in the truck, and here we go. Do America's favorite radio show. Roll on down to. Oh, by the way, your Air Valet reservation, Rick. Throw that away too. You don't need that now.
We just wiped everything.
Yeah, I got ahead of time. Got me a reservation for Air Valet at the Birmingham Airport. I mean, I don't know that I could have crossed T's and dotted I's anymore. There I am. That's Delta Airlines beating me to a pulp. Now, I find myself, as I told the customer service person, if I move a few letters, you're actually Devil Airlines. But anyway,
it's starting to look that way.
So anyway, I realize that. Now, don't forget this either. I'm dealing with the airline that the flights are booked through, but I'm also over here in the bullpen is American Express Travel, who Sherry and them booked all this.
Oh, okay.
Oh. So I got all kinds of stuff going on. So anyway, so I look down at my app that I also have, believe it or not, been using, and I've even already got my electronic ticket. All that completely a waste of time, and so I get an alert.
An hour before bed.
Your flights have been changed. Call this number.
Oh.
And then I start looking down, and I can see the change. And this is the just total. Y'all realize where we live, we jump from Birmingham to Atlanta. I mean, there's a lot of jumps because everybody has to get to Atlanta to go anywhere. And so there's very few direct flights out of Birmingham anymore. And and if you're going international, they got to get you over that international hub.
Yep.
So anyway, I think this is what I loved. Matter of fact, I think somebody who is in this business, here's how he described it. Where the Atlanta airport is located he said, we refer to it as the worst nightmare traffic city in the world and the most heavily traveled airport on the eastern seaboard. So we try to avoid it if we can, as far as you starting there, because it's easier to start in Birmingham with all the getting through security and all of that. But I'm not going to get to do that because, in the beginning they still had me.
Ooh, the big boot.
They still had me in Birmingham, which made 0 sense. They had me leaving Birmingham today at 1. They didn't change that one. Hey, good news, you still got that one. But instead of me leaving Birmingham at 1, getting to Atlanta at 3, because you lose an hour going, and then being on a plane headed out around 4 or 5 this Atlanta time this afternoon, I think 5, and then arriving where I'm supposed to be at 10:30 in the morning on Friday, they now have moved me to not even leaving Atlanta till 10:30 p.m. Friday night.
What?
And I said, what? Can I?
Rick, I thought it was going to be just a slight shift.
No, listen. Can I tell you what angers me the most, that frustrated me the most about that? It may surprise you. You would think it would be losing a day that you paid for, that you were supposed to meet your wife and your rental car and all that being thrown into chaos. You would think that would bother me.
Right.
Can I tell y'all, because I'm so quirky, what bothered me the most is that they left the Birmingham flight. So you expect me to go over into Atlanta today at 3 p.m. and just hang around till 10:30 Friday night. Did y'all not think maybe he should have a different Birmingham flight to Atlanta now?
Bump him a little later.
Can you not could you not look at that? Well, that looks stupid as hell. Let me.
Yeah, we got arriving at the normal time.
Yeah. I mean, we just left this guy. I mean, I wonder what's going to happen to him. Why not just go, well, now we probably can just get him a Friday flight over to Atlanta from Birmingham, and we'll send him over a little later in the day since he's not leaving until 10:30 Friday night. Something about something about leaving that Birmingham flight infuriated me. Because
well, it's ridiculous.
You would think even more than the other. So y'all have no regard for a human being. You're just going to throw me in Atlanta
and let you wait a day.
And
you're paying for this.
And because of the securities, they won't let you leave the airport, go visit Big Love and then come back.
No.
You know what I mean? So you're stuck in. Now I'm in the system,
That's a long time.
and y'all expect me to wander around for all of Thursday and all of Friday, all the way to 10:30. At least do me the honor of giving me a new flight to Atlanta.
Right.
You know.
So bump me back a little tomorrow.
So when we come back,
can we go tomorrow?
Oh, Rick Burgess.
When
you're getting this an hour before bedtime.
Yeah.
That
doesn't make
Makes
sense.
for good sleep.
That makes no sense.
So then you call customer service because you've been put into rest. You had nothing to do with it. Average wait time, 1 hour and 17 minutes.
Oh my God! There's nothing you can do.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Get ready to vote.
Hey. Roll Tide. Hey. Roll Tide.
Hello.
What I like about Tua, he doesn't throw with his right. You know, southpaw quarterbacks always seem to do all right. Snake. Keep on flinging it in the air. To Jerry, Judy, Henry, Ruggs, I don't care, but it's true. Nobody's better than Tua. And what I like about Tua,
We start with Nikki. Nikki,
You know, at one point, I thought your computer was talking. It kind of sounded like
it does. Nikki, keep it or coaster on
Nikki.
what I like about
Nikki.
Tua.
Up early.
On the way home,
Greg.
I love the lyrics and I love the tune.
Do you?
The singer, kind of slow and boring, but I say keep it.
All right, there's a
keep it
There
right
it
out of
is,
the gate.
Right there.
That'd be a roll tide to you, Nikki.
Speedy, mark that down.
Wow.
Keep it.
Ben, go ahead.
I got extremely secondhand embarrassment from that song. You need to coast it. Never play it again. War Eagle.
I think you need to give it a
So
chance.
what you're saying is you don't want to hear that over and over on your plane ride to San Francisco. is that what I'm hearing?
I would rather bathe in tobacco spit than listen to that again.
Never heard that. That may be the last call.
That
right
may do
there.
it. I want to start right there. We were looking over some other stories today. In this studio, you have 1, 2, 3, 4. And really, if you talk about attending, 5 of the 6 members of Team Rick and Bubba all attended Jacksonville State University, at least in some way, shape, or form. And and then, of course, Greg and our dad was the football coach at Jacksonville State University for 12 years. And so we spent a lot of time there, even got family members in school there now. And we were just scanning.
I still live there?
Yeah, Greg still lives there. And we were scanning stories today. And national championship for Jacksonville State University. You're saying, Rick, what sport? How can it be? Did they win in football this year? No. All of that is
Came up a little short.
all of that is over. They actually have been crowned the national champion of cornhole.
Rick doubles cornhole.
Doubles. Is there a single cornhole?
It just says National College Doubles Champion.
Okay, so
Jacksonville State University.
And I
Go Gamecocks.
and we have one of the 2 of the doubles team on the line right now, Dustin. Dustin, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Stay cocky.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey, we're doing the
doing the Gamecock chop.
The game. Is that what that's called?
Yep, that's
Where you
what
do
we're going to call it.
Fear the beak. Fear the beak, and all of that. Dustin, I mean,
congratulations!
Congratulations on your cornhole national championship.
Thank you, guys. It was a pretty great experience.
Now, where was it actually held at? Because we're looking here. It was on one of the ESPNs, right?
Yes, sir. It was in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, at the DoubleTree by Hilton.
Awesome.
Was it on the Ocho? 22 minutes past the hour. Let's go. I want to be clear. I've already got Gary. He's already texted me. I guess you thought you could have something. I didn't. Y'all heard me yesterday. I did not think I could have something.
No, Rick. As a matter of fact, you were almost being negative in advance, which some people say, well, you're not being
You're so right on
optimistic,
this.
but we've lived this for so long, and we've done this so much. I mean, you can't be a fact denier.
No.
You just know what you're up against. You know it's a minefield.
I knew that traveling would be, like I said, y'all asked me, how you doing today? I said, you ever had that feeling that you just feel like you're headed to impending doom?
Mm-hmm.
That's how I felt. I knew it was coming. I want y'all to think about this business plan that now the commercial airlines have. We're so sorry that everything that you've spent, all the money you've spent, none of this is free. There's no refund coming your way, okay?
Yeah.
We are going to turn your life upside down. We're going to make you miserable. We're going to strand you. And I know this. They don't even say this. I'm going to add this. Please call this number. We are here to help you, and if you don't mind being on hold for about an hour and a half. In about an hour and a half, we'll get right to it. Because I know you have nothing to do. Because we've just turned your world upside down. While you need to fix everything that we've ruined, you have to wait on us to help you for an hour and a half to an hour and 45 minutes. I'm sure that's no big deal.
No.
Do you realize my phone, the low battery came on? I had to go plug it in. That's how long.
Well, I started to say you can't make a cell phone call that long,
and you're looking, it's still counting, so you make sure you're still connected.
While I listened to the same songs over and over again, as if I was being tortured by an enemy that wanted me to give up information on America. It was like I was being tortured by this music, but it had various levels of it'd get real loud, same songs, and then they try to dupe you with that woman says. And by the way, Delta. What's the COVID talk? Can you not go change the message? We ain't dealing with COVID anymore. I'm not on hold to get COVID information. How about this? I'm on hold because y'all have turned my world upside down. Okay, and you've given me no recourse. I'm just looking at the app. I don't know what to do with y'all changing me. So you tell me to call this number, and you're saying, well, in about an hour and a half, we'll be right with you. And so let me tell you what I did while that was on. I'm not making this up. I took the trash out for this is all what's going on. I took the trash out. I trimmed my beard. I paid bills. All of this was going on. All this was going on while I'm on hold. While I'm on hold. Okay, and so anyway, I finally, by the grace of Almighty God, He sustained me till somebody finally said, and I said this. I hate the situation you're in. Well, we understand. So understand your. I said my flights have all been turned upside down. Well, and I said, this is unacceptable. I said, what y'all sent me can't stand. We're so sorry. It's really beyond my control. And I said, and let me stop you right there. I understand you don't book flights. Totally get that. I 100% get that. And you have nothing to do with this. I want you to know that I know that you and I are we're innocent victims in all this. However, what I must tell you is, the people you work for, when they turn my world upside down, or any people, they tell us to call you.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you.
You should know.
I mean, I know you're not the pilot. I know you're not in air traffic. I know you don't control weather. I know whatever reason has all this going on. I know you have nothing to do with it. I'm not making any of this up. I said all this. However, we can't get beyond this is where they told me to call. So when you took the job, I guess you realized this is what you do.
Yeah. And people like me are going to call.
And I realize that you're shielding the people who caused it. I know that. But that's the job.
Yeah.
You're supposed to shield them and hear me upset. So I don't know what else to tell you. We got to find a way to work this out. So she tries and tries, and she was very nice. And she was like, I said, I guess there's no refund coming for the day I lost on the hotel and all this, and the various things I paid for that now I'm losing a whole day of my vacation I won't get back. She goes, no, you can go to delta.com and file a complaint. And you know what I said? I bet that'll turn it around.
Yeah.
I bet that'll turn it around. And I said, here's what I want you to know. And I know you hear these kind of stories all the time. My wife is stranded. I was supposed to land, get a rental car, and go to the hotel where she is. We're now not going to have the rental car. That's gone.
Gone.
Yeah, and I said, so I don't even know what we're doing now. I don't know if we can get another car. I don't know, because they'll probably give that to somebody else, and they should. I mean, I didn't come get it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I said, so and my wife, I want you to know, is in Israel. We're not together. Mm-hmm. And I said, so this is us looking forward to seeing each other after 10 days of being apart. and this was our vacation in beautiful South France. Doesn't that sound nice? She goes, it actually sounds quite nice. I said, yeah, but it's not right now. I say, see, now it's like a giant has walked over me and is crapping on me. You know, and he is squatted, and I can't get out from under it.
Yeah.
You know, I got an umbrella, and it's too heavy. It's falling. And I said, and so she looks, and she goes, I said, I got to tell you this.
Oh, boy.
The thing that maybe aggravated me the most is the fact you're sticking to that Birmingham flight. I really can't believe. What do you expect me to do in Atlanta for a day and a half? I mean, what do you expect for me to do? Well, I don't know. Yeah.
Well, maybe she thought that.
Could you get me? Could you get me over there later? You know.
Yeah. Just do that.
And then she's like, well, you could do this, and we could reroute that, and then this. Oh no, that's not going. Okay. Right. So this goes on for a while. So then she basically says, I don't really. There's not much. There's nothing I can do. I mean, there are no other flights. Now, see, I knew that wasn't true, and that's what I said. There are other flights. No, I've checked the other airlines. I said, I said, I know this game. I've been traveling enough. I know I'm in a game right now. I got it. You're hoping that I'll just give up, and I said, I will tell you that I am because I'm sleepy. So I'm going to give up. My wife won't give up. I said, I'll be on some other way to get there to where she is. Because she's actually in the day now. I'm getting down to the middle of the night. Okay, and so y'all beat me down. Congratulations, you won. You won. Y'all beat me. At this point, I don't even care if I ever go to France. and I'm really considering going to the farm and telling Sherry to enjoy beautiful France. But I said that won't really work because she's really been looking forward to. I know it may sound odd to you. She actually looked forward to her husband being with her and all the stuff we paid for the trip. Now that may seem strange, but that's going to be a real important thing to her. And I said, so I'm going to let you go, and I appreciate you and your effort you make. I'm sorry you're in the position you're in. And I said, I guess you'll just wish me well. She said, I do. I wish you well. Thank you. That means the world to me. And I'll go to Delta.com and file that complaint.
Because I bet that gets a lot of attention.
And I bet I'll be woke up in the middle of the night by someone excited to see what they can do to help me. And she goes, well, you probably will get a call. I said, I'll tell you what I'll do. If they do call me, I'll say I'll be right with you about an hour and a half.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So how many teams did you go up against, and how did you get to that point? Is there a process to qualify for that tournament?
Okay, so there wasn't really anything we had to do to get there as far as, playing or anything. My partner, Branson, happened to find it on Facebook. He's played a lot of cornhole, a lot more than me. He's a lot better player than I am. But he found it on Facebook and went in and signed us up to play. And that's all we really had to do. We just had to go to the same school and be an undergraduate. And then once we got to the tournament, we had to do seating on Saturday night. And we ended up first in our pool play. And then on Sunday, we had to play one game in order to get televised. We had to win that game, and it was everything was single elimination. And then once we were on television, we were the last 8 teams. And we had to win 3 in order to win the championship.
So when you were in the final round, what were the other schools you were competing against?
It was a community college. I don't remember the exact school. I know the first game we played before we were on television was against Georgia, University of Georgia.
Oh, the Dogs.
Right. Yeah, and actually they had finished second in the SEC championship.
Well, they know how that feels.
A few weeks ago.
Yeah,
Burgess.
Yep, right. Well.
And so the second team we played on television, I'm still not 100% sure where they were from either. But the last team we played was a team from Ohio. I'm not sure even what school they went to. They may have even went to Ohio State.
Dustin, it's clear you were focused on winning.
Yeah, he didn't
not
care.
who the competition was.
Dustin, were you sober? Were you sober during this?
Rick.
Are you in the picture I'm looking at? Are you hat on backward or hat on forward?
I'm hat on backwards.
Okay. You know what? Your voice goes with that. With that picture.
Dustin, we understand, too, that you hail from White Plains. You know, that's some of my family's old stomping grounds.
Highway 9 will celebrate tonight.
Yes, sir. That is graduated in 2015 from White Plains.
Awesome.
How about that? You may have gone to school with my nephew.
I think you went to school with my cousin, played golf with him, I think.
So what you're saying, your other partner, what's his name?
Branson Oliver.
So you think Branson, is he the one who carried you? Is he the one that's like really good at it?
Well, yeah, and he was. As far as through the championship, me and him really, we played fairly even. I probably played the best I've probably ever played.
So you did play a good bit of cornhole prior to this?
Yes, I've played in some local tournaments around, around where we live. We've got a big local group that plays several nights a week.
Okay, so
but there's no national champions in that group.
But you got red, and I noticed you have a jersey on. Does that say all cornhole across it?
Yeah, .com.
It does. It says allcornhole.com.
Be careful Googling that.
Yeah.
Be careful Googling that.
So, Dustin, tell us this. When you have a match, we all kind of know what cornhole is. You throw the bean bags at the the little piece of wood with a hole in it.
Right.
Right. Thank you, Rick, for helping me with that.
Yeah, right.
So what does a match look like? How many times do you throw? How do you score? What does it take to win? Walk us through a match.
You get, whenever you start a match, you're going to flip a coin for who throws first, who chooses the bags they want to throw, and which side of the board they want to throw on. And then you and your partner will stand on opposite sides of the board, facing each other, on the same side of the board. And then whoever, won the coin toss will throw first. And then you and your opponent will alternate throws. And you will play in the championship. We played to 15 rounds or first to 21. Most of the tournaments I've ever played in, we've never played to 15 rounds. So that was something new to us. And we actually, two of the 4 games we played, we
35 minutes past the hour. You can't even. So, but I want y'all to know this. Totally expected. Not surprised in the least. So, we're updating the changing plans today.
I asked you when I first got to work today, we had the story about running out of money and options. The story about stranded families scrambling to save their 4th of July holiday after 32,000 flights have been delayed or canceled across the country.
And the good news is, Bubba, if you've been turned upside down, call this number. We'll be right with you in about an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Yeah, that's good.
First of all,
very few cell phones can stay with that. It'll burn your hand up.
I don't care who you are, what airline you are. When you turn people's world upside down and the number you give them, the hold is an hour and a half, that's unacceptable.
And they tell you how much
it's
how
completely
important your
it's completely unacceptable
that your business is to them. Well, not really.
Do you realize? Just think about the common sense of how long we need to be taking action to adapt to this new world you put on us. Not the one we paid for, the one you've now given us. And we gotta. What are we supposed to do for the time? I need to be online. I need to be doing this, and I'm having to listen to this stuff. It's just completely. And I hate the people that are put in that situation. But that is the job they took. So here's.
Did you ask Scott Palmer if he'd like to fly that far?
That's a big number. I don't know that there's any that are big enough to get across that pond.
Yeah.
But anyway, so it got down to this. My loving, wonderful, beautiful wife, she did, because I knew she was about to wake up now because it's getting early morning where she is. She said, "Husband, go to bed. You got work tomorrow. I'll take care of this." I find it unacceptable that my husband is not going to get here to me to almost 2 days later than what I booked, and that's not going to stand. Because I did say, I'll just simply drive to Atlanta on Friday, forget this Birmingham flight, and just get on the 10:30 p.m. And she said, that's still not good enough for me because you're still losing an entire day.
Yeah.
Our whole plan was you join me on Friday, not Saturday night. That's unacceptable to me. And I said, okay. And she goes, what I'm going to do is work back through American Express Travel because that's who I booked through. You're getting caught in a Delta game that they don't want to give up your flight. And I'm going to American Express and tell them that they got to find some other way to get you here. So, so I woke up this morning, and apparently she has done this. So American Express Travel, not Delta, but American Express Travel, I am now driving to Atlanta today, and I may have to leave the show early just because of all this chaos. If it was a normal day, probably not. But just to kind of minimize stress on, I don't know how long it'll take me to get through security and all that with all this, chaos over there. So I now I drive to Atlanta today, and I leave at 5:30 Atlanta time, and then I go to London. I'm not going to Paris anymore. At one time, I was going to Amsterdam, according to Delta. That's not anymore.
London.
So I'm going to London, and then from London right to Marseille. And so on British Airways. Is that right, Airways?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I apparently there was a way to get me there, and of course, Delta wasn't going to help me. So anyway, so I will be there tomorrow mid-afternoon.
So who worked it out? Was it do I understand you to say American Express?
American Express Travel.
People that got it.
Sherry just got on with one of their travel agents, and we've used them for stuff, and she said, hey, as opposed to him being in this world of an airline that doesn't want to help him, let's get over here into a travel agency that's just trying to get my husband from point A to point B, and you don't care who we use.
Right. So London is 5 hours ahead of Eastern time. So if you're leaving at 5:30, you're leaving at 10:30, I guess, in London.
Yeah, I know.
What?
This will be fun watching you walk this
go into all
out.
this.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
A lot of time zones.
But my ticket tells me when I'll get there.
No, I know, but that's what I'm asking is how long do you have?
Go ahead.
How long do you have to stay in London before you leave? Do you have a long layover there?
I don't think it's too bad. I think it's about 2 hours.
What about Paris or Munich, where everybody's talking about pop music?
Yeah, I'm not going there. I was going there, but I'm not going there anymore.
London, New York, Paris, Munich. Everybody talking about
jump music. So I'm trying to find my trip.
Are you driving big lift into the Atlanta airport and trying to park?
Yep.
Oh, I don't like that at all.
You
can't be
Rick, I do not like that one.
Party time.
Well, you're just gonna have to go into the
Party
special
time.
parking.
New York, London.
Duh.
That'll
I know
probably-
that. I'm just saying you can't get in the parking deck with that thing, so that's added to it.
Well,
too.
I usually when I do
They have
Atlanta,
oversized.
when I go Atlanta, and I know this probably everybody say, man, why are you doing that? But it's always worked for me. I usually do park and ride.
Yeah.
I just get one of those lots right out there on the outskirts, and I take the van in.
Yeah.
And they pull you right out to where you need to get out. And then, of course, a little bit of handle when you land, but that's fine. So here's what it says.
Everybody.
Here's how long I'm going to be there. So I'm going to. I get to
Let
London.
Speedy figure it out for
I
you,
get to
Rick.
London at
He's got it.
6:45 in the morning tomorrow. Okay.
Trying to do all those numbers are crazy. It's
Well, all I did
impossible
was
to
just
do when
add
you start
5.
doing time
Right.
zones. It's
Yeah.
not just you; it's anybody doing it.
Right, and I can't find when I leave London. Here we go, and I leave London at 10:40 a.m. So I arrive at 6:45 and leave at 10:40. So that's not bad.
But I know you.
What I
I know
feel
you
like-
said you have a superpower of no jet lag, but yet you can't sleep on planes.
Yeah.
So I guess you're just going to lose a night's sleep.
Yeah, well, my superpower allows me to overcome that.
Yeah.
But it's I can't sleep on a plane. Never have. Maybe since I've done a little bit better and I've dropped about 40.
Yeah, maybe so.
Since December, maybe that'll be more comfortable.
Should we start looking for someone to hire right now to come rescue y'all to get you back?
Honestly, I love y'all, but if I can just get there, if I don't get back, I mean it's
Getting back is not a high priority as long as you can get there.
and Helmsy brought up a good point, but I gave him a little bit of peace of mind. Honestly, those of us that are Birmingham, Alabama people, it happens to us all the time. we'll be so exhausted. I mean, I'm talking about hanging on by a thread, tired, and we'll hit Atlanta on the way back, and we'll go, whew,
almost there.
Just a short hop home, and then you'll watch your flight start getting delayed. A thunderstorm will come through, delay, and you'll be stuck in Atlanta. And you'll say this. All Birmingham people have said this. If I just have my car here,
I wish I could just.
I think I'll just drive from Atlanta.
Yeah.
So the good news is
You'll be able to drive from Atlanta.
Leaving from Atlanta is a nightmare and a torturous situation. But on the way home, when they would have delayed my Birmingham flight home and destroyed my middle of the night stop there, when I was almost home, putting me on the edge of complete meltdown. The good news is now when I hit Atlanta, I just go get my truck and go home. So I won't be stuck on I was almost there. How many times have you been on the almost there?
And Rick, with all this messed up, I want you to think and enjoy along the way what a great job that the Secretary Pete Buttigieg is doing, who looks over all of our transportation in our country and who is really on top of it.
Have you noticed it's been nothing but chaos since this idiot took over this role? At one point, I asked Delta, could I speak with Buttigieg? He's done a bang-up job, hasn't he?
Oh, beautiful.
But anyway, so there it is. So
we got quite a day.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. So y'all are thinking to me with the chaos. Again, I'm only headed to the busiest airport on the eastern seaboard.
Yeah, not a big
it should
deal.
be fine.
I think it was the busiest one in the world
in the
for a
middle
long
of all
time,
this
wasn't it?
chaos that's going on.
Hartsville?
I think it is the number one now.
Yep.
At
least in the U.S.
It and O'Hare kind of go back and forth.
Look at that line, Rick.
Huh?
Just
these
with
lines,
the
these
video that we're
headlines.
showing
Yeah.
of the airports.
That's fine.
But you have
Look,
you have
I'm in the kill me stage now.
you have
I mean,
airport
just-
traffic and all that, but you've also got traffic to get there. And
sure.
That's good.
that drive's fun.
Look at
So
that.
you
Look
got
at
to
that
add
right
all
there.
that up.
Going to Atlanta and getting on the flight's a blast.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's why people go, I don't know why you do that hop in Birmingham. I said, for the check-in. For nothing else but the check-in. I'll get in the system there, as opposed to trying to get in the system over there.
Could they ever tell you why they changed things up? Like what the problem was?
They didn't. I'd like to have heard that. Sherry said American Express told her, which they didn't tell me, Delta didn't. They said that a lot of this is tied to, for some reason, storms in the Northeast.
Really?
But that's not what Delta said. They didn't say that. Maybe it was. I don't know. But they didn't give an explanation. They just said a bunch of canceled flights.
32,000.
Well, I know United and the FAA have been sparring a little bit on some.
Well, you
shot,
got
some shots back and forth on whose fault it is.
You got nowhere to go. I mean, if you stay domestic, I mean, Southwest is a good option. No frills. We get you from point A to point B. But if you're going international, I hate to say this, this is how bad it is. Delta's probably the best, and they're terrible. So I mean,
there you go.
The only thing worse than Delta is American and United. I mean, it's a terrible situation. You talk about a bad conference. They ain't a good team in it. And so anyway, we'll work it out. But the thing that gets me is when people's worlds get turned upside down, there's got to be more than call this number and we'll get with you in an hour and a half to 2 hours. There's got to be a better way.
After 2 hours, because your call is important to us.
Yeah, there's just got to be a better way.
Doesn't that make you just want to punch somebody when it says that on the phone?
I had a snack last night. I ate nails before I went to bed. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
we made it to 15 rounds and didn't make it to 21. So, that kind of changed our game a little bit as far as playing because, now we can play more conservative and just try to keep the other team from scoring quite as many points, giving up big numbers, things like that.
Can you knock the other person's beanbag off there and all that?
Mm-hmm. You can.
So how do you score? I mean, if it goes in the hole, it's what?
It's 3 points in the hole and 1 point on the board. But the opposing team can cancel those points out based on what they do. If you throw one in the hole, they throw one in the hole, then it's, cancels out.
Okay. So what if you have a hanger? What if you have something hanging in the hole? What is it? Is it still just one?
It's still just one. It's on
but
the
if
board.
somebody else knocks it in, does that count?
It counts.
All right. What's the biggest mistake people make in cornhole? You got to have a touch, right?
Yeah, I mean, the hardest thing is the proper way to throw the bag. I mean, which everybody has a different way of throwing it.
So
But
how do you throw it?
I like to throw. I mean, I throw a flat bag that spins, and I like to land it, somewhere close to the front middle of the board and let it slide into the hole. That's kind of my style of play. Brenton, he throws his bags really hard. There's two sides of the bag. There's a sticky side of the bag and a slick side of the bag.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. The bags I've played with were the same on both sides.
Yeah.
Right, and see, I like to throw the slick side of the bag and, throw it a little higher, let it land on the board and slide up. Branson likes to throw the sticky side and throw it low and hard and then let it slide up.
All right, so what'd y'all get for winning the national championship? What'd you get?
We got $5,000 in scholarship.
All right.
Awesome. How about that? Congratulations.
Did you get a big trophy?
We did not.
Oh,
come on, they ain't got a trophy.
Hey, congratulations to you and to Branson and representing Jacksonville State University well, man. Congratulations. All right, so we have with us Bubba. 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. So it looks like I get to go to jolly old London and try to work my way to see Sherry. Also, this is a phone troll time. All 10 lines are available. Super P's ready, 30 seconds a pop. Can I tell you what was hilarious? Because, you know, Sherry is even a more savvy traveler than me, really by far. I mean, she's traveled all over the world, even by herself. And she started the routine last night that we're going with the trains. Tell you what, just go to Atlanta, fly to Paris, and get on the trains. And I said, well, let me stop you right there. Big Papa ain't getting on the trains. I said, we're not doing the trains. She goes, it's really not that complicated, Rick. I said, I'm not doing trains. I said, I don't want to get on these trains. She goes, you get to see the whole countryside while you go out there on these high. I said, baby, I'm going to have to find a train station. I got to get on the right plane. I said, that you're the one that speaks French. I don't. And so I said, as I was going to bed, I said, I ain't getting on the train. And so now it looks like I'll be headed to jolly old London. Would you let me say hello to King Charles for you, Bubba? Hello. You know, the good thing about them, even when they're being mean to you, it sounds so kind. I find you to be a bit of a redneck, aren't you? Do you not know where you're going? May I assist you? You raving idiot.
Now, you said it a minute ago, but how are you getting from there to France? The train? The high-speed train?
No. That's what Sherry wanted me to do. I'm doing British
But you've
Airways.
done that before, haven't you?
I have with her with me, though.
Yeah.
And with her in charge of the entire trip. And
For the high-speed train.
you remember that was the one, Greg? Do you remember that where we went on the train from London over to Paris, and then we kept telling Dad we were going to go under the water, and he started saying, "We ain't down the water. Look out the window." I said, "Dad, it's not a submarine. We're in a tunnel." Yeah, like he said we was going to be in the water. Look out the window. We ain't down the water. And
He's gonna be like a glass
right. Dad, we're not thinking high speed sub. 866 we be big. 30 seconds a pop if you want to join us. So if it all works out, Atlanta to London, London to Marseille. I think that's how we said you're supposed to say.
Yeah.
And then we're going to some other places, but I'm not sure what they are. Byron, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, man, just want to let you know I feel your pain about your flight.
Yes.
I had went and applied for a passport so I can leave Friday morning to England, and back in March, and they I have not received it, and I know you're not supposed to have shameless.
What happened? Oh, man, your phone dropped out. Really, you had about 2 seconds to say what you were going to say, but phone dropped out.
Yeah, when he was saying he applied, and then he finally said March, I said, "Oh, okay," because I knew he wouldn't get it down.
No.
I've heard some passports horror stories from a friend of mine that was they were just getting them updated for their kids because they have a lifespan and it's gotten bogged down since January.
The kids have to be updated a lot more than the adults.
Every 6 years, and then we're every 10 years. Is that right?
I think the kids are more than that because they change so much.
Well, I will tell you this.
And you have to have your papers in order.
The anxiety I had yesterday when I hadn't checked my passport in a while because once COVID hit, travel was over. I hadn't used it in forever. Yeah. And I'm sitting there going, oh, please.
Please still be good, be good.
When I saw that 2028, it was a great feeling. Let's go to Shane.
Well, I bet yours got a lot of stamps in it.
It does. Birmingham. Well, this one doesn't because it's new, but the old one had a bunch of them. Shane, go ahead.
Okay, well, it's Cheyenne,
Hey,
so everybody
Cheyenne.
gets it wrong, but it's okay.
Perfectly fine.
Just calling me and my boss. Love you so much. We love both of y'all. She's actually watching y'all on YouTube right now.
We're waving
her
at her.
name's Stephanie. If y'all shout her out.
Hey, Stephanie.
Hey, Steph. But my question is, I've got some relationship advice that I need a little help with. I'm a God-fearing woman. So is my boyfriend, but we've been together for roughly about 5 months. He's got a child that's 9. They have been together, his entire life. He just now started dating me, never had a girlfriend. The son is not really taking a good liking to me. He will like me 1 minute and cuddle me and love me, and then the next minute he's like, I want you to stop dating my dad. I don't like you.
Wow.
And it's kind of taken a little bit of a toll on me. So I don't know if I need to just wait it out and see, or I talked to him, the dad, about it. He's, he doesn't know what to do. He, doesn't want to force his son to do anything he doesn't want to do, but I really like the dad. I think this could be something, and I'm almost 30, and dadgummit, I want to get married. So.
I know, Shane. I understand. Well, first of all, the fact that the child has ended up with his dad after some sort of breakup of that family or his mama, this reaction he's having is completely normal. I mean, you are coming into a world where he and Daddy, Daddy's the center of the universe, and he's his little buddy and his son, and they do everything together. And now you're an outside force coming in, taking Dad's attention, which he normally has undisrupted. So this is not abnormal at all. The child's reaction is sadly, understandable. I mean, and what you got to decide is whether you're willing to try to work out him getting accustomed to you. He really needs help from his dad.
Yeah, that you got to have the enforcement from the dad.
Communicating to the son what's going on and why it's going on. But if the dad is going to say, well, if this upsets my son, I'm not sure I can do it, you probably don't want to continue down this road. But now if he's willing to say, let's work together, and I'll work with him, and I think he will warm up to you over time if you're a candidate to be a wife. But this is something that is not surprising, and it is difficult, and what you have to decide is whether it's worth it or not.
Because it won't be easy.
It won't be easy.
Oh, I know. Like I said, it's taking a toll on me. He likes me 1 minute, and he is the sweetest boy and the lovingest boy.
All
and
normal.
then the next minute,
All normal.
he's like, I don't want you talking to my dad.
See,
Don't talk to my dad.
If I can give you some encouragement,
It's
my
like-
own 3 do that to me.
Right. Yeah, that's funny. Well, that's right. Well, yeah, and what he's doing.
And if the dad doesn't approach this and handle it properly,
that's the key.
The
He's the
son
key. Yeah.
the son will realize he's in a power play situation.
Absolutely.
And he will act up to get things that he wants.
Yeah, he'll play
so
you.
you can't get
That's-
into that.
That's the problem.
You can't get into that cycle, and that's exactly what it'll be. I'm going to pitch a fit so I get what I want. I'm going to pitch a fit so I get what I want. Again, it goes back to the dad. He's kind of got to set the table for this.
Yeah, he's the key to the whole thing.
And if he can't set that table, I would head another direction and do it quickly.
No question, because you're going to be miserable.
You're just going to have more and more
It's
problems.
going to be a roller coaster ride of getting your feelings hurt, and I thought we had a good day, and now we had a bad day. Dad's going to have to really guide this situation, and if he's not, if he is I just want him to be happy. Like Bubba said, that child is going to play him like a flute, and is going to get in between that relationship, and it will, because he sees you as a threat to his time with his dad. His dad has been. He's been the center of the universe to his dad, and I credit the dad for doing a good job and being present with his son.
Yeah.
But when this dating world starts with a little boy, it's tough. It is, or a little girl, either one. Top of the hour, but we've all said the same thing. The dad's the key. Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a great day. You got more Rick and Bubba than top of the hour break. We'll be right back. We'll continue some more of your phone calls right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hello to Drew Warren.
Well, hello, Drew.
Hey, Drew. All right, Drew Warren is 22. He's a UAB senior in communication.
He's on the cornhole team.
Yeah, and he is coming here to the show to work and to intern to try to get his degree in common sense, but he does not have a Rick and Bubba name.
Wow.
So we
That's
have to
gonna
resolve that as we start this hour. So, Drew, first of all, have you ever had a nickname before?
Have not.
Never.
Never.
In your whole life?
Never.
Your passions are sports. I know that's one of them. It's listed here.
Yes, sir.
Anything else? Any hobbies? Any things you have done or do that might help us with your nickname?
I mean, growing up, I've just always been real into sports, specifically college football.
Okay.
So, yeah, really, I'm just a big sports enthusiast. That's the main thing about me.
I noticed that you're kind of leaning heavy on the TV side versus the radio side. So is that one of your passions?
Yeah, my main goal is to one day be a sports broadcaster for college football.
Broadcasting or behind the scenes? I mean, you're talking about up in the mic,
Broadcaster,
breaking it down?
Yes, sir. On scene, on camera.
Okay. All right. So
we got another Sergio dip in the making.
I was about
Are you doing any of that now in college? Are you doing any of the sports or helping with any of that?
I did a sports talk show last summer for UAB, but I only did that for a summer. And
what was
too
it
busy.
on? Was it online or
It was on
there?
it was
UAB's
online.
channel.
It was on Facebook Live.
It was you and Sam Warren.
I think Sam did the same thing, by the way. I really do think he did that.
Well, did you ever do any play-by-play with the great Chris Wood?
No, sir.
Have you heard of
Chris
Wood?
UAB hockey.
He's a
play-by-play.
legend.
He does
in
UAB.
hockey,
He does
yeah.
UAB hockey.
Yeah, I've never heard of him.
14-1, we like to call him.
Right. So
He's a legend there.
One thing I think Helmsley threw one out there. Intern Sergio Dip.
I didn't mean for that to be, but yeah,
It's not
that's a
bad.
good one.
Not bad.
That is a good one.
You ever play cornhole?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Really?
All the time.
Okay, so you didn't include that. I had to ask about it. I had to pick away at that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, but I don't think we want to label you with that one.
Sergio Cornhole.
Probably not. What about DD Megadoodoo?
We can't
That was from yesterday.
We can't, Greg. We haven't. No, Rick.
Look at me right now.
We didn't play
We
that
haven't
for you?
even. No, we haven't played it for them for a reason.
What's wrong with you?
Nobody knows what it means.
Well, now we got to explain.
No, we
Let's just
don't.
move on.
It was
Just
the
act like
story.
you don't hear it.
You
Right?
didn't see it.
Big slip up.
I got no
Rick,
idea what you're
okay,
talking
about.
listen.
That was awesome.
There was a police officer
Now,
that
let's
was
just let it
killed
go.
in the line of duty.
That's
You
why
brought it up and didn't say let it go.
That's why we
and
didn't do the story.
A TV analyst was reporting it, saying their farewell, and instead of saying the name, Deidre, whatever her last name was, they said DD Mega Doodoo. And so we have.
So that I assume that was not the officer's name.
No, not even close. Not even close.
Not at all.
And so,
But we were trying
I mean,
to
it is a
explain
blooper.
to
Is
the
what
audience,
it is.
there was a very serious subject, but we thought it was funny that she messed the word up. But then we just decided, let's just don't play.
There's
Right,
no
but now let's
win,
bring it
but
up.
For some
there's
reason
no win
today,
in
you
that.
just said it.
Well, y'all didn't have to explain it. That was just for us. That's on y'all. I had no intention of explaining it.
Yeah, but you brought it
You're
up.
the one that.
I thought it was a funny name.
It is.
Greg, you lit the fire and then ran.
You know, that's typical.
You need to see that.
Somebody said he ought to be named.
She handles it well.
Oh yeah,
Real
Rick.
serious.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Very
Rick.
serious.
Yes. Yes.
That makes it better. I'm sorry.
Somebody said he should be named Squee. I guess is that Kavanaugh's high school friend or college friend? That remember Kavanaugh when he was
Kavanaugh?
talking about all his drinking days and his buddies. He said
yeah.
Squee.
Supreme Court.
Is it Squee?
But how does it tie into
How's it
this?
tie into
I don't know.
Truth?
Somebody I think that's just what somebody wants.
Somebody's been
to
holding
be
out.
named.
Somebody's been waiting on us to name it.
That was before we even started interviewing Drew.
We're not calling him Sergio.
Or Devil's Triangle.
We're not going to call him Sergio Corn Dip or Devil's Triangle or any of
Wrong with you,
that.
buddy. You need to.
Corn dip.
I know it's Friday. You're happy. It's just 2 days. I get it.
Hey, Rick and Bubba show calling out of Ozark. What's your idea for a name for Drew?
How about a play on Drew Brees since he's in the sports? How about Drew Blaze?
Yeah, because he's the
Drew
That's
Blaze.
good. That's
I like
good.
that.
That's
I like
good.
that.
I like that.
What?
That's good right there.
Greg hates it.
Drew Blaze. Put that down by Sergio Dip.
Greg hates it.
I'm not a big
Sergio
fan.
Dip, you know I do.
Oh, I know you do. You've already decided.
Oh, that's my
What
will.
about cornhole dip?
No.
See, there
No,
you go.
you got to get off cornhole.
Well, I just Sergio Corn Dip.
No.
Well, we got
Somebody
the
already
intern's
called that
mom here.
All right, here's his mom. Amy, help us out. What's some things about your son that he's not telling us?
He did not tell you the truth. He has had a nickname from birth. His nickname has always been Drooby Doo.
Now we understand why he didn't tell us.
I knew this was going to happen.
Hey, look. Hey, I will say this.
Drooby Doo Blazer.
Whether that's his nickname or not, that's what we will refer to him in the hall.
What did you just
Yep.
say?
Drooby Doo Blazer.
You know, he's always got to add him. Bubba's got to take a
Put
vocal
'em
vitamin and whatnot.
That ain't bad.
That's
though.
hair looking good.
Drooby Doo Blazer. You got to sing it like Gerald when you say it.
Drooby Doo.
Well, I always sang the Scooby Doo theme. Drooby Dooby Doo.
Drooby
It's
Dooby
getting
Doo.
better.
Where are you? On slippers. And here we go. It is 6 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Programming note, Bubba and I out today. Looking at the chaos in Atlanta, I may even be out next hour.
Rick, you need to leave right now.
I'm out. I'll talk to y'all later. But anyway, so best of show tomorrow.
Nope.
Then a replay on the 4th. All the other days are best of shows hosted by either Speedy, Greg, or Helms. They'll get some time off too. Adler gets some time off. YouTube will be all archives for that time, as is the norm. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible study is available. That'll be the last new one until we get back. There will not be a Bible study on July the 5th. Good time to go through all the archives. And there will be no new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, this weekend. You can also go and catch all the archives, maybe some you missed. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bus.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us, and we hope that you have a safe and happy 4th of July week next week.
Absolutely. To the phones we go. We had some people standing by. We only took one phone call last segment. because somebody needed our advice on relationships. You know?
I felt a little bit like Frasier then for a minute. Did you?
I did. There was a Frasier moment there. No question about that. Anonymous caller out of Birmingham. Anonymous, 104.7 WZZK. Go ahead.
All right, guys. I'm having to go with anonymous. I'm trying to lower my voice, make it sound a little different, because my wife finds out I'm telling y'all this, she's going to kill me. But a funny thing. All right, Sunday, she started having some back pain, and it got worse and worse through to yesterday morning. It was real bad, and she actually passed out, which she does. Well, she does that from time to time. But anyways, between the passing out and the back pain, I left work and I said, let's go. We're going to the doctor. So we took her to the doctor to get it diagnosed, and he did all the stuff, x-rays, all that stuff. And he comes in after he gets all the results, and he says, man, everything looks good. The blood work's good. Urine, no infections. Your spine is looking good. And then he got real quiet. He said, but when's the last time you had a bowel movement?
Oh,
no. My wife looks at me. She gives me the glance, and he says, I mean, you got a lot of stool. And when he said the word stool,
my goodness.
She looked at me. She could see the corners of my mouth start to kind of go up a little bit, and kind of like a 5-year-old when he hears the word stool. It just kind of does something. So he said it about 3 times. It's a lot.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And I thought I couldn't say it. If I'd have been in the other room and my wife was somewhere else and he was telling me, I would have said it. But with her in the room, I couldn't say it. I said, but I was thinking it, and I so bad wanted to say it. So what you're telling me, doctor, that my wife's problem is she's full of crap. I mean, that's what my wife's problem.
You better be glad you didn't say that. That voice sounded familiar to me.
It did to me, too.
Yeah.
Do you think it was who we think it is? Uh-huh.
You think you know it was?
If I can recognize it,
his wife listening, she knows.
He's in a lot of trouble.
Is that who you thinking it was? What I told you? Yeah.
Well, how'd the story end?
No, Greg, the story's about to end.
Yeah.
It really, he thought it ended. Now he's created a problem.
Yeah, because she can okay. She knows what she went through. She knows exactly who it is.
Yep. JC, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Keep that down.
Good morning, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Rick, I want to give you a little heads up as a seasoned international traveler.
Yep.
When you use American Express, they have a concierge desk. You call them, tell them what you just talked about, all the issues you've had, and they take care of it from there.
Well, that's what my wife told me. But when you get the alert from Delta and they say call us, But yeah, Sherry said the same thing. She goes, I will call American Express. You're getting played in the airline system. That you just tell them the problem and say we got to get him to this point on this day, and they get it done.
I've never used American Express to do that, but it must be pretty cool.
It is. I've used them before for different things. We really like our American Express deal. I mean, it really serves a lot of purposes on a lot of things. Like even like hotels. Hey, can you find me a place to stay that one of y'all that you approve? And I've never been there before. They'll knock it out.
Really? Huh.
Yeah. We continue.
I don't know how to use it like that.
Well, there's a number on the back.
Just
flip it over. and they'll say, you know what they'll say? Why you call and say travel? And all of a sudden the travel person comes and say, hey, Bus, what's up?
Hey. You've been a member, yeah.
We can. I did find out, though, if your wife books it, though, American Express needs to talk to her.
Yeah, that's a problem.
We continue. Let's go to Cody in Alabama.
Cody.
Hey, Cody, go ahead.
Green Acres, guys.
Thank you for the go. Go ahead.
So I'm a truck driver. Apologize if my signal isn't the best. But when I was getting ready for work this morning, I just happened to see a video that blew my mind. The Sparkle Creed.
Oh, I saw that.
If you haven't heard of it.
What is it?
You don't want to see it. It's blasphemy to the highest level.
Oh, it is.
It's horrible.
I just
horrible.
What are you talking about?
Well,
I mean, what
it is a church.
Oh, okay.
That takes God and begins to call him things he's not. We always talk about the life truth, and we talked about it in the Bible study yesterday.
I see what you said.
I've been guilty of it. When I was a big man upstairs guy, where you try to make God into something that you're more comfortable with. He needs to dumb himself down for you. Not he transforms you into something he's more comfortable with. You want him to drop his holiness and drop his perfection so he can be a little more relatable to you, as opposed to I repent, make me more relatable to you. And they are calling God non-binary and fluid and all these things. It's blasphemy. Wow. I mean, to the highest level. To the highest level.
Like I said, it's never enough.
Heather in Alabama. Heather, go ahead.
Hi, Rick and Bubba.
Hey,
Monkey
Heather.
Grass.
Thanks you for the call. Go right ahead.
Hey, I have 2 questions for you. I moved away from Andalusia 14 years ago and then moved back. So I missed whatever happened to Tyler, the cyclist, and Chance, that guy that you would call and pick on every once in a while. Whatever happened to those 2 guys?
Chance, he showed us the hand and kind of stiff-armed us. He didn't really want to continue a relationship. And then Tyler, the angry cyclist, I think may have been hit by a car. I don't remember.
Rick, he actually
bought a car.
He actually ran into a pine tree, and we hadn't heard it.
I don't know what happened to him.
Centered it up.
Yeah, the Chance thing was odd. We tried to go into Chance world. I think
that thing ended weird.
It did end weird.
Do y'all remember when I went to the Final Four with Tyler, the angry cyclist?
I do. Mm-hmm. Forgot about it.
That was interesting.
You riding on his handlebars were a sight.
That's a long way.
I could be wrong, but I think he's a fireman now.
Yeah, the last time I heard from him.
Bumped into him.
Christy, go right ahead.
Pretty funny.
Alabama.
Hey,
he's had a few.
I may have missed it. I was just wondering where everybody else was going on vacation.
Bubs, what's your plans?
Well, I'll probably just hang around here for a while.
Oh, I love a staycation. The last probably 4 vacations I've had have been staycations, and I love them.
I'm just going to hang out and do a few things. I don't know. I might ride over to East Boga one day. I don't know.
Watch out. Well, you must have travel budget.
You call American Express. Get that
schedule.
Yeah.
Adler, have you got any plans?
I am driving to Asheville, North Carolina in the van.
Oh, yeah,
the
baby.
killer van. Taking the family to my grandma has not met Ezra yet.
Oh, cool.
So we're gonna go stay at grandma's house for a couple nights.
That's cool.
I might sleep in the van.
And the guys, I know their days are staggered when they're not doing the best of show. They get days off. Have you got any put together to do anything? Or y'all just days off? Greg, all you're doing is glad you don't have
I
to
may make it to Gadsden a couple days, maybe fish, put the boat in, play around a little bit. But outside of that, it's going to be staycation.
Yeah.
Amanda's got a few things she needs me to knock out at the house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those are fun. Those are fun.
She does.
Staycations don't include the Atlanta airport.
They don't.
No,
thinking about your day today.
They're so much
about
fun.
as far from that as you
They're
can be.
so much fun.
Just saying.
Mm-hmm. You know what you do on a staycation? Whatever you feel like today.
Sorry, bud.
Mm-hmm.
Just take it a day at a time. You don't even know what day it is.
Besides that, I'm gonna sleep in my own bed. Besides the time that I'm at grandma's house.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Sit on my own couch. Yeah, that kind of stuff.
Oh,
sorry, Rick. I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I mean, the hotels I'm going to will be quite nice. I just may never see them.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
And then when I get there, I'm not sure I'll ever be back.
Yeah.
That's my biggest concern. Getting there and then never coming back. Both of those are concerns.
It's tough.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'll do well in France long term. Short term, I think I'm okay.
Yeah.
The food is delicious. The views are beautiful.
You get out in the country, you'll be all right.
And that's where I am. I'm not going to Paris, which I'm kind of thankful for that.
I know we have challenges set up like games. I can't wait to see the final score by the end of the day for you.
Well, I'm down. I'm down 21 points.
You are.
Yeah.
They jumped on you hard.
We didn't look ready to play.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
do now. Oh, Mom, thank you for that one.
I get a nickname and a theme
Oh,
song.
you're very welcome. I couldn't let him down.
Thank you,
Y'all have
Mom.
fun.
He really didn't want that out.
Mama's always there for you. You ever had any nicknames? No, sir.
Nope, never.
Nope, never.
Especially
Not
Drooby
one.
Doo.
No, I haven't.
I didn't think she
All right,
would
so we
actually
got Drooby Doo,
Right.
Sergio Dip, and we got Drew Blaze.
Right.
All right, let's.
Y'all don't want Squee, do you?
No. let's look around, see what else we find in the break. We'll come back and vote. Bubba name. We only have 3 right now. We're looking to see if any others jump out at us. We have Sergio Dip because he wants to be a sports broadcaster, and then we have Drooby Dooby Doo.
Drooby Doo.
Yeah, we got Drooby Doo and then Drooby Dooby Doo. Yeah.
And Drooby Mega Doo.
And because he's a Blazer with the UAB Blazers, they say a lot of people are saying we need to pull in Blaze TV and go and just call him Intern Blazer TV.
That's a waste of time.
Well, I'm just telling you what the email said.
Right.
Also, like Sergio, have cornholio.
No.
That may be my new favorite.
Intern cornholio.
I just want to hear Rick say intern.
Intern cornholio.
Drooby Dooby Doo.
Where are you on?
Drooby Dooby Doo.
Where are you? Where are you on Cornwallis?
Cornwallis. That's just kind of weird.
Yeah.
Wait, he lost, didn't he?
Yeah.
Blazing.
Blazing.
We've got Drooby Dragon.
That sounds like the same
Blazing
captain in Tennille.
Droobies.
We're not calling him Beth Mowens.
Drooby Snack.
Drooby Snack. Instead of Skippy
hold
Snack.
on, Drooby Snack.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yankee swap.
Intern.
Y'all.
I love Yankees. You want to put it in there?
I like saying it.
I do too.
It means nothing.
That mean you want to put Yankee swap in there?
Rick wants to put Yankee swap.
Why not?
So I got Sergio Dip, Cornholio, Drooby Dooby Doo, or Drooby Doo, or Drooby Snack, and then
Let's vote.
Yankee Swap.
Yeah, all right,
Let's vote.
Yankee swap.
Yep, that's it.
For some reason
All right.
that's in there.
All right, let's vote.
Which
all right, well, what are they?
What are the 4?
Well, that just give me all the.
All right, Sergio Dip, Squee,
No, we're not doing Squee.
Dee Mega
Mess
Doo.
everybody up.
Drew Blaze.
Right.
You say yes
Yeah,
when you
yeah,
want.
yeah,
All
yeah.
right, you want that.
So
you want
yeah.
Sergio Dip?
Yes,
I do.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Cornholio,
No.
Drooby Dooby Doo,
Yes.
And Drooby Doo.
just Drooby Doo,
No. I don't want
You add one of the other.
Drooby Snack,
Yes.
and Yankee Swap.
Yep.
All
I like all those.
Those are your 5.
Everybody knows why. That makes it even better.
All right. All right. So all we're voting on are these.
Yep. Sergio Dip, Drew Blaze, Drooby Dooby Doo, Drooby Snack, Yankee Swap.
That's it. I mean, we're not voting on anything else, Bubba.
No, that's it. That's all. That's the only choices. If you remember that list, kinda.
Hi, Rick and Bubba's show. Which one are you voting for?
Drooby Dooby Doo.
Thank you. Rick and Bubba's show. Which one are you voting for?
Drooby Mega Doo Doo.
No, that's not a joke.
Rick and Bubba's show. What's your vote, please? Early in the year, not done with it. Drew Blaze. Okay, thank you. Hi, Rick and Bubba's show. What are you voting for?
Since you don't have cornholio, I'm not voting.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
I hear you. I'm
Protest vote.
Rick and Bubba's show. Which one you voting for?
Drooby Dooby Doo.
Thank you, buddy. Rick and Bubba's show. What's your vote?
Sergio Doo Doo.
Rick and Bubba's show. What's your vote, please?
Your fault.
Drooby Dooby Doo.
Thank you. Rick and Bubba's show. What's your vote, please?
Sergio Drooby Doo.
That's not one.
That's not one.
Rick and We're back, 866. Thank you, buddy. 866 We Be Big is the number. So we've kind of assessed the situation on the travel. I do think there's a chance with it being an international trip, and Atlanta has their own international terminal, that some of this chaos, since it's 4th of July related, is more domestic. If I can get over there away from all that at the international terminal, it may not be as bad since the rest of the world's not celebrating the 4th of July. But people may be going to parts of the world because they're off for the 4th of July, so like me. So we'll see. And by the way, I do got that. Doesn't even text me, Roger, that on American Express. I want to explain that situation. The reason why I called Delta, which was a complete waste of my time that I'll never get back, the reason why I called Delta is because Sherry booked everything. and I didn't know if she was awake, asleep. So Delta said, call them. This is the number to call, and they'll be right with you in about an hour and a half.
Yeah,
because we know you're in duress and you're not sure whether to put the suitcase in your truck or not.
And your call is important to us.
But anyway, yes, it's true. If you use American Express Travel, just call them and say, here's my problem. Can y'all work it out? And they will. And that's what eventually happened, but they could only talk to Sherry because I didn't book it. So they were like, well, yeah, we'll do that, but we got to talk to your wife. She's the one that booked all this. We can't even pull up your trip. And so,
well, now what you should have done is went through American Express.
You're right. Well, yeah, I know that, but the fact that I was in the middle of the night and Sherry was in the wee hours of the morning, I didn't know whether Sherry could get involved in this.
I just got an email.
But when she woke up, she got involved, and she got it handled.
And you'll never get that 2 hours back.
No. It was a terrible 2 hours too. You ever heard the same songs over and over again?
Boy, they get in your head, don't they?
And then the one that gets you the most is what Bubba talks about, and we've said it for years, is the reoccurring recorder that's telling you how important you are as you slowly die.
Yeah. And the first 2 times it fakes you off, you think they're picking up.
Yes.
Yeah.
What Delta customer service?
Click
and you think, oh yeah.
Can I tell you what customer service does to you now? And this is what it feels like. They cut you, and you didn't realize they hit something important, and you slowly bleed to death.
Yeah. You feel yourself getting weaker.
Like. Yeah, you're like, I don't know what's wrong with me. I think I'm dying.
Other than being hung by your ankles.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Yeah. One time I did the thing that I thought I would never do because I told myself how stupid that is. I screamed at the recorder. Are you waiting to hear about our COVID?
Did.
No!
Oh yeah, definitely.
And
I've been screaming
COVID. Talking about COVID. By the way, hilarious. Somebody sent it to me. I'll try to get it to Adler. Did y'all see Dana Carvey?
Yes.
And
Fauci.
Yeah, and what's the guy? The other guy? The played the mullet thing. David
Spade. I got it here if you want it.
Listen to this. It's short. It is hilarious. Listen to them hacking on Fauci. It is. First of all, they started by saying they miss COVID.
I miss COVID. I know. Dude, you know what I knew? There was trouble when anyone that came to our country didn't have to get a vaccine. And I go, if you're telling me I can't go to work, but everyone coming in doesn't have to get one, I go,
well, once we found out when Fauci said, okay, I'm sorry, but if you've had 2 boosters and 2 vaccines, you can get and give COVID to another guy who's had 5 vaccines and 4 boosters. What's the difference between a vaccine and a booster? I don't know. It's just more vaccine, but booster sounds better. Anyway, a guy with 25 vaccines would get and give COVID to another guy with 25 vaccines. That's why I'm introducing the daily COVID shot. Every day you get a shot. By the time you get to your car, you got no immunity. But it's a beautiful 39 seconds.
Pretty good.
That's fantastic. A beautiful 39 seconds of immunity.
Wow, they're beginning to look alike.
Yeah, they are.
If they both had sunglasses on, you couldn't tell them
That's
apart.
how
I agreed to that hairdo.
That's how absurd this is. And I don't know I don't know if it's a government thing. Why are some of y'all out there clinging to this COVID thing still? I mean, as if we want some information on it, or don't come in here without masks, but nobody in there has a mask on, and there's a big sign there that everybody just disregards it. It's a weird thing.
That's a great point, by the way. The vaccine and the booster is the same thing. Just it's more vaccine.
But it sounds better.
They're not different, but it sounds better. So they called it something different to make it seem better. But it was just the same thing. Same.
Well,
39 of them. It was the same.
It was one of those things, and because they got so condescending, and they were so looking down their nose that people wouldn't take the vaccine, that we were
they were pushing it so hard.
We were just so wicked and evil and uncaring, and all this. And then all of a sudden, this little thing they promised, this vaccine utopia, they promised it all fell apart, and then all of a sudden, people are like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
So I took this and it didn't help me at all.
Yeah.
Sure, it's helping you. Of course, it's helping you.
Several politicians said it.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to narrow
both
it
sides
down
of the aisle,
to one person.
No.
But the ones that were saying this is the pandemic of the unvaccinated.
What a bunch of fools.
I hope that they lose sleep at night because they said that.
I wish
because
that
that
people
was
lost their
absolutely
jobs.
wrong.
Yep.
Not even close to being right.
So very wrong. and the things that and they never come back and go, I missed that.
Never clear that.
All of you wicked, uncaring. I even had somebody tell my wife.
That was probably the dumbest thing some people have ever said in public.
I'm still waiting on an apology. We actually had some people that we know tell Sherry and me that we didn't love people because we wouldn't get the vaccine. Well, I do it because I love people. Are you suggesting we don't love people? Well, if you loved people, you would take it.
How's in blood clots sharing the love?
Yeah. Talk to me about how's the tiny blood clots in all your arteries? How's that working?
Yep.
I'm clear over here. So,
My chest hurts.
Right. But you know, it was all foolish, and that's the problem. It was okay just to tap the brakes and say, all right, let's try some stuff and see if it works. But no. Now everybody has to get in the mob, and everybody gets their talking points, and everybody has to, I'm in my mob, so I have to scream this. And over on the not vaccine side, then you form a mob over there. And those of you that are getting vaccinated are crazy, and we're the ones that are smart. Why didn't we just say, why don't we see? Let everybody, let
it play out.
Let's let it play out. If it looks like it's working, and if it's
make
not,
decisions based on you and your doctor and what you're dealing with.
course
Because everybody's was a little bit different.
Of course, then your doctor started getting the talking points. That didn't help.
Sure.
Wait a minute, you just told me not to worry about getting the vaccine. Now you're all about it. Yep, sure am.
That was yesterday.
Yeah, when did that change? No, you need to get it now. You just told me my natural immunity was as good, if not better. You just told me that about 72 hours ago. Yeah, but I changed my mind.
Yeah, thank you, Rick, for bringing that up.
If you have natural immunity and a vaccine, then you'll really be a walking immunity dog. And it was all just guessing and
the one thing that
propaganda
was
and-
not guessing, that what we should have relied on was the way we treat all viruses. But everybody was in arms. Everybody was up. You had people dying, and people wanted something done, so they started doing crazy things that didn't make sense.
Well, and that's that shoot, ready, aim. I got to calm the mob.
Yep.
But even the people that were dying, and we had loved ones who did, as you just said, throughout time, we quarantined the sick, not the healthy. Why didn't we just simply do that? I'm not saying don't look after those that are susceptible to anything they get.
And Rick, look at who was most susceptible to it, which is a hard word for me to say.
It is. That's a
we
tough
knew
one.
what you meant.
When it comes out, it sounds so good.
Right.
though.
When it's when it's a breathing problem like that, the elderly and those with suppressed immune systems should be the ones that you really take care of, not kids. Kids didn't struggle with this.
And even even what about the politicians that took
Still today want to give kids vaccine. You know that?
And don't forget the mistreatment of the elderly when they locked them all off in nursing homes and just let it run rampant in there. I mean,
put sick people in
in
nursing
there
homes.
with them. What
Can
a
you
bunch of
believe that?
idiots.
That was probably
We
the
didn't
dumbest move.
We
of
didn't
all
do
time.
anything right in that. We didn't treat anybody right. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll come back. Speaking of the government, we got some Biden quotes today.
Oh, they're dandies.
Those are always a doozy.
He's on the wrong war, too.
More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What's your vote, please?
Drew Blaze.
Okay. Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please. Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
Drooby Doo.
Did we count that?
Yeah, that's just that one.
Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
Oh, yeah, that's not one. Which one?
Yankee Swap.
All right.
Hey, go back to a ruling on that. She just said Drooby Doo. You want
That's
Drooby
just-
Dooby Doo?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that's the reason why I didn't put both of them. They're the same thing.
Yeah.
I might even shorten it at times. All right, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your vote, please?
Drooby Dooby Doo.
Okay, let's have a clear winner here, aren't we? All right, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your vote, please?
Drew Blaze.
All right, Rick and Bubba Show, your vote. Hello, Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
Drooby Dooby Doo.
All right, we got that.
7-3.
All right, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your vote, please?
Ray Sugarman.
We should have had that in
Did
there.
you know that somebody sent me where we got that from?
Where did we get it?
It was one of the producers or whatever of the Midnight Special.
Is that where it was?
He was the host, wasn't he?
No, that was Wolfman Jack.
I don't
But it said it came up like
The name would come up at the end.
The name would come up at the end, I think.
Subliminal.
Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your vote, please?
Mama knows best. Drooby Dooby Doo.
Close? Close? No. Not close? Okay. All right. Welcome, interns. Drooby Dooby Doo. Start trying to do it. Scooby Doo. Impression. I'm not very good at it.
Thank your mom for that.
Yep.
Thanks,
That's on
Mom.
Mama.
Yep.
That's on your mom right there.
Yep.
Right now, he's thinking he should have gone away further to college.
That's right. Drooby Dooby Doo.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number. By Raycon.com/Bubba. Rick and Bubba family members are raving about these Raycon earbuds. They are so much more comfortable, more discreet than some of the big name brands out there that you're paying double for. Look, you don't have to pay that. I mean, these Raycon earbuds are as good and better than most. And let me tell you something. If you're overpaying because it has some logo on it, you're making a mistake. Get the buyraycon.com/Bubba deal. That's an additional 15% off, and they're already about half the price of the others. They have pay later options if you want, free return guarantee if you don't love them. And, of course, they have all the sound profiles you're looking for, all the high-tech. But I love those adjustable gel tips so they fit comfortably. Even if you're trying to do just a little bit better, they won't fall out. So they're great. So go right now to buyraycon.com/Bubba or go to rickandbubba.com. Right there under the sponsors button. Bubba, you ready for some Biden clips today, my friend?
Rick, there's some dandies out there today.
Here we go. Here he comes. Isn't he impressive?
Where to go? Anybody know?
I say Basement Joe. Okay, Bubba, you want to start with 1A?
Well, he's asked about Putin and if the recent semi-coup attempt has weakened him. And he ties Putin to another war going on.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
It's hard to tell, but he's clearly losing the war in Iraq. He's losing the war at home. And he has become a bit of a fly around the world.
Has anybody told the president that he's fighting in Ukraine?
Did you hear him? He's losing the war at home. He's losing the war in Iraq.
He's losing the war at home. It's hard to tell, but he's clearly losing the war in Iraq. He's losing the war at home.
Is Putin in Iraq? Is he started a
Let
Gulf
me Google
War?
it. Let me Google it.
I think he's in Ukraine. I'm pretty sure it's Ukraine.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, hashtag everybody in love with Ukraine. I'm pretty sure it's Ukraine.
Yeah, it is. Oh, that's right.
And Rick, the Biden administration is not getting the public response for their economic plan they wanted because obviously it's not working.
Correct.
But they've come up with a new marketing plan. They're going to give it a nickname called Bidenomics.
No, they are not.
And Rick, let me tell you, Bidenomics will be the punchline to so many jokes by the time we get to election.
Amen.
You won't believe it.
Here we go.
And guess what?
Guess what? Now we're guessing what?
Bidenomics is working. And guess what? Bidenomics is working.
I will say, I think there's a better chance that Putin is in Iraq than Bidenomics is working. Don't you? I think that's got more likelihood.
I'm putting my money there.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what Bidenomics is.
Hey, guess what?
I tell you what, Bidenomics working in Iraq.
Bidenomics has done this for the American people. Savings are down, real wages are down, economic confidence is down, and the cost of everything is way up.
That's the only thing
that's Bidenomics at its best.
Turn us loose. Turn us loose, Bidenomics. We got all we can take.
Yes.
Here's a quick clip of Karine Jean-Pierre talking about the new buzzword Bidenomics.
Okay, this is new.
I wanted to ask you about this new Bidenomics messaging push. Can you just give me a sense first of, how did you guys coin that phrase, or why did you decide to go with that branding going forward?
You don't like Bidenomics?
No, I'm just asking. I'm curious.
I think it's pretty clever. It's pretty good. It makes good sense, Bidenomics, right? It kind of flows off the tongue really well. But in all seriousness, look, what you're going to hear from the president, I don't want to get ahead of him. I think we've kind of laid out a little bit.
Don't worry about that.
What we are thinking, or what we think the president's going to lay out, or what he is going to lay out. Certainly, it's a vision, right? It's a vision about growing the economy.
Word salad.
Oh,
Word salad. Word salad.
You circle the block 3 times. What are you trying to say?
Word salad. You made Kamala Harris look like a great narrator.
What is funny about this?
Compared to this woman, that Kamala Harris, now she's a communicator. She can walk out a point.
You know what this is a takeoff of, don't you? You remember
Reaganomics.
Reaganomics.
Yeah, of course, and that's how absurd it is. Could anything be further apart? By the way, hey, can I tell the Biden administration something with your new little phrase? Go over with the press secretary what to say if somebody asks her about it. You might want to run that down.
Yeah,
it sounds like she's going, isn't that a cool thing to name our new club?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the economy. Y'all given it a name? Is that supposed to make it? That's that lipstick thing again, isn't it?
Yeah.
On that old ugly pig. I mean, my goodness.
Build back better Bidenomics. What are they doing?
We're playing with B words.
Biden.
I miss the grown-ups in the White House.
Oh, my goodness. All right, now we're going to talk about, now Biden's going to get mad here. You know how old men, get out of my yard. Get out of my yard. Leave my plums alone. So that's an actual quote from my childhood.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
so
we heard that a lot.
Yes, we did. You remember when we got the idea of we would ride the bike under the tree and grab them as we went by and keep going?
Yeah. That's good.
That was good. All right.
The original drive-by.
Here we go. How involved are you in your son's Chinese shakedown text messages? And he
ain't happy.
He gets mad. Get out of my yard.
President Biden, how involved were you in your son's Chinese shakedown text message? Were you sitting there? Were you involved?
No, I wasn't. And I don't.
Were you?
No.
No, get out of my yard.
Yeah, you crazy kids.
You little sons of...
I
got
Did you see
Get
him
out of
working-
my crab apples.
Did you see him working that lozenge when he was doing
Also, we have a student who is black asking Biden what advice he'd give her if she was stopped by police and he was her dad. Oh my God.
Listen to this answer.
If I were your daughter, what advice would you give me the next time I am stopped by the police?
If you're my daughter, you'd be a Caucasian girl and you wouldn't be pulled over.
Yuck. That is a funny line. I will give him that's one of his best delivered lines he's
Of course,
done
it was all set up. But,
It was.
You know,
Yeah, he can't come out with that quick.
For a tailor-made
If you was a
crowd.
honky, you'd live a different life.
Yes, it repeats a terrible narrative that
Yeah.
we shouldn't be telling to people,
Yeah.
especially from
He's
the president.
confirming it. Yeah.
Well,
It's ridiculous.
You're black and female. You got no hope. Unless I make you my vice president.
The correct answer is what we have all told our kids.
Of
do
all colors.
exactly what they say. Put both hands on the steering wheel, roll the window down, say yes, sir, yes, ma'am, and give them exactly what they want, the way they want it done.
Yeah, apparently.
And if you're unhappy with the presentation, take it up later.
I'm in kind of an identity crisis. I know that's kind of hip to the groove now. But the more I hear all this thing about what you're being told when the police pulls you over, I realize I'm black. I've been told the same thing.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
I was like 5 or 6 years old, and my mom is like, listen, put your hands on the wheel because they
So
will
they
think
can
you're
see 'em.
reaching for
Yeah.
a gun. They're going to
Yeah.
think they have to deal
5
with.
seems a little soon, but yeah.
I was
Well,
so
I don't know if you
young.
were driving or had a gun.
The traffic stops for police officers are the most dangerous thing they do.
Yes.
That's where more
Yes.
incidents happen. So
they're on
don't
edge.
give them any reason to overreact. Just get through it. They think they're doing their job. Maybe right, maybe not. Just let them have their say, do what they say to do. And if you're unhappy, take it up later.
Here's what I noticed yesterday. Have you ever seen this happen?
I've survived several of them, by the way.
Yeah, I have too.
Me too.
Yeah, miraculously, me too.
In the 80s, I didn't. But let me go back to I can see both sides of it. I've tried it both ways.
Yeah.
And what you just said is the right way.
Yeah,
It's the correct way to
is.
go. They for some reason they are not big to you objecting to their presence. Let me say
Don't
this.
sneak up on them either. They hate that.
But you've ever noticed this?
I don't blame them. No blame.
Yeah, I saw something yesterday, and it's always confusing to me because certain things look like they're really bad. I'm not exaggerating. There were probably 5 police cars, and they had a car pulled over, and I thought, oh, this must really be. This must be some kind of drug runner. They pulled off the interstate.
Yeah.
And as I got closer, it would look like it was just one policeman talking to a woman in a car, and all the others were standing around their cars laughing, cutting up like there was nothing serious happening. And I thought to myself, what's going on over there? I thought if you saw that kind of action, something's really, I don't know if it was like they thought it was something it wasn't, or it was just odd to see how lighthearted it was with all that mania over there. So I don't know what was going on.
Yeah, if you see one, you're like normal traffic stop. If you see 2, you're like, oh, what's going on? If you have 3 or more, you assume it's Tony Montana. They've pulled him over and they've arrested him for drugs.
Right. Yeah. Greg,
I don't even know who that is, but that was fun.
Scarface. Sorry.
Yeah,
Scarface.
okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I think
Al Pacino.
I hope that everybody's being taught how to respect law enforcement so that you don't send them a vibe that might go bad.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah,
We were all taught that.
Yes.
They deal with
absolutely.
numbskulls every day, all day. They deal with people at the absolute worst parts of their lives all the time. Cut them some slack and do what they say.
And we were
you'll probably be
taught
okay.
to do that, not because we were white, not because we were black, because that's how you handle the situation.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, when you're in a situation, the odds that a policeman or someone in law enforcement, and there are some that you think, wow, you've really got an axe to grind with all society. You must have been picked on in school. But that's rare. That's very, very rare. Most of the time, I think it's minute that there's been a case that somebody says, well, you heard what happened to so-and-so, don't you know? They actually said, yes, sir, no, sir, yes, I'll do that, yes, I'll do. They were very calm. They did everything that the officer asked them to do, and the officer just drug them out and beat them in the streets. I mean, that rarely ever happens.
Yeah.
Usually people end up in trouble with the law because of their actions, not because of their ethnicity.
Yeah,
or
and
their gender.
How many of these people that got shot or wounded, right or wrong, were not doing what the officer told them or decided to take off running? Don't take off running.
Yeah,
that's the worst thing you can do.
Look,
What are you thinking?
We've told all of you this, and they're the most dangerous person in law enforcement out there is a fat cop. If they're overweight, don't run because they're not going to chase you.
No, they're going to draw down.
They're going to shoot. So don't run.
And of the millions of interactions that go good that the police have with people every year, we hear about the 3 that go bad.
Yeah. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Good to see everybody here, and thank all of you for listening and viewing the Rick and Bubba Show.
Well, it's not good, and I'm looking at some of the headlines today, and I look at, it's not, because we all, anytime they're in the flu season, I was telling Bubba that now my wife is getting a little sick. Now, I do not think it's flu because she can still function, but, and all that, but, you hear the little coughing as you're sleeping, and you can hear the little wheezing, and you start thinking to yourself, well, I mean, it's just a matter of time now. It's just TikTok, and as we've said before, when so many of these things are viral, I really literally was talking about this, and it's not a new thought, but it kind of reminded me. You realize, when we're talking about how odd it is to live in what we believe with our view is just a fallen creation, which is why you see things that don't make sense. So we've advanced so far that we're having great success against things like cancer. I mean, we can go in and fight and win against cancer. We can, if you got heart disease and you got heart problems, your survival rate, if you even survive your first heart attack, is very high. I mean, we can if we need to, we can take your heart out and we can repair it. We can open you up and repair it, put it back in, crank her back up, and keep you moving. Okay, we can take veins out of your body. We can reroute things, but we can't do anything about a cold. Nothing. I mean, it's like a simple thing we can't solve. Complicated things we can.
Yeah.
It's like, and I was thinking because I thought, okay, well, you've probably sounds like you just got some sort of cold, which I will soon catch, and all we can really do is try to short how long it lasts. But if you really go to the doctor, probably all you're going to get there is it's viral.
Yeah.
And, which they don't give you copay back for that.
They don't.
We've said that on the show for years. If the doctor can't do anything, because, shouldn't you not have to pay for it? I mean,
well, Rick, too, think about this. When we were growing up, and you went and look, I'm not slamming the medical industry.
Well, think what I just said. You can't slam them. They've done some pretty incredible things.
But I'm just saying, I think when we're honest is when we get to take those giant leaps ahead that you're talking about.
Right.
When we were kids, you went to the doctor, you got a shot of penicillin every single time, which is for a bacterial infection.
Correct.
Now, they just hardly won't give you a shot. You have to go in there and beg for one.
Right.
So we were wrong and just shooting everybody full of penicillin every time they walk through the door, because now we have super bugs that are harder to fight, right?
Well, yeah, and plus that's all they knew then, really.
So for a point, we were treating these wrong, but I think we just need to admit that and move forward.
No, the medical field's done incredible things, but you're never going to get the medical field to ever say they do anything wrong, because then that opens you up for all kinds of issues. So it's just researchers developing. But think about developing. But again, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I just think it's interesting. I could walk in today and they say, Rick, your blood is so bad we have to drain all of it and give you new blood.
And they can do it.
I mean, I can drain all your blood and give you new blood. And I said, hey, man, my nose is running and I keep coughing. Well, too bad. So you can replace my blood.
You can take an organ from somebody and give it to somebody else.
You can't write it out. You can't do anything about me having a cold. Isn't that interesting?
It is.
And
we give you a steroid shot, open you up a little bit. That's about it.
Yeah, well, that's what we do. I still go to the doctor because while I'm getting through a cold, I want to feel better. As good as I want to maximize what I can feel. And I realize it's all fake. I realize that first day I go and I get that shot, and
you'll overdo it.
And the next day I feel like, well, this is the best I've ever felt in years. It must be the end of it. Then it wears off, and you realize the cold's still there.
Right.
All it did was get you through. We started getting toward the end.
And a lot of times it kind of runs its course by then anyway.
Right. We were getting to, and I will tell you this. Now, there are products on the market, and I've talked about some of them, that helps your immune system. And the minute you first feel a little scratch, now that's the key. It's kind of like if you have a cold sore.
Right.
If the minute you feel a tingle, if you'll start treating it, you can defeat it before it becomes a big handle. Just like a cold, if you'll address it the first time you feel and take some of this stuff that shortens the period of time, it will. But if you let it get going, then you got to ride the whole thing out.
Mm-hmm. And it all affects different people different ways. That's the thing. As we've said many times, we're all so uniquely designed.
Minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Well, this will be my last segment with the guys. I'm going to leave it with them as I try to get myself to Atlanta and then on to France to meet Sherry. With everything going on with all the chaos of travel, I agree it's probably best to pocket an hour and see what'll happen. So anyway, I'll have all those adventures for you when we all get back together, Lord willing, on July the 10th. So enjoy the last hour with the guys. Take care of them. And hopefully, Lord willing, I'll see you guys back here on the 10th. All right, so Bubba, what were you telling me about this video? This is video 4.
Rick, just sit back and watch
this. Just sit back and relax.
What is a grandparents' race?
A grandparents' race?
Yeah, at Emerald Downs.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Check this out right here.
Okay.
This is good stuff.
Okay. Hey, this is a news package from what does it say? Fox.
Yeah, Fox 13.
Fox 13. Courtesy Fox 13.
All right. Where is Greg? This is Greg's. This is for Greg.
Okay.
Grandparents weekend at Emerald Downs, and they had this grandparents race, the first ever. No.
Such a great start, too.
Oh my God.
That
stresses me out.
Greg, how you missing this?
I mean, if you have grandparents, you just love
out
them
the gate.
so
Look,
much.
he is going on.
He pulled a hamstring. That's a pulled hamstring.
I feel like backs are hurting this morning.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Rick,
So
what I
this
like.
was 40 yards. They didn't have to jog or run. They could walk. But, I mean, there was a full-out sprint happening.
Oh, my goodness, y'all.
Rick,
And
watch the guy
apparently
that
the
got
grandparents
out
had a
in the
blast.
lead.
I just hope that everyone health-wise is doing okay.
He hit the dirt hard, dude. He hit it hard.
As
And
they
off
say.
to the finish line.
Oh, my goodness.
Y'all.
Rick, I could watch
That's
that
funny.
Grandparents race.
once a minute
guy,
for the rest
The
of
guy in
the
the khakis, he lost all power in his legs,
Oh.
which
I
think
means
I can
that
win this.
he pulled something.
Oh, my God.
You hear me? I think I can win that.
Speedy, that was worse
I
than when you
qualify.
went down.
I know.
Do you really think?
Thank you for that.
I like the guy that got out quick. And
Oh,
it didn't
Bubba.
I mean, he was digging
Bubba.
right there. Look with the white hair. Look way out.
The guy in the khakis.
Leslie Nelson. He came out of the gate. I mean, oh, my
And then
goodness.
this right here.
He's serious, too. He's serious.
Oh!
Like somebody shot him.
That's the one I'm talking about. Yeah.
He got shot.
Oh, my goodness.
He went down so quick.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah,
It's good.
Leslie Nielsen was digging.
Oh,
He was.
For about 10 yards. And then he
Face
plowed
plant.
in.
Oh,
I like the
man.
family, the couple just kind of walked out, said, let's hold hands and just walk.
Oh,
Yes,
look.
that's
they-
wise. That's wisdom.
That one guy, he's like, my God.
I'm watching a different one every time.
Can I give
Popped
Papa
that shoulder up in the ground.
Can I give Papa some credit? He's pretty fast fast for his age. I mean, his body came apart.
For 10 yards, Rick. Okay, which one do you want to watch? Listen,
Head down.
watching the blue at the bottom. Ooh,
If he could have maintained that, he would have blew everybody. Unless he faded at the end. Really came out too hard.
What's
green dress?
Look at blue. Look at blue.
you can see when the bullet hit him.
Rick, could you do the sound effect of a gunshot when he falls?
Oh, man, he went down quick, didn't he?
All right, let me see if I can get the. Let me pick the one I like first, okay?
Y'all, this is bad.
Let me see if this is any good. Hang on a minute. Let me see if I like this one. Yeah, that's pretty good. You like that one?
Would have been
Rick, hey, start it from the beginning and two of them fall, Rick. Take both of them.
Let me have
out.
the big high shot.
Here we go. Take both
You
of
got to
them out.
watch in the middle with the white hair. Leslie Nielsen.
He's flying.
We got us a sniper, y'all.
And then the blue goes down.
For a minute, I almost forgot I gotta go.
I know, have a little bit of fun.
You were having
Do it
fun
again.
for a minute.
For a minute, I was having a stay vacation too.
All right, Rick, shoot him again.
Here we go.
I haven't said that all time.
One down. The timing was even better on that one.
Who comes up with a promotion like this? It's so cruel. Look at this poor guy.
So funny.
How about how many people decided to participate in it? They had a good crowd.
Oh my God.
He's serious. He's serious. He's serious as he can be.
Leslie Nielsen. I like the way he's got his head down.
Yeah, look at him pumping him arms.
He's really running downwind there for a minute.
You've so got it now.
I'm seeing spots.
Oh my God.
That guy's limping already.
My flight's on time.
Yeah. You just enjoy it, Rick.
Oh, God.
The last time you laughed today.
You better watch that over and
Where am I
over.
going to park? Oh, my gosh.
gracious
For the love of all that's good and kind. All righty.
That was a grandparents' race at Emerald Downs. If you're just joining us.
Hamilton might ought to put a link to that one.
It's there, baby.
Oh, me.
I
Okay.
can't breathe.
Oh, the breath.
Goodness gracious.
I don't know what it is.
Oh,
It's
my
kind of
gosh.
like when you watch America's Funniest Home Videos.
Oh,
There's something
my
about
goodness.
people falling.
Yes.
Or as
so
my
good.
kids used to call it, the accident show.
Yeah, the accident show. What a great line.
I don't care how many times you see somebody fall. It's
Oh.
still funny, isn't it?
Good
As long as
gracious.
it
No,
ain't
there's
you.
nothing funny in that.
Yeah.
Have nothing left.
Yeah, well, I don't know why, too. I mean, I wonder if that's been around. Do you think, like, back when there was, it was all everybody that we were hunters and gatherers, do you think when the first person tripped, the whole place just went crazy?
Oh yeah, I think it's universally funny.
I just threw up.
That first guy. Hey, Leslie Nielsen is digging.
I'm telling y'all not giving his
leaning
forward.
Yeah, pumping his arms.
Yeah.
Leslie Nielsen, I mean, he's
He was going to
gonna
win.
win
He
that
wanted
thing.
to. He probably faded. He came out too.
probably ran when he was in high school.
Yeah.
He was probably
and then,
running.
and then blue shirt. He had his
He's a coach.
Oakley sunglasses on like he
Yeah,
likes
blue
it.
shirt,
Of course,
somebody- there's a
they're in
coach.
pieces all over the track now.
Blue shirt's a coach. Blue shirt's a coach. He's somebody's coach.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Now, Leslie Nielsen, he was a track star in high school, and he tells his
I'm gonna show 'em
grandkids
how to
about
do
it.
Oh, right there.
He's hurt.
give me the pistol cock, then the pistol shoot.
Okay, well, they're unfortunately.
Them walking
Oh,
holding hands
never
ought to be
mind.
disqualified.
Dang,
Here you go.
I mean,
Okay,
how many
I don't know that I can get to it because he ought to be right next to
Is
me.
there
should.
enough ambulances
Dang
there
it.
to get everybody
All
out?
right, here we go, Rick.
I'm
Oh,
gonna try it.
yeah, just do this one right here.
Which one have I got?
It's khakis right here. Here we go.
I hit him with a machine gun. I'm sorry about that.
That's awful.
Hey, last time you laughed.
That's a good note. Yep. Thank y'all for giving me the last laugh I'll have for the next 2 days.
Yes.
Thank you guys.
You can think about it while you're sitting in line somewhere.
Yep, there goes my last laugh for the day.
Yep.
Thank you guys, and like I say, enjoy the last live hour with the boys. Thank you for allowing us to do this for a living. I mean, come on. We talked about Vanna White's gig. It ain't no better than ours.
No.
Paid a little less.
Yeah, money's a little different. Sure.
Money's a little different.
Maybe hire a new lawyer.
How about better than I ever thought when I was pressing and record and play and recording myself?
Yeah.
Top of the hour. Enjoy the 4th. Lord willing, I'll see you on the 10th.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
One medication that helps somebody may not help somebody else.
Well, and what we said when it comes to your wife having a cold, there's a lot of people that may be sick that you can stay away from.
Yeah. That's not one of them.
And sooner or later, you know what you'll say, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's worth it. And so because that's a different relationship.
Yep.
So as I was waking up periodically throughout the night, hearing her coughing maniacally beside me, I thought, well. And when someone's sleeping, they can't always direct the cough in the right direction.
Yeah,
Sometimes you're face to face and it's firing right
on you.
Yeah. So I'll I look forward to. I'm going to go ahead and start taking the cold medicine stuff that I love now.
Do you think you'll make it till Wednesday or Thursday?
Yeah. I'll struggle tomorrow, and then no way I'm here Wednesday.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes after the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for tuning in. Rick has headed to the airport as he looks like he has many hills to climb today. So good luck, Rick. We'll be cheering you on. Keep us posted, and people do want to see on Instagram what you're going through. I'm sure you'll have plenty of time to post while you're sitting in line. So that should be an interesting trip. I don't envy that trip today, Speedy.
No, not at all. Not at all. He's
No,
got a
sir.
long day, my friend.
You cheering for Big Brother? He'll get through all that?
He's got the right attitude. He's expecting the worst, so that's all you can
But
do.
why were you?
He has no expectations.
He was
none.
expecting the worst yesterday,
Yeah,
and he got it.
Yeah.
Why were you smiling?
He's
though, during
taking
this whole
pleasure
time?
in this.
Yeah.
You're right.
I'm
You are
not.
taking
No,
pleasure
I'm
in
not.
this.
Oh,
I've seen it.
don't. I don't think you realize it, but when he was going through his hand,
Why would I take
I don't know. You were
pleasure?
just smiling. I don't know.
Greg,
That's a good
remember
question.
your Easter basket growing up?
Well, I still don't wish this on him.
I don't know. You were smiling.
Remember
I
all
think
them
it was
baby
Maybe
you
just
had
a
in
little
there?
food poisoning.
Just a little.
Nothing major.
No, he'll have all he can deal with on that. Speaking of having to deal with things,
Speaking of that,
there's a story here today, and I find this interesting because it's coming from Casey Mulligan, I believe it is. I can't read with these glasses on.
Oh, Mulligan.
Professor of economics at the University of Chicago. Now, we all know the University of Chicago is a stronghold for conservative values, right? We all agree on that, right?
Yes. It's right there with Brett Bart, remember how you say it?
Yeah, he has compared the regulatory records of President Biden, President Trump, and President Barack Obama, and looking at how they govern, how much it costs the average working household. Would you like to guess who has cost the average working household the most money out of the former?
Hold your breath.
Out of the former and current president. That would be one Joe Biden.
I would go with Bidenomics.
Bidenomics.
Yep.
As it has been known.
What am I thinking?
Has cost the U.S. average household $10,000, according to the new report.
Thank
So
you,
Joe Biden has cost
Bidenomics.
you an extra $10,000 just based on the regulatory laws that they have passed, as we were talking about earlier with Rick, that they have passed down to the consumer, which is you.
10,000.
That'd be 10.
10,000.
Thank you. Thank you,
you believe that?
Bidenomics. I'll have another.
10.
Yeah.
And he says in this report that if Biden is reelected, this is going to go up dramatically because a lot of the laws that he has passed, they don't really kick in for another 2 or 3 years.
You talking
and
about
that's
that
when
big
the
better
impact
deal
is going to really feel it. You're
Oh,
going to
well,
really
great.
be
So,
felt.
so you're giving us something to look forward to. Is that what you're doing?
Yes,
Thank you.
Yes,
Bubba.
Unless
for
it has
sharing
changed.
that. Yeah, that's Bidenomics, baby. We call it that. That's a good name. Remember, old John Pierre Curly Hair was all fired up about it.
You know, I don't. The U.S. economy is a big and complicated monster, and I got that. But some of it operates very basically. And if you've had 8th grade civics, you understand that. You can't tax yourself into prosperity. And anything that you put on corporations, they pass down to you.
Yeah.
And, you know, we've been in these kind of fixes before. It seems like somebody, even the press corps, would ask them and go, you know, we had this kind of inflation back when Jimmy Carter was president. How did we get out of it? We had this kind of inflation at some point in somebody else's presidency. How did we get out of it? And nobody ever seems to bring that up. They just kind of sit in there.
Well,
like,
they have to admit they're wrong.
They're like the little dog you used to see in the back window, you know, when they're shoveling out their story.
Yeah.
They never, I mean, what happened to really asking questions about this?
Well,
I don't see it
Well,
anymore.
because you can have like a report like this, and then they'll come out and say the complete opposite and talk about how great it is. Both sides do it. Nobody's being honest. Everybody, it ain't about fixing. It's about me staying in charge. And if whatever I'm doing, I'm going to paint it up like you're talking about, put the old lipstick on a pig or polish the old turd.
Well, let's go with the first one.
Okay, but you know that's what I'm saying. Both sides do it too. Nobody's honest. Nobody's going to work together to fix anything. It's just I want my side to win, and I want my side to be in power. So I'm going to talk about how great everything is, even though the numbers show the complete opposite.
Yeah, we ran that.
And
story.
both sides do it. They both do.
There's always some home team, but there's also facts of things that work
Well,
and
you
don't
think it'd
work.
be hard to hide from facts, yeah.
And,
Well, you see them bragging. She's
and I
tickled
don't-
about Bidenomics.
Well-
Not only the cute name, she thinks he's done a heck of a job.
Yeah, we rolled
predict-
video yesterday of them saying, "Hey, how great the economy is."
It's unbelievable.
I predict they will rue the day that they came up with that name because it's going to be the punchline to every joke and every commercial.
Yeah,
ad
it's
you've
not
ever
going to be
seen.
the positive
No, I don't
representation
think
that
it is
It's
either.
going to be. It'll be used to describe a total disaster.
It gave him a good name to hang everything
Yeah.
on.
Well, Bubba, you and Biden have a lot alike.
Well,
I mean, you're a lot
I will
alike.
say this, and we just mentioned it briefly earlier. Again, some of these headlines, I don't know what are these reporters or I mean, is it just clickbait? Is that all they can come up with?
You're right.
Here's the headline. Now listen to this. White House confirms Biden, 80, is now using breathing machine to treat sleep disorder after thick mask lines are seen on his face and spark more health questions. I think we got enough health questions.
What was that? What did you just do?
Adler, that wasn't a CPAP machine you put in.
No, that was on accident. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah,
What
that
are
was
you
I-
doing?
I did not mean to do
I
that.
feel
That was
like
part of a funny tweet.
I'm glad that I was reading. I didn't see it.
Yeah.
It was.
It just
it was a
wasn't-
different product.
So
It was
in
a
all
different product.
in all fairness,
Whoops.
Yeah, I don't find that a big
this
deal.
is
My
this is
bad.
not breaking news. Like Rick said earlier, there's probably more people with CPAP machines now than not. I use one too. It's really not that big a deal. But they're trying in this headline to make out like he's on a ventilator.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
there's way more important things about him that we need to worry about than whether or not he's got the word CPAP.
I'm not worried about a mask on his face. I'm worried about the fact he don't know who he is and where he's at.
what's going on
I'm really
between
more
his ears
concerned with that.
concerns
Right.
me.
So the mask lines that we've talked to you about before, you've come in with them on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you do.
You
from
can
time to
tell.
time.
And
I
so
mean, I
you
don't
can-
have them every day. But
No, but you can
sometimes.
see the indentions and the lines on his cheek, and that somebody caught that and then asked the White House
Adler had
about
something else over everything.
it. Yeah.
That was on accident. That truly was on accident. But it was funny, but it was on
It
accident.
was funny. We've come to find out that's what it was.
Greg Burgess.
There was video of it.
No.
Yeah.
Either
Sorry
that or
about
it's the person with this mask on. He didn't get it on right.
Yeah, but I'm like you. What's the big whoop? I know so many people.
That's a big non-story that somebody had a deadline to make, and that was what they came up with.
I guess it's a quick search. Former presidents that had CPAP or sleep apnea.
Probably,
I guess
say-
there'd be many. You think?
You know, in the past 20 years, I'd say there'd be more.
Yes.
Probably. And we don't do a lot of this day in history, but it was an interesting note today just to show you how far and how quick technology is moving. On this day, June 29th, 2007, the very first iPhone went on sale.
When was that? 2007?
2007.
When did Speedy get his that day? That upgrade?
Don't do that.
That wasn't
again.
far from then.
Greg, why do you bring
Why
that
do you
up?
every time the iPhone's brought up, you bring that up?
Because
Do you want to leave early, too?
It was one of the best pranks.
If
You
brother
got to
left, you need to leave.
You got to
How's
admit
that
it fell into perfect. I mean, we couldn't have done it no better.
And again, I go back to this.
We
I
couldn't have
know
written
it's
it
a
up
duff.
any
I
better.
feel like it.
I'm
Y'all
gonna let it
you were never punished.
Let-
And
That's
clearly,
too
it
much
was
of a good
it was
one.
it was a
Let's-
Gunnersville Treaty
let's
violation.
focus here
I
on,
got a paddling
on the
for it.
story.
Huh?
The
See?
the
Wasn't
iPhone,
punished.
when it went on sale, Apple had 164 retail stores in the U.S. at the time.
Okay.
They stayed open till midnight that afternoon so that eager customers could purchase up to 2 iPhones on a first-come, first-served basis.
And look at them.
And
what
look
they
at 'em
had
now.
then, and look what they got now.
Scratch my head.
That's what I'm talking about.
And we haven't even been, let's see, 17. We hadn't been 20 years yet. And look how far it's come since
Y'all
then.
are like the Hunter Biden of pranks. You never punished.
Yeah, I'll admit that.
Speedy, that one
we
went so
pulled it
good.
off.
I was embarrassed by it.
I would have called
went
it
too
off.
good. I couldn't believe it got its own legs.
I would have called it off, but I truly thought you were playing along.
That's good,
I
buddy.
did.
That's good.
I thought you were being the great entertainer you are. You threw yourself under the bus. Watch this. I'm gonna be the victim. I thought you looked at me one time like I'm in on it.
See, now you've
And you
that's-
played it
that's a new
well.
one.
You
That's
played
a
it
new
well.
one. That's a new one there.
866 We Be
Never
Big
use that.
is the number. We'll take your calls next. It's time to dial.
Dial it up.
Dial it up.
Oh, there you are.
Rick and Bubba.
We'll talk about NFL had some exciting playoff action over the weekend. We'll run that down when we start covering. On the program today and throughout the week, so a wonderful Wheel of Meat is back. So be paying attention on that. So I know that those of us who have, and over the years, gosh, 25 years is a big. I mean, I was, sometimes you can't even wrap.
big window.
Sometimes you can't even wrap your mind around it about how much has happened, and this includes our children. Some that are full-blown adults, married, baby on the way. I'm talking about any day.
Yeah.
Over in Greg's world, and I've got kids that are 29 and soon to be 28, and then soon to be 20, and then in 17 going to be 18, and you have all this going on. So part of that, when you come out of the holidays, is you have kids that went away to college, and you got accustomed to them being gone.
Mm-hmm.
Then they're back. Then they're gone again.
Yeah.
And so, and poor little mamas, little mamas and their precious little mama heart and their little babies. And
the pets are confused.
Yeah, the pets don't know what to do.
know.
What are you doing back?
They're looking around for them. Where'd they go?
Yeah. Sure. And soon
Where'd
as
that little one go?
And, and you're the reason that Dad let me live here. And when you leave, Dad wonders why I'm still here. The way the pets look. And, And so, me and Buddy we're on an interesting road right now. I've kind of, just as I predicted, I've ended up being the main caretaker of Buddy the dog. I knew this was going to happen, and because there's a side of me that goes, well, I can't just let the dog be neglected. And so I've got a bit of decency there. People think I don't like animals. I just keep animals in the proper perspective. I love animals, but I understand that I really just love to have animals. If I really loved animals, I probably wouldn't have any of them in captivity. But anyway, So I was, so we're sitting there, and here comes that emotional roller coaster, with Mom when the college kids come home and they go back, or like in your case, Greg, when they're married and they come home and then they go and Bubba, you got them coming in college, going back, and so sometimes as husbands and dads, it's our job is to give perspective. Now, do we love our children? Of course we do, but we also understand. That you have to look at this the correct way when they start getting into adulthood or on that way to adulthood. So last night, and I had a great time. I want to thank the folks there. There's some guys in Birmingham, and they're doing this program that we kind of put together for churches and all over the country for men's ministry. If you're ever interested in it, and so there's a church here that is doing it as well, that we've known these guys for a long time, and they invited me to come speak to their men last night. But it was here where we live, and enjoyed being with the men of First Baptist Pelham and Donnie Sisk, and just had a great time with all of you last night. Thank you for that. That was a great time. So I come home, and So I noticed up there in the college kids' room who had left, I noticed the light was on. Okay. So I meander my way up there. You know that feeling when you first get home. What do most husbands do? You don't know where your wife is. If she's not immediately there, you don't know where she is. And of course, if you have any teenage kids, they're no help because they don't know either.
No.
Right. Hey, where's your mother?
Yeah.
I don't know, Dad. And I'm like, okay, so I'm moving around the house and I work my way up there and I see her, and she's in there. And of course, it was his assignment. Get your stuff together. Of course, she helped more with that than she should have, but that's fine. Get it together, and everything was left like it was supposed to. And she goes, "Well, he's going back to college," and she's looking at his bed, and I said, "That's right." And she goes, "Well, I just always you get here and got used to being back again." And I said, "Honey, can I give you some perspective? Let me tell you what is sad. If he was still in that bed."
Yeah,
that's sad. I said, let me tell you what's sad. If you look and a 19, about to be 20-year-old guy is still in that bed, and he's not going back to college, or he's not going to a job, and he's just laying in there, and he has no plan, and he's still sucking off us. I said, that's what's bad.
20 minutes after the hour, you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show, and hey, we appreciate it. We're glad you're there. Rick has left. He's headed to the airport, trying to make an overseas flight. We'll see how that goes after he had much disruption of his laid-out plans. So he is pedaling to Atlanta right now. Speedy, we have some breaking news. Supreme Court has several rulings coming down.
This just in.
That several people were waiting for. Apparently, the Supreme Court has outlawed the consideration of race as a factor in college admissions. I know this has been a topic for years going on.
Yep.
The justices today decided in a 6-3 opinion that race-based affirmative actions are unconstitutional. And they are basing that on the Civil Rights Act of 1964. We'll see more about that as the fallout from that continues today. Speedy, we have some callers.
And you also have the other breaking news. They ruled on religious freedom.
Okay, I don't have that one.
It was a postal worker that refused to work on a Sunday, and Amazon was trying to make him work. And they ruled for a postal worker in Pennsylvania in an important religious liberty dispute over how far employers should go to accommodate faith-based requests in the workplace. And apparently they ruled in the favor of the postal worker that Amazon was requiring him to deliver on Sundays. So it looks like they're ruling on a number of them. They're going to start coming down pretty quick here.
But
they usually release a bunch of them at one time.
That sounds great, and I get it. But then the way people are, they're just going to fake it and claim that I don't work on Sundays, man.
Is that how they can do it?
That's the voice they'll be in.
All right.
That's why people mess it up for everybody. You watch people are going to abuse that.
Yeah. All right, we got Dennis in Warrior, Alabama. Says he's got a bone to pick with Adler. Adler, heads up.
Oh, a lot of people do.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Go ahead, Dennis.
Actually, it's Denise.
Oh, okay.
Denise.
Okay.
D-nice.
Mm-hmm.
Denise. Yeah, and there is a nephew because I'm a twin.
Oh,
okay.
Wow.
You know how Rick hates when people say, I could care less?
Yes.
Right.
Adler, you don't do things on accident. You do things by accident. That crawls all over me.
Aha.
So that's one of your catches, huh?
That's one of mine, yes. On accident, you don't own accident. You do stuff by accident.
So you're calling Adler stupid.
Oh, wow. Sorry, Adler.
Never really thought about it.
Yeah, I hadn't heard of that one. Let me ask you, along that same note, do you guys say all of a sudden or all of the sudden? All of a sudden.
All of the sudden.
All of the sudden.
All of the sudden.
I say
I say too.
all of a sudden.
All of a sudden.
All of the sudden.
All of the
No,
all of the
the
sudden.
doesn't work, does it?
I don't know.
A lot
I'm
of
playing
people
it out
say
in my
the,
head.
and that's one that gets
I
me.
do.
I'm like,
I think it is
sudden.
all of the sudden.
Well, which is correct?
All of
I
a
think you can say
sudden.
both. Tons of people say the sudden, and it
All
gets me
of
too. So
the
D nice.
sudden.
I get it. I get it.
Let me ask you this, because
Sometimes I say that on accident.
you know when we grow up, we learn grammar, kind of. Some of us do.
Yeah.
And they will say this is a rule. Then they will give you a bunch of exceptions, which
They do.
I had to have a debate with a teacher one time. That doesn't make it a rule; it means an average. But anyway,
That's a good
I won't
point.
go into that.
That's valid.
I won't go into that. But now we have people just changing the English language. I mean, with the pronoun. I mean,
Oh, my
doesn't
goodness.
a committee or somebody has to approve that
Yeah,
before
can
it
you
becomes
just,
official?
Who gets the last call on that?
Yeah. I mean, who? You can just start saying, certain words and doing it
Even
different.
some
I
of them
mean,
are just sounds.
Yeah.
I mean, we all get he, they, him, her, whatever, and that's weird enough. But you got Z, Zer, Zap, Zunny.
Adler,
what
according
committee had to
Zulu?
approve that before that was legal?
I know.
According to writingexplained.org, all of the sudden is incorrect.
I said it wrong.
And all of a sudden is correct.
Greg. We geniuses.
Now, if you don't like that out there, folks, take it up with writingexplained.org.
Well,
All
so Adler and I, we were correct.
I
Yep,
figured it
pretty
out.
much know it all.
I figured out why I say on accident, because I do something on purpose versus on accident. Does that make sense?
It does.
I did
It
that
does.
on accident.
I think it makes
I did that
Yeah,
on
on
purpose.
accident doesn't
I
sound
understand
right.
your logic, but I
I'm
think it's still
stupid,
wrong.
Though. I am stupid.
Let's not go that far, buddy.
Don't forget
Pretty
that.
much a DA.
All right, let's go to Robert in Greensboro, North Carolina.
Says he's got a bone to pick with Greg.
What's up, Robert?
Yeah, I just want to I think what y'all missing about the Biden mask thing is that was 10 a.m. It's like he just crawled out of bed.
Are you serious?
That's a good point.
That's a really good point. Because
been like
your
a
mask
few
lines.
Yeah, mine are faded by 7. I mean,
He still had them eye boogers. Your eyes all messed
You
up.
got
Got
them
him right
now.
now.
Yeah.
How about that, Greg?
What?
All right,
There
let's
you
go
go.
to
I
let's
just
see.
saw it laying in there.
Jim in Huntsville. Jim, what's up?
Hey, Speedy.
Hey.
As long as we're talking about phrases that gets on my nerves and everybody's nerves, you guys, and not just you guys, but hey, that's a good point. No, you're right. It's not no, you're right. No is wrong. It's yes, you're right.
Okay.
I get it. I get what he's saying.
say that one more.
I'll be honest. I
What?
stopped listening.
I did too.
Yeah.
I was reading this
Say
card.
that one more
No,
time.
you're right.
No,
That's
you're
a
right.
good point, Bubba. No, you're right.
No, you're
Well,
right.
it's not no.
Yes,
No,
you're
it's
right.
not no.
Yes,
It's
yes, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Do I say that?
Yes,
No,
you're right.
No, you're right. You're
No,
right.
you're right.
No, you're right.
But
Thank you for calling.
But here's the thing: a lot of times somebody will say, "I don't know. I might not have it right," and you go, "No, you are right."
Yeah, you're right. No, that is
correct.
yes,
You're
you're right.
pal.
You're stopping them
You're
by
correct.
saying no
Yes.
and then saying you're right.
Yes,
Yeah,
you're
no,
right,
no.
Bubba.
Yes, you're right.
Ha!
Let's
Well,
go
a bunch
here.
of
Let's go to
geniuses up in this
John.
place.
He's in Montgomery. John, what's
we
up?
got some wordsmith in this place.
Yes, you're right.
Have any of you ever heard of the Wetumpka, Alabama meteor crater?
You
This'll be
know,
kinda random, but no.
this probably is in my area. No, I have not.
Talk to us.
Well,
Enlighten us.
Dr. David King, a geologist at Auburn University, proved, with the help of Vulcan Materials out of Birmingham, Alabama, he proved that there is a meteor crater in Wetumpka, Alabama. But the reason I called, you're discussing words and stuff, there are 2 particular rocks that he said should be 400 or 500 feet under the surface, not on the surface.
Mm-hmm.
One of them looked like marble, and the name of it is shot quartz.
Y'all still listening?
The other one is real shiny. It's mica and silica, but the official name of that rock is schist, schist.
What?
Close. That was
So,
okay. You got it. All right. That was close.
Yeah.
Right now, what I'm hearing is that y'all are full of schist.
That's good. Long way home, but that's excellent.
Careful, pal.
I don't know how you got there, but you
Yeah,
did.
you had to walk the line, but you made it somehow.
Yeah.
I just
Incredibly.
want him to swallow.
He did it on purpose.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to
all of a sudden,
Greg. See, Greg
Hey,
in
guys.
Corner, Alabama. What's up, Greg?
Hey, I got a different twist on the lady that called in earlier about her boyfriend's son not liking her. You know, saying, "Hey, listen, y'all, you got to stop dating my dad." Then all of a sudden, he's really sweet. Have y'all thought about this? Maybe he has a crush on her. You know, because I mean, he's all lovey-dovey. Then all of a sudden, she shows affection to the dad, and you know, hey, I don't need you seeing my dad anymore.
Wasn't this an episode of Andy Griffith?
Yeah,
when
I think it was.
fell in love
I think
with
it
a
was.
teacher.
Yes.
Yeah.
Miss Crump.
Yes.
Yeah. Don't know. This is a situation.
Yeah,
but
you never know.
Never know.
Yeah.
Well, either way, the dad's got to drive the bus on that one.
Well,
He'll make it right.
I don't know why she called here to ask, but yeah.
Well, most people call here for life-altering
Yes,
situations,
I guess
Greg,
so.
and
Yes,
advice.
Greg.
Huh?
We're one big
Come on.
family, Greg.
Look how we helped you out with puppies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got rid of them.
29 minutes after the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And so you need to look at that empty bed and celebrate that he's gone to college for a semester. He's come home. He's taking his stuff. He's gone back. He's getting set up. He's growing up to be a man. I said, I promise you, there's no way that if we want to be sad, is to be sad that if 5 years from now we look around and these people are still in these beds.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
said, now that's what's going to be sad. And she goes, well, I appreciate that, but you know, and I said, no, I got it. Look, I love him, and I can't believe that the little pictures in here, and you got them all. I can't believe that little baby right there is I got all that. I followed it through, but I want you to understand, we got to celebrate the fact he's not in that bed. You know, don't be sad that it's empty. Be happy that it's empty.
Right.
And you know, because guys, let's be careful.
All that while she's sick.
Right.
Yeah,
And
Rick,
of course,
piling on.
Well, she had sniffles too.
Yeah.
And all, bless her little sniffle heart.
Yeah.
You know how they get when they get sick. That is precious and mild. Sit there on a little couch with their little tissues. Binge watching something.
Yeah.
And
Thank goodness for Netflix.
right, you have to pretend like you're. Well, tell me what's going on here. You ever done that?
and watch
made,
it.
And made that mistake?
Watch it.
Trapped in
Get that Edith Bunker answer.
Yeah, you're just trying to be nice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you ask so tell me about this, and then you go, oh wow,
You really didn't mean it.
right. Well, I mean, you do, but you're kind of like,
Not involved.
Yeah. Well,
you wanted.
it's
you
okay
wanted
to say, look, I missed the episode. I didn't. I mean, no. It's but and of course, this is the thing. See, Sherry and I have a different attitude about sickness. I am the person that there's other ends of the spectrum, and it's really kind of odd being a Burgess. But my concept is, if I feel something coming on, I want to attack it aggressively.
Mm-hmm.
I treat it as if I don't treat it, I'm going to end up really sick. Now,
Right.
it may not be right. It may be that it wasn't any big deal, but I'm going to aggressively go after it.
Mm-hmm.
Sherry is one of these that kind of doesn't acknowledge. Now, I don't think it's worth going to the doctor. I think I've just got a cold. And that's good, but see, the problem is sometimes if you're wrong about that, in 3 days,
it can blow up.
We're still dealing with it, and I'm like, you're coughing,
Yeah.
you got some congestion going on here. Why don't you just go ahead and go see the doctor today? And as I said, even if he can't do anything about it, he might can shorten.
At least you know.
Yeah, and he can give you the energy that
Yeah.
you want. But anyway, I just thought, I was kind about it, but I just thought that was our role to proper perspective. I'll tell all of you this. When your kids go back to college, certainly you can say, it'll be a while till I see you again. But celebrate the fact that they're actually going.
Right.
Or when your kid moves out and gets his own place, celebrate. What's sad is when they won't move out and get their own place.
All right.
You don't want to. Like you remember Chris Rock's thing. I won't go that far. But what I'm saying is, really, if you look at our goal for our children who are becoming adults, is somehow. Is our goal is let's have him not on that couch, or let's don't have her on that couch, not on that couch, not in that room, because if they're still here, something really bad is happening.
Unless it's Saturday and y'all are watching sports together.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just talking about living. But if you're like, hey, I'm here, I have no job, and I'm not in college. No, we don't want that.
No.
It's either college or a job at this age. Please don't be here. And because we want you to go ahead and get on your feet.
Yeah.
The 30-year-old in the basement is not. That's not what I'm hoping for. We'll be back.
35 minutes after the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 4th of July week coming up. We want everybody to be safe out there. Have a good time, but don't be crazy. And as I always like to say, Speedy, we'd rather talk to you than read about you.
That's right.
Don't be a story when
There
the
you
week
go.
we come back. Some of you will attempt that over the holiday, sadly. Rick is headed to the airport. Good luck, Rick. We hope that all comes out well. Keep us posted. And Speedy, you said you had something you wanted to address.
Well, you know, every now and then you see things on social media, different posts, and you're like, okay, is that real or not? There's been a study out that has talked about how we talk about vaporing from a party or like leaving without saying goodbye, saying goodbye. And we've talked about how Rick is a pro at that, and
he
has
can
taught
vapor
it
with the
and
best of them.
handed that down over the years to us. There's actually been research done by the Management Institute. They interviewed 2,000 Australians and found that on average, they can go to 25 parties per year, and it takes 45 minutes to actually say goodbye and leave. You know, once you
Yeah,
go,
when you're
okay,
trying to,
I'm
I
ready
gotta
to go. So people who leave parties without saying goodbye save up to 2 days per year of their time.
Really?
I didn't realize it was that big.
And I just thought that was. I actually laughed out loud
So if
because
you can vapor,
if you're good at vaporing and leaving and vaporizing, not saying goodbye but just kind of backing out, it saves you time.
You know, I get a speech anytime we go to dinner or a party or an event or gathering or just out to dinner with some friends. I always get a speech before we get out of the car. Hey, when we need to wrap it up, let's wrap it up because you'll stay longer.
Yeah.
You'll talk a lot.
Hey, I need to go, and then you're still there.
And
Well,
then we
hung
get in
up,
the
yeah.
car and it's like, hey, 45 minutes long than we needed to be. I always get in trouble. I always get in trouble.
How about every time we call it ahead of time, I never pull it off. Never.
I don't either.
And I don't get in there.
Well, part of the
Well, I
problem
tried.
is you have to.
I don't wanna be rude.
In a lot of cases, like with your wife, if
I
she
like
has a
people-
code or
yeah.
something, you know, it's in a separate room, and you got to work your way back, and then when you put your coat on, everybody knows you're leaving, and then everybody's saying goodbye. It's kind of
You
hard
didn't
to
tell me
vapor
bye, and then
under
come
that.
over
Yeah.
Now, if
it's
you're-
easier
if
to
it-
vaporize when you're by yourself.
Oh,
and you can
yeah.
just kind of back out and then text the guys. Go,
And
hey,
it's a
man,
big event.
I'm
Or
already home.
cookouts are easy, because
Yeah,
you're already
yeah,
outside. You just
right.
step around the corner of the house, you're gone. Whoop, there the
And it
one.
has to be a big crowd. I
Yeah.
mean, if
Yeah.
you're invited and there's like one other couple and you vape and don't tell
Yeah.
anybody, they think something's weird.
I also picked up. I mean, Australians, they go to a lot of parties.
Australians will throw down.
Yeah,
crank it up.
Yeah, wow, that's a lot of
Little
parties
shrimp
per
on the
year.
Barbie.
But this means
Thank
we
you,
spend an
Outback.
average of 18 hours and 45 minutes each year saying goodbye, according to this study. You could save time by vaporizing.
Well, that's pretty good.
I always feel like I need to tell the host goodbye. Thanks for inviting us.
Yeah.
Had a
Maybe
great
just
time.
tell that
Yeah.
person and then sneak out.
But
Yeah.
you get hung up.
A lot of times I'll text. Well, I
And there's always some late people coming in,
Yeah.
that you
See,
see
we
them
had to
as you're on
leave.
your way out.
Yeah.
Because I'm usually there early. I work the early shift.
Hey man, saw you in an important conversation. Didn't want to interrupt. We had to bounce.
That's a good
love
one.
Love the
Do you
party.
say
This was
bounce?
Great. No, I just did
Okay.
that now.
All right.
I wouldn't do that in a text.
Yeah.
Hey, man, having stomach problems, had to leave. Stuff like that.
Have y'all seen somebody that's a friend and but you don't have time to talk to them in a
Yes.
store and you kind of sneak out?
Yes.
Did it 2 days ago.
I've done that. It's not that I don't love them. That ain't got nothing to do with it. But I just know you, and if we get to talking, we're going to talk.
Have you gone as far?
That's on me, too.
Have you gone as far as to see them on an aisle in a store, and before they see you, you turn around and go the other way?
Yeah,
Yes.
Because you're
Yes.
thinking, I ain't got time for this.
I look like
today."
them grandparents running that 40.
Yeah, cue that up, Adler, for last segment. Might need to look at that again.
Sure. All right. So anyway, I just brought that. I laughed at that study because it's been a thing here.
That breaks it down.
Yeah.
I'm surprised somebody spent time to look at that.
Yeah.
Some of the studies that are done and the money spent on them is a little amazing.
Yeah.
To me.
Yeah. 2,000 Australians interviewed for this. Time Management Institute. I guess that's a thing.
Well, wouldn't you love to live that? I mean, work there.
It's some interesting figures they come up with, but you have to wonder who's paying the bill on that.
Pretty useless.
Yeah.
I find myself double goodbying. I
you?
double goodbye all the time. Bye, guys. Thank y'all so much for having us. And then Ruby takes forever to get her shoes or something. And then again, I'm like, oh, bye,
Again.
bye again.
Yeah.
Right.
Bye. Oh, no, we just hugged, so we don't have to. It's terrible. I'm going to just start leaving.
Do y'all know those people that, not so much at an event, but just
you might be talking to, and they're not good at wrapping up. They always say one word too much. Okay, man, take it. Okay, there, and I hope y'all are well.
You have to.
It goes, and it's so awkward.
Right.
You have to pull the great Pee Wee line. Let me let you let me go.
Exactly. let me let
me go. And they'll look at you like, what did you just say?
Okay.
You're talking about socially awkward moments. My worst is sometimes I'll have built-in responses if you say hey to me, like in the hall. Like, somebody might go.
It's like an instant replay. You got 10 buttons.
Yeah. He's got a few issues.
We put you in a different category when it comes to this kind of stuff.
But like some people might go, hey man, have a good day, and you go, you too.
Yeah.
And
when
somebody
you
might
don't
say,
work?
yeah, right.
I've done that.
Yeah. How's your day been going? You too.
You too.
It's like, and then you leave, and you're like, dang it, that was the wrong one.
You already had it ready to go, and you were going to say it anyway.
Right, yeah.
Somebody, perfect example. This week, I was eating lunch, and somebody gave me my food, and they said, "Enjoy your meal," and I said, "You too."
Exactly.
I was like, why did I just tell this guy to enjoy his meal? He's giving me a meal. He's not eating.
Yeah.
He's working.
That's so good.
He's at work.
Terry and I went out.
I'll even call myself out and say, I'm sorry, I was stupid.
I know. What an idiot.
So the hostess at this restaurant we were going to, something very similar. Terry and I went out because we'll date, and we went out.
You
and
should. It's healthy for your marriage.
That's right. And we went, and it was a little bit of a wait. And they put down the wrong phone number, and that's why we weren't getting a text. And I got that. But
no, that's a nightmare,
right?
Because you always wonder, what if that happened?
Yeah.
And when do I ask about it?
Right. When do you go back up, and then you're just that nervous?
Sure,
Hey, you told me I'm that guy. You told
must
me
have
your
got my
text.
number
Oh,
wrong.
we have 7-2. Is it 6-2? Oh. And so
You could have already been eating.
Yeah. And so the lady finally, goes to sit us and hands us over to the waitress, and she says, "Now y'all have a good time." And I said, "You too." And then as we were leaving, Terry said, "You realize you told the hostess to have a good time?" And I went, I didn't even realize it was a built-in response. So it sounded a little goofy. She said it just sounded very, very
I don't think
strange.
that was a bad one to say. You too.
Well, y'all have a good time eating. And I went, you too.
You too, even though
it's like, even though you're working, and I doubt you're having a good time.
Yeah.
Well, they may love it.
And clearly fumbled sitting us, but
or seating.
Seating us. Thank you.
Sorry, buddy.
Well,
No, that's good.
I'm sorry. I'm piling
that's
on.
fine.
No, it's
that's
fine.
good. That's
You're
good.
running up the score.
I needed to
That's
be
fine.
corrected.
I'm sorry.
I needed that.
All right, when Rick, if you're listening, if the flight attendant that's taking your ticket says "Have a nice flight," don't say "You too" back.
Right.
They're staying there.
That's a good one.
There's some of that goes on. It's not just me, but
I'm
I do
guilty
it a
of it.
lot.
It's
I
just
do it a
easy to
lot.
do.
It's just general courtesy.
Yeah, it is.
Better than some of the things you could say.
And of course, me. I want to go back and correct it with just let it go, honey.
You want to go back?
Just
Hey,
let it-
when I said that,
right, I did. I wanted to.
I realized I'm like an idiot.
When I said you too, I just meant enjoy the rest of the night. But then you get yourself all in a
it just
bind.
gets out of
Just
whack.
Sit down and eat, honey. Just
They
sit
really
down.
think you're weird.
Yeah.
I know with Rick having travel problems today, it seems like we've just had a lot of airport stories, and
Sure.
it is a big travel weekend.
Right.
So,
Boy, is
did you see this though? I find this very disturbing. Woman loses her leg after getting caught in an airport televator. Is that the moving sidewalks?
Yep.
Not an
Yeah,
escalator, but
Right.
I'm going to go ahead here. If Rick, that's a lot worse than anything scenario that Rick has ran.
Right, so far.
as long as he
So
don't get
far.
his leg cut off
Right.
in the travelator.
So far.
So this happened in
can always
Bangkok
go
in the
back.
international airport, and it mangled the victim's leg so bad that medics had to amputate it to get her free.
Oh, you're
On the
kidding.
spot.
That's
horrific.
what it says.
Yes, it's
I
horrific.
saw a picture and I couldn't figure out how her leg got in there.
It just got pulled in.
Right
I mean,
where
but
you
what
step
was
off.
in? Yeah, she was like,
Oh, she's like,
But I mean,
so they're sawing my leg off.
I still
at
don't
there.
see.
Where was it at? Hang on.
I see where there's potential there, but I don't see how you get your whole leg hung up.
What
in
about when they look at you and go, "Ma'am, I'm sorry, we're going to cut your leg off to get you out of this"?
could we not take the thing apart before my leg gets
Yeah.
gone?
Yeah, there's got to be another option.
How about let's cut that thing
Let's
off,
hit the
not
stop
my leg.
button and take some screws out of it,
Yeah,
and then
yeah,
we'll make that call.
It's
Right.
the step off. I'm noticing that's the trend. It's the step off. And y'all, can I show this?
Yeah, you
Well,
can
you've
show
shown a lot
Yeah,
today.
you've shown
Well,
that.
that
What
was
you
on
showed
accident.
earlier.
That was on
Yeah.
accident. I'll
This
put
is
it
a little
behind
different.
y'all. I'll put it behind you.
I saw her leg is.
Oh, bless her heart. Her legs in
good
there.
night.
It must have been a tiny leg. How did it get in there?
No.
Oh,
She's
I
handling
see.
it pretty good.
Oh, I see what happened.
Yeah, I gotta
when it
take
was
that down.
Yeah,
Guys,
I see what
When
happened.
it turns under.
Yes, I don't.
Yeah, because it's wide and then it closes.
Guys, that's not a great design there. She'll get a check for that leg.
Yeah, she will.
Well,
She'll sue
it's
the company.
right
how
here.
much? How much
I don't
for a
know.
leg?
For a leg, if I get a few million.
Yeah,
A
better
few million.
Be,
it better be about 10 if I'm going
I
legless.
need double-digit millions.
I don't know about
I need
Bangkok.
10.
Bubba, how about you?
So let me.
That's a good point.
How about you? How
Put
much
that-
for a leg, Bubba?
Put that back up, Adler.
Of the woman?
No, the yellow part
Okay.
with the guard on it. So what happened? The guard broke off, and they put one on that wasn't long enough.
Yeah, the guards are not.
I think the whole thing broke off. So that the teeth that kind of
The
separate
failed-
things,
That
and then
doesn't- I still don't know how you get in there.
a little
All right,
pant,
well, so
pant
see-
leg, little pant leg.
Is this from this
Started
accident?
dragging.
goes here and then goes
Oh, yeah.
So at some point there's a.
I don't even want to think about it.
Oh my gosh.
And those things are
Oh.
powerful.
Gosh,
They got to move people.
I got to give her credit. She didn't
Some
look
big
as upset
people.
as I would have been.
Oh, I would have been very upset.
that's
The
awful.
worst I've had with that is we had a pile up in Chicago's airport one time because Betty wasn't paying attention and she fell and everybody started falling on top.
Oh,
I mean, it was a dog pile.
No,
and,
serious.
people, and people just keep piling.
And Betty
on.
started
Yes,
it.
She did.
That lady's leg's gone. She was at the airport now and she has no leg.
Well,
Think about that.
That makes Rick's troubles not look quite so bad, doesn't
Bangkok is right.
it?
10 million for a leg?
10.
10 you
At least.
46
least 10
minutes after the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Much going on. I do want to say one thing in passing before we get to the college now, talking about the playoffs. And, Bubba, you talked about in your office today the kid that missed the field goal for the Bears, Cody Parkey. Especially when people are kind of open about their faith, I think one of the greatest opportunities for you to solidify that what you claim to believe is real is how you respond, not when things go your way. I think everybody loves God when everything goes their way. It's when things don't go your way. It's the famous statement, if you make the field goal, I'm great. If you, are a follower of mine. But if you miss the field goal, am I still great? And of course, in this case, Parkey's made it clear that he is. And, ultimately he's playing a game. And regardless of the situation, the job is to praise God when it goes your way and when it doesn't go your way. And he certainly did a good job of that in some of his comments after the game. I thought he handled that really well. So, because that's really when everybody's watching. Yeah. I mean, we can all pump our chest and point to heaven when we scored the game-winning touchdown. It's when you're the one who didn't get it done, and do you still talk about how great God is then?
Right.
And that's when it really means more.
Yep.
Can we watch one thing about that kick? Mm-hmm. And it was a tough kick. Look at the mascot under.
Oh, he falls down. Yeah.
Can we just watch?
Can I tell you when that Bear mascot? There's something about a mascot responding to his team not doing well. We've lost this one for some reason.
He's right there.
All right. So watch the Bear, Greg, all the way under the goalpost.
Look at the Bear,
Greg.
They may do that for every kick. I don't know, but it sure is funny.
So tonight we move out of the NFL professional football to another form of professional football, and that's Division I college football now.
Yep.
But anyway, so tonight we have Bama versus Clemson. We've heard this before. If you really talk about the semifinal game, this is their fourth time to play.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So 3 times they played for the national championship, and then last year they played for the in the semifinal game. So I
think the championship games have to stand alone. I mean, you can roll in the playoff,
sure.
but I mean, this is for the big marble, right?
This
here.
is
Here
it.
we go.
So 3 times, and you were telling me about some of the comments, and you told me who said it, but I can't remember who said it now. But this thing where we start going, and I think that it's something that our country could really use a little more of, is when we do things like these 2 teams keep showing up, and everybody said, well, we've seen this before, same old teams playing each other, same old matchup. But you were talking about who said it? Who was the guy?
He's from Birmingham on ESPN. What's his name?
Paul Feinbaum.
I can't say his name now.
Reese
Davis.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He was responding to some people complaining. Well, these are the same teams we see every year. It's kind of like when the Cavaliers and the Golden State was playing every year. But he said, instead of complaining about that, why don't we celebrate excellence? Because that's what these two programs have shown over a long period of time.
I'm going to tell you what I'm not. I'm never a fan for any reason to lower excellence. Never.
Right.
We should always demand excellence, and if you can't be excellent, you don't get to play in the championship game.
Don't lower excellence for diversity. Don't lower it for fairness. Try to strive for excellence all the time, and everybody will rise to the occasion.
Well, as you have said, and it's true, and we've said, and I want you to hear us because this is an important point. I think it's offensive to say that you have to lower the standard in order to have diversity.
I know.
How offensive is that?
Very.
I mean, keep the standard high, and you'll have diversity. So, are you telling me you can't have diversity unless you lower the standard of excellence? How offensive can you be?
So we have two programs that have excelled over a period of time. They're playing again.
I'd say that to Stephen A. Smith today too. By the way,
I think these two teams, and we're going to have some history made tonight, Rick. This will be the first college team to go 15-0 in at least the modern era since we've been wearing helmets.
Yeah, I guess because now there's more games, so that we've never had this before.
No.
So I know Alabama's been undefeated before, but there weren't 15 games.
Right, and we've had national champions that may have had a loss or something, but this will be the first time we will have a 15-0 national championship.
How about that?
Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for joining us. We are lining up phone calls right now for the last segment of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG. It is your time to dial. Speedy?
One thing that Rick did talk about, and it's always good to do when you're traveling, is to have good breath. And he's like, hey, I got to make sure I have my TheraBreath. If you want clean, fresh breath, you need to check them out. TheraBreath, TheraBreath.com is the website. Of course, you can get them in store as well. But, good hygiene is a good thing.
You don't want dragon breath.
You don't.
Who wants dragon breath?
I mean, having good
Bubba?
oral hygiene is the
No
key
one.
to good health. So for a fresh, healthy mouth, it's TheraBreath for us. We've talked a lot about this a lot. I mean, we've had Dr. Katz in here. He's checked our breath.
He's so glad his daughter's breath stunk because he invented this and he's done well.
There's no added dyes, no artificial colors. It's gluten-free. It's even certified kosher. So check them out, TheraBreath.com. There's confidence in every capful. Check them out right now. They've got the orange cap in retail stores or drugstores. It's TheraBreath.com. Have good breath. Don't have stanky breath.
No stanky breath.
And you can also go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button as well.
We're fixing to hit these phone calls, but real quick, does it seem like we've had a lot of celebrities rush to the ER in the last few years? You had Jamie Foxx and all that.
We still don't know what's wrong with him.
I know.
They're saying that Madonna has been rushed to the ICU and was found unresponsive.
Yes.
They've postponed her tour. Some of the family members are saying she has a bacterial infection,
Yeah, they think
but not a lot of detail.
For a minute there, it was touch and go.
Yeah.
But they believe now she's going to be fine. But yes, it was a bacterial infection.
Wow.
And I don't know. They said, but there was a point there where they weren't sure.
Yeah.
That she was in bad shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, she had to be put on like intubated or were they?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Incubated.
Incubated?
Intubated.
Intubated.
I think
incubated is
eggs.
I'm not even going to go down that road.
Intubated.
Yes, that's right.
Anyway, we hope she's doing well.
All right.
She looks weird now, doesn't she?
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got her face. Yeah, she's had a lot of work done.
I'm sure what that is.
And I know
And Madonna,
it's kind of our fault too. We all age, but we don't think celebrities should age.
Well,
and I guess, is that why they do all the work? Because they never want to look different. But they just can't stop.
yeah,
I mean, look
it's
at that.
something
I know.
And they have access to the best surgeons for this type of stuff, and they look ridiculous.
Yes, naturally aging is so much better than whatever the heck she has going on in this. I mean,
I know.
Well,
what
all
in the
of them that
world?
overdo the work, they end up looking like Madam.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yes, the
the
puppet.
puppet. And I don't know why, but all of them begin to look
They
the
do.
same.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Do any of these plastic surgeons ever go, no, I'm not going to do that. You've had too much.
I
We're
guess
not going to do
they
it.
get obsessed with it.
Intubated.
That
Got
Look it up.
Nailed it.
And her show now, guys, I know this tour she's got. At her age, that you know how her show is, and the way she does all it just doesn't work at her age. That's just embarrassing.
I mean, if you're Phil Collins and you sit in a chair and sing, that's one thing.
Yeah, that's too far.
Well, that was pretty embarrassing. I'll be honest with you.
But
You talking about don't tamper with memories.
She tries to do a
was
show
sad.
like she did when she was in her 20s.
Yeah.
And she's not in her 20s.
And does every song on stage have to look like some kind of witch ceremony where she's in the middle and there's like these people with cloaks? And,
Look, every one of them looks like a Wiccan deal.
yeah,
doesn't it?
right.
I'm like, is that the whole theme of this entire
so-
world?
God, so dark.
Oh gosh.
All right, let's go to Flip. He's in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Flip, what's up?
Hey, fellas. I was about the girl who lost her leg in Bangkok. Did
that's
y'all read
funny.
further down in the story?
No, what is that?
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Flip.
Yeah, her name is Eileen.
All right,
Okay.
All right. It's better than I thought.
Too early for that. Greg, love
Flip,
it.
let him get a leg out of it before you start.
Her leg.
Yeah, at least let her order the
Eileen.
crutches. Good night.
He said, at least let her order the crutches.
Yeah,
man,
come on,
good
Flip.
night.
Give her a day.
Too soon, pal.
I hadn't even seen the doctor.
I wonder how
Really.
he got his name Flip.
I don't know. I kind of wish my nickname was Flip.
Well, for other reasons, probably.
Yeah. I think you've got that title.
What's your-
in some
What's
sort.
in this room? You do that a
last
lot.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Jennifer in Birmingham. Hope Rick is listening. She has advice for a trip to France.
Okay. Well, all good.
Jennifer, go ahead.
Yes, hello. I had called yesterday. I just wanted to follow up on a comment happened at the end of the hour. If you would like to say a casual phrase for bonjour, you may say ça va.
Ça va?
It's a casual ça va.
Ça va.
Rick.
C-A-V-A. And it's
Ça va.
kind of like hey or hi or
Ça va.
whatever we would say.
Ça va.
Ça va. But you use it, you're supposed to use it if in a place that you've frequented, like your hotel lobby, if you're passing your concierge again, or you're walking up to the bar to get a glass, go, ça va. You don't have to say bonjour. And
So
also,
that's basically French for what's up.
What's happening?
yeah,
Still good.
like, yeah, it's slang. It's slang.
Yeah.
It's slang
Ça va.
for good
Right,
night.
right. So if you keep passing
But you're
somebody
not
in the
supposed to
hallway.
walk up to. You're not supposed to walk up to a complete stranger like a taxi and go ça va.
Oh,
But
bonjour
you
to them.
can do it if you're walking back in your hotel and you see your concierge.
Somebody
And
you've
to
seen
Jim
before.
yesterday from Alabama, Jim Morrison is buried in the Northeast Paris Cemetery, Père Lachaise,
Yeah.
because my husband dragged me there in April to see the grave.
Oh,
Dragged
So-
you there. So it's a big tourist attraction.
It's a big tourist attraction. There's somebody there 24/7.
Oh, wow.
You just follow the crowd.
Do you go to France a lot?
Oui.
No, it was our first trip, and my bucket list was in life was I want to see the Eiffel Tower at night, and I don't mean the one in Vegas.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. But
And-
yeah.
And my husband wanted to see Normandy and Jim Morrison's grave.
So
So-
was it worth it for a bucket list?
Yeah, absolutely. It was very cool. You
I'd
mean
like
the grave?
No, I just mean going and seeing the Eiffel Tower at night. You said that was on your bucket
Oh
list.
yeah. Oh, it was awesome. It was awesome. It was
I'd like
right
the
outside
Normandy.
our hotel room.
Oh,
that's cool. Wow.
Do y'all
Thanks,
like,
Jennifer.
Do y'all like going and see graves?
I'm not really a grave.
I've never really
unless
done
it's
that.
like my grandmother or something, I guess.
Well, sure.
Well,
yeah,
yeah,
family
but you
makes
talking about
sense, but
just
just I've never,
Greg.
I've
I mean,
never
like
thought
famous people.
I've never
Good
thought
night.
like.
Have you ever walked through a cemetery
Where's
and looked at
Kobe
some of the
Bryant
dates?
buried? I want to go visit his grave.
Well, I think most of the time you would have to go somewhere like to a cemetery, with the exception of Elvis, who's buried in the backyard.
Have y'all been to Graceland? I was going to ask.
I have not.
I've never.
I've just
How
seen
about-
it.
how
I've seen it
about-
from the street.
Y'all been to Hank Williams' grave down there at Patterson Field outside
I've actually done that just because I was
Yeah,
at a
make
baseball
fun of
game.
that, Greg.
That was it.
We
I
were
was
at the
there.
state championship.
I'm with
and
you.
we,
I was there
we had
too.
time to kill, and it's right there outside
know.
out of the outfield.
Yep.
I know.
I mean,
It's
it's right
midnight in
there it is.
Montgomery.
Make fun of that,
Hey,
Greg.
can you hear that whippoorwill?
But I have been there.
Yeah.
I think that's about the only.
But I like on vacations and stuff.
It's kind of out in center
when
field,
we
isn't it?
when we plan
yeah, that's what I'm
these
saying.
things.
It's outside the outfield.
I don't think while we're there I need to run by so and so's grave.
Now, if I'm sitting here and I see a sign that says some famous guy's grave and I ain't got nothing to do, I might go look
That's
at it.
different. That's what happened to me with Hank Williams.
There you go.
Yeah.
We had
And
time
Rick-
in between games.
And even though Rick is going to be in France, he's not landing in Paris anymore. That's been altered.
Oui,
Now,
oui.
where's Jim Morrison buried?
Ça va.
He might go there.
Oui. Or we. Sorry.
We.
I would like to do the Normandy thing. I'd like to.
Yeah, I would too. I'd like to see that.
Right.
Well, that's going to
Speedy
wrap
don't
up
care
the
about
hour,
veterans.
and that's going to wrap up the day for us if you're listening
What
live.
did you just say?
Thank you for joining us, and we hope that you will join us again.
Why would you
We're
say
going to
that?
have best ofs, and we're
Keep
going to
talking,
have.
Bubba. Talk
Well,
through
it's
it,
hard to
Bubsy.
talk through all this.
Talk through
Speedy
it.
doesn't celebrate
See y'all
the
when we
fourth.
get back.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.